And,
So what's
yeah.
I guess we can start with Sage's reign and
Oh,
then
oh,
just get
well,
into other.
so whereas that is, in fact, the thumbnail and title, I was thinking we actually do that last.
Okay, what do you want to start with?
Okay, there's a few things I want to start with. There's something I really, really want to start with, but we're
Okay.
not starting with it because the thing that we have to start with that we already said, by the way, there's a title and thumbnail in the general chat or whatever. Yeah. Hey, Space. All right. Yes, he says, yes, Space, we're not doing this first. Hello. So, like we said earlier in chat,
To keep his Sharingan, the Itachi stuff. He also just uses I mean they have their different perks, but
well, actually, no,
he
I
does this
have
every
an
time.
answer. He would want to because, like, the next chapter, he wants to go home and he can't, or he doesn't want to rely on Boruto to do it. Like, he wants to teleport back. So he would need
No, he
his
doesn't.
Rinnegan
He
to do
literally
that.
just tell. He doesn't. I mean, he doesn't know. He just tells them like, "Hey, I can't do it, so you do it." He doesn't
Absolute
say, "Oh, I
nonsense.
don't want to rely on you." He just tells them like, "It's fine, but you got to do
Okay,
it." Like,
he doesn't directly say, "Oh, I don't want to rely." He doesn't want to rely on Boruto. Are you crazy? He doesn't know if Boruto can do it. Boruto doesn't know if Boruto can
yeah,
do
he
it.
does. He believes he can.
He
He's seen Boruto
believes
do it.
he
Of course, he
can.
believes he
Oh,
can.
okay. Yeah, so it's just okay to not have a way home. Okay.
He literally knows he can.
What?
Boruto's the
God.
one that got him there.
Oh my
Of course,
god,
he
this is
knows he
so
can do it.
stupid. This is
Like,
ridiculous. Can't believe
wait,
you.
why would Sasuke? Why would Sasuke think Boruto can't do it when he's seen Boruto do it and heard about him doing it on a separate occasion too?
Okay, so why doesn't Boruto
Why
just
would he
do
think
it?
that it's impossible?
Man, why
Like,
doesn't Boruto just
if
do
I was
it?
Sasuke,
That's weird.
I mean, yeah, I can understand being weary of Boruto's ability to do it consciously, but I know for a fact he can do it. Like, no dispute, he can do it.
Man, so when Sasuke saw, oh, I guess he didn't freaking.
You're
Wait,
also
so
Oodie, you're also talking about the guy who trusted Boruto to save him and Naruto's ass versus Momoshiki with a vanishing Rasengan that Boruto didn't even know he could do. Okay, you're talking about that guy. He has faith in Boruto. Okay,
he knew he could do the vanishing Rasengan. That's nonsense. But that's not why he got captured. He
Boruto
wasn't
didn't know
relying on
that. He didn't
Boruto.
even know that he had this
No,
vanishing
I'm saying
Rasengan at first.
Sasuke did, not Boruto.
Sasuke, exactly.
That's
He
what I
saw
said.
Boruto do it unconsciously,
Oh my
and he
god.
trusted Boruto
He
to
didn't do it
save his ass against
unconsciously.
Momoshiki. Boruto unconsciously was doing Vanishing Rasengan. Boruto didn't know what he was doing. He was just doing
He
it.
wasn't doing it unconsciously, no.
Like, obviously, Boruto's not unconscious, but the point is, he's trying to do a Rasengan, and he's just naturally, accidentally doing a Vanishing Rasengan at this point.
No, what you say is he's accidentally applying lightning style. He's not accidentally doing the vanishing Rasengan.
Well, he is. He's trying to do a Rasengan, but accidentally doing a Vanishing Rasengan. He's
No,
not trying to make it vanish. That's the accident.
when does he even apply the lightning style? Because it's tiny in his hand and it's visible. There's no lightning style. He doesn't add it until he throws it where it looks like it disappears. But he's already
I don't know
thrown
when
it.
he adds there. I don't know how that works, but
Stupid.
either way, Boruto's doing that on accident.
Like, it's out of his hand when he does it.
I think it's more so like because first of all, we never see lightning style in general. I think he applies the lightning style. Initially, this is just a gap. I think he applies lightning style when he makes it. It's just the effect of the lightning style is it disappears eventually. That's just all there is to it. Um, that's how I think it goes anyway. But that's a separate point. Anyway, the point is Sasuke has trust Boruto like a lot of times. Like, I don't think that's out of character. Anyway, though, what was the whole point? Oh yeah, so the reason why that was brought up was because can you do? Because the thing is, if you think, okay, this is how Izanagi works: is you create an illusion of yourself that didn't have that bad thing happen to you, and then you apply. That's the yin release aspect. You apply yang release, physical energy, to make the illusion reality. That's why it's an application and creation of all things jutsu. It's yin yang jutsu. So just because you're stabbed doesn't mean you can't create an illusion of yourself where you weren't stabbed, as long as you're alive to activate the jutsu. Like, in that aspect, that would make sense. We just never see it necessarily done after the fact. Well, I guess it is done after the fact in the sense. Well, actually, no, it has to because obviously Madara planted the pre-programming of Izanagi before his death, but like the jutsu activates after he dies to change the reality after the fact. So I think as long as you can activate it, you should theoretically be able to backtrack because that's what Madara does in a way. I know he doesn't. He doesn't like say, "Oh, time to activate Izanagi." It's like he planned the pre-activation, but like the point is, it activated after the event, not before. So I think you could, as long as you're able to
I
use
don't
the
think so.
jutsu.
I
I don't know.
understand this isn't
It's
the same thing, but technically if you could do that, I don't see why Danzo wouldn't just revive with all of his arm Sharingan just back on. Like,
see,
oh, they were
that's the
used
thing.
on
I was
Izanami, but like,
no,
okay.
but that's the no, but that's actually like a good question because it's like because when Itachi's talk about how Izanagi users use endless reworkings of like Izanagi, it's like how can they do that? They would just run out after two eyes unless they can Izanagi themselves to have their original eye again. But then you get into the question of, well, first of all, why can't you just Izanagi yourself to be stronger? Like, just create an illusion of yourself where you're way faster and stronger. like,
Well, yeah, like I said,
why can't you
Obito
do
made
that?
Konan not the strongest in the reality
Exactly.
anymore.
No, like, that's your argument. But that's like, well, granted, I will say though, to dispute that, Izanagi is a genjutsu cast upon oneself,
Yeah, I
not
know.
someone else.
I mean, yeah.
But using that concept though, could Obito just Izanagi himself to become the strongest? Like, you know what I mean? Like, theoretically, because the way it's explained, there's no reason why you can't do that. If we only see it used to just reverse damage, but like, there's no reason why you shouldn't be able to based off how it's explained.
By the way, Kamui, just I'm not gonna use it because obviously, but my counter for that, if people do say that, and usually people don't say that, only one person has said that, is they don't use it on themselves. It rewrites reality. They use it on reality, not themselves. They're just in reality. Stupid.
It's
Okay.
funny.
But I did have a different.
I mean, most people, yeah, I don't think most people realize that like it is against you to cast upon yourself, but
Yeah.
so you can definitely get away with that, I'm sure.
Yeah,
I
easily.
trust you.
I will say when Itachi says it's endless, I think well, first of all, he doesn't mean literal. I think he doesn't mean literally endless because it ended. But then I think it's more like seemingly endless for the enemy because we see in the filler, or it might not be filler, it might be again, but like there's a lot of Uchiha. So like even if they can each do it only twice, if there's like 30 of them, that's like 60 activations in a battle. That's
Yeah,
it's
that was
seemingly
the
endless.
other way you can interpret it.
But
Because it's never
also
like explained that they're Izanagiing their eyesight back or
yeah,
something.
but also, I don't think it was just that one battle we saw where it was named, obviously. I think it happened for like over the course of a long time, several generations. And so
Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
seemingly endless in that regard as well.
Yeah. I think that's what Itachi actually meant, is more so there's a lot of Uchiha doing that, and so that you can just keep rewriting situations. That's what he means, not that you'll just Izanagi your eye back. The question is just, could you technically do it? Obviously, Kishimoto wouldn't do that, but could you technically?
Is it a base one
Um,
Tomoe technique?
I mean, it's okay. I'm gonna say yes and no. Yes and no because it is a yin yang release technique that is not easy. Like that in of itself is already ridiculously hard to do. So no, Kid Obito can't use Izanagi. He can't use it unless he has the ability to combine yin and yang release. Um, but it's not ever described to be a Mangekyo ability. I don't think. Um, I think you just need the Sharingan.
Well, I'm pretty sure we
And the
see it
ability
only
to use
used
yin
with the
and yang.
Sharingan. With the base Sharingan, I'll specify, obviously.
Oh yeah. Well then, yeah.
Yeah, I was
Literally does
afraid
it
you were
with
getting
yeah,
confused there. Well,
yeah.
obviously
Okay,
the
yeah.
Hyuga didn't use
So,
it.
yeah, I was trying to think. I'm like, do we see it? Yeah, Danzo. Yeah. So you just need a Sharingan and Yin and Yang release essentially to do it.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So my next point of Izanami, a completely different point though. I think it's kind of weird, unless you want to say Hashirama just like speed ran away from the valley, even though he was injured. He just got out of there as soon as he can for whatever reason. Just like, oh, I can't wait to get home. like every other instance we've seen Izanami, it activates like pretty much instantly. Like if you want to say it has a minute timer or whatever, or Madara set I think it's described Madara sets the timer. That's the reason.
The way it was
why.
described
It takes so
is
long.
like, no, the way it was described was basically like Madara set a delayed activation so that it wouldn't activate until either a certain condition was met or just a blatant amount of time. So I don't remember what it said, but he delayed the activation. So basically, it didn't activate for like 2 months, let's say, then it activated.
So this is
That's why I
interesting.
was saying you should theoretically be able to do it after damage because, like, maybe re-getting your eye back might be an exception, but like you should be able to do it post damage because whether he preset the he delayed the activation, it's still activated after he died. So the point is, I mean, granted though, in that case it's weird because it's like he had to activate the deactivation. It's so fucking weird.
So this is interesting because this actually goes back to the decomposing idea. So first of all, do you think if he didn't set the... Okay, do you think if... Okay, 2 questions. If he never set the condition, could he indefinitely extend his time to activate it? And then would he age during that time? Or if he's dead, would he start decaying during that time? So, like, that's the first question. Second question is, does this apply to Rene Tensei? Okay, not that, but, like, decomposing. Do people that are revived with Rene Tensei, were they starting the process of decomposition? If Jiraiya wasn't under the sea, and he was just revived from, like, a week ago, would he have been decomposed at all? Or, I don't know. Yeah, how long can you make it last?
Dude, that's the thing, though.
Like, could Asuma be revived? Could Rin, if her corpse is just down there, could she have been revived?
Well, that's what I'm saying, because it seems like with Rene Rebirth, all it did was summon the soul back. So, like, you know, if they're just a skeleton, will they just be a skeleton with a soul, or will it just rejuvenate their flesh?
To be fair,
maybe it just does that.
You can make
rebuilds their flesh.
You can make a really interesting theory here because it's green. Maybe it was also like healing aura energy ninjutsu. But also, you could also correlate it in the other way and say that when Sakura or Tsunade use the healing green aura ninjutsu, they're just recomposting their soul or something. And then because their soul's connected to their body naturally heals faster because of it. So it's not the healing that's doing it, it's their body because their soul is being rejuvenated. Because they're being given more soul, essentially. That's a theory right there. Kamui, are you there? Oh, he left. Okay. And he's coming back.
Oh, what happened?
Oh, Kamui was just so dumbfounded by my idea that I get...
No,
there he is.
Headphone.
Okay.
Did you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you hear all that I said?
Most of it. I just, like, I was switching headphones because I would start walking. And then you were like nobody was responding. You were laughing. And I was like, oh, shoot, I'm trying.
Okay, so what'd you think of my idea? A great theory?
Repeat the ending. Just repeat the whole thing, because I did miss part of it.
Yeah, okay, so on one hand, you could say that Rene Rebirth is healing ninjutsu.
Yeah, okay, the healing, they're rejuvenating their soul.
Yeah, okay, that's the vice versa thing of that, yeah. Flipping it.
Okay.
What do you think? Do you think either?
Okay, I'm gonna add on to it, because here's the thing. So, when Naruto is learning about chakra natures, he asked Kakashi, like, well, what about Choji's expansion, Shikamaru's shadow possession, and Genjutsu and medical ninjutsu? Yamato's just like, let's wait to explain yin and yang and stuff. So we get obviously we know, like, the databook specifically explains that Akimichi clan expansion is yang release, Nara clan shadow possession is yin release, and Genjutsu is yin release. It never says which of the two medical ninjutsu is. So I'm going to continue here. So we do know, though, the Byakugo seal is also called the yin release, which would imply that, like, at least the yin seal, like, okay, maybe the seal is yin release, but is medical ninjutsu also yin release, or is it yang release? Because if it's yin release, that would imply they're actually just healing your soul, your spiritual energy. Like they're using spiritual energy to heal your spiritual energy. But if it's yang release, it would be they're using physical energy to essentially repair your physical body. So I think you can make a case for either one.
That's gotta be in the data book. Okay, but here's a thought experiment. Just a fun little thought process. I think it has an obvious answer.
Hashirama,
but...
like Hashirama inherits yang release as a Senju clan member. Tsunade's of his lineage, so it makes sense that it would be a yang release technique. But Sakura is supposedly has an affinity for genjutsu, yin release technique, also has an affinity for medical ninjutsu, so it's like, okay, you can make a case for either.
Which one is shadow clones? Is that yin or yang? I forget.
It doesn't ever, that's the thing. You don't get an explanation.
Well, which one is Tobirama? Because we know Tobirama is the opposite of Hashirama.
Tobirama has both.
He shouldn't. Oh, maybe he does, because Hashirama asks Tobirama for sensory because he has that style. So that would indicate that Hashirama is the opposite, but I guess if Tobirama has both, it doesn't matter.
He does, yeah, because the Senju clan tends to inherit the power of yang release. The Uchiha tends to inherit the power of yin release. However, like Tobirama happens to possess both. He cannot use yin yang release. That is a separate thing that is beyond that. But he does possess both of them individually. Same with Hiruzen, Orochimaru, and Kakashi.
Okay. Because we know that he made the shadow clone because Hashirama had wood clones, which were so OP, and he wanted to make a technique that anyone could use because only Hashirama had wood style. So he made that for
And that's the thing, yeah. So it's... Honestly, Kishimoto doesn't do the best job with explaining yin-yang in general. We mostly have to just try and fit the pieces together. What I will say, though, is that, honestly, I'm going to make videos on this. I got on this side tangent trying to make a video about the chakra rods that Pain uses, but been doing a lot of research anyway. Yin-yang, honestly, is described in the databook literally identical to Shinjutsu. I think actually Shinjutsu might just be yin-yang release techniques now, because it's literally explained like the exact same way. So like all ninjutsu is basically a fragmented application, but like ninjutsu is essentially based off of yin-yang, which is like the pure form of, it's just a better thing anyway. It kind of sounds like, it sounded like the Shinjutsu, but anyway, yang release on its own is just a fragment of yin-yang release, but like for jutsu, like it kind of makes it sound like, in one hand, it makes it sound like all jutsu that aren't like an elemental release jutsu, fire, wind, blah blah blah, then they are yin-yang. But at the same time, it also makes it sound like, you know, yin-yang release techniques are just different. I don't know. So because some people just don't have, I mean, I don't really feel like painstakingly looking at the data book to see if there's a character, you know, like Don, for example. Let's just say he doesn't have yin or yang release. He probably has yin release for the spirit transformation thing, but let's pretend he didn't. If that was the case, you would say, okay, well, ghost transformation is definitely not like lightning release or something. So it would be like, what is that? But if it says he has yin release or something, well, that will explain it. It probably does say that. But moral of the story is, I don't know, because for shadow clones, Naruto should like inherently have yang release, whether he knows what he's doing or not, just being of Senju lineage, Uzumaki lineage. They're going to inherit yang release. It makes sense for an Ashura reincarnate too. So, and he also just doesn't know how to do things like genjutsu and shit. Like, he doesn't have yin release before Hagoromo amps. So it wouldn't make sense for the shadow clone to be yin release with that in mind. But at the same time, yin release is creating form out of nothing. Yeah. Well, that's what the shadow clone is. It's creating form from nothing. But at the same time, it also contains his physical energy, like yang release. So which is it?
Not only his physical energy, but I think it also contains probably his soul. Like, I think Nagato could rip out a shadow clone's soul. Oh, actually, I think this is what happens with Hiruzen. Hiruzen, with the Reaper Death Seal, does rip out the shadow clone's soul.
So that's actually, yeah, I was kind of wondering about that, because I have to assume Hiruzen can't activate Reaper Death Seal with a clone without doing it himself. Like, there's got to be a rule for that, because otherwise, why the hell would you not have the shadow clone do it? But I guess, actually, okay, I say that, but at the same time, there is a way to work around it, which would be that, say you make a shadow clone, each has 50% of your soul, kind of like Moo's fragmental technique. If you use Reaper Death Seal with the clone, you'll permanently lose 50% of your soul and power. That could be a reason
That's
not to do
interesting.
that, I guess.
Yeah.
So, because I was gonna say, like, why there would be no risk in that case, but that would still give you a
Well,
risk.
side note, I don't remember what happened. What happened with Anko's technique that was like it destroys both her and her target? Did she just not cast it after all? Because it seemed like she did, but then she just obviously didn't die. So.
Yeah, that's the weird thing about it. I'd have to look and see if the databook explains how it works, but like Orochimaru is just like, haha, it's a clone. That's not me. Or substitution jutsu. And at that point, I guess it either A, she stopped it because she wasn't holding Orochimaru, or B, it didn't activate because it wasn't actually Orochimaru. And it was just a substitution.
There's no way. How could it even be substitution? Because it was
well
like
done.
mud, right?
It was a mud substitution.
How does that? Okay, because remember, substitution is just the ninja going away and getting the thing and bring it. So, like, was Orochimaru like in the paths, just sculpting clay out of the ground and into an Orochimaru substitution clone?
Let me go to the manga for this, because in the anime, I'm like 100% certain he says substitution after. But let me look in the manga and see if he says the same thing. Because I'm like I said, most of my knowledge is anime memories, and I'm like pretty sure she's like, what the, and he spawns on the other behind her and it's like substitution, and he rips off like the face or whatever.
I mean, this just goes into the how obvious it is that substitution doesn't work the way it's described. Like, there's just 0% chance.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. Like, the Gara is like the best one, where it just doesn't make sense. Like how like the way it's explained, there's absolutely no way that Gara could have used the substitution jutsu. Like, there's literally no way. But let me find out. I'm close. I don't remember which chapter, but I know the general area.
So
okay, Arco's running. Okay, hold on. Here we go.
Okay, you got it.
This one, the twin stick techniques kill each other. You mean to commit suicide? How precious. But that's a clone. Oh, he says, but that's a clone. Okay.
Okay, so it is a clone.
Well, actually, he says, but that's a doppelganger.
Well, to be fair, doppelganger is the more accurate translation, which is why people use it.
But it's also weird because it's just like, it's a look-alike.
Yeah.
It's also weird.
Oh,
like,
I mean, clone is also a translation using the same kanji. It's just a less used version of it.
Yeah. Clone sounds nicer though.
Yeah.
Like Shadow Clone Jutsu sounds way
Shadow
nicer than
doppelganger.
Because in a sense, the transformation jutsu would almost, obviously that name works, it makes perfect sense, but it also would fit for doppelganger because you're making yourself look like someone else. Like, you're becoming a doppelganger.
On the goofiest jutsu tier list, didn't I use that as an argument? It's the doppelganger jutsu, so it's just goofy.
Yeah, oh, probably. Or the ninja centerfold. Like, what sexy jutsu makes way more sense.
No.
But anyway, I guess but that's another thing though. It's like, a lot of times when they use substitution, it's like, or they use clones like the substitution, it's really just weird. Like, I don't know. Also, so what the hell was Orochimaru doing when he was like merging with the tree before Anko showed up?
I don't know. Like that's like a Zetsu thing. Where did he learn that? What jutsu is that?
Yeah, because literally he has, it's in the data book something, I don't know what it was called. But like, yeah, he literally has the same jutsu.
But also, why did he pop up there? Because it wasn't for Anko. He was just randomly appearing there.
Well, he was just merging with the tree, then Anko showed up.
Oh, is it not the other way around? Was he not coming out of the tree? Because he went into the tree when he left Sasuke. Yeah, like when he left Sasuke after the curse mark, he went into the tree to leave.
Let me just...
I'm pretty confident he comes up, not goes down.
Okay, hold on. Let me just look at it.
It's like the start, obviously, of the Anko thing, not the end, because he would be leaving.
Let me just see when he leaves and when he shows up. Okay, so... I thought he just, like... Okay, so...
I think
He
it's in
goes
the
into the
anime.
ground. He goes into the ground.
In the anime, it's definitely the tree.
He might be going into a tree. I can't tell what he's standing on.
Okay.
Let me just back up. Is he standing on a tree branch too?
So you mean after
It looks like he's on Earth.
You mean after he gives a curse mark to Sasuke?
So this is just like, oh, okay, hold on.
Was
He's
Sasuke
on
in a tree?
Okay, hold on. Sasuke and Orochimaru currently are both on trees, like 2 different trees,
Yeah.
branches that are really big. Sasuke does the fireball jutsu. Then he burns the scroll, gives him the curse mark, and then he just goes down. Okay, so he goes into a tree. Okay,
Yeah.
so hold on here. This is going to get really crazy.
Uh-huh.
So that means he went into a tree and popped up in a different tree.
Yeah. No, like he's Zetsu. He literally Zetsu.
Literally has a space-time ninjutsu. Okay. Okay, in the anime, I'm pretty sure, I don't know. I have to go back and look. But in the anime, I thought he was going into the tree when Anko showed up. But in the manga here, like Anko just jumps down, Orochimaru's just there. And she says she's talking. Actually, she's thinking in her head. And then she says, "Isn't it Orochimaru?" And he says, "Impossible." Like she found him. And he's just like in the tree. What the hell is this jutsu?
In that case, I think it might
tell
be
me.
anime only where Orochimaru pops out of the tree. For Anko.
I mean, he comes out obviously when he's fighting her, but like, the hell is this jutsu?
Yeah. I will note something really interesting is
let's see if part 1 data book has this.
So the kanji used for Orochimaru's summoning, it describes it as like a female person is the one that summoned it, which is really interesting.
That's weird because the manga has him being a guy like at all times, whereas the anime does like Snake Lady.
Well, it's not like exclusively 100% a female. I don't think this is actually the thing I was translating earlier tonight. I was telling you about.
Oh really?
Yeah. It's like, I don't know how to describe it. It's like especially for women, but like it doesn't even mention men. Like it's like, yeah, and the person they summon, but like especially women, like women especially are the ones who do this, especially so. Really emphasize that fact. Yeah. Like I don't even know if men can do it because men weren't mentioned. But there you go. I think that adds more to the Orochimaru mystique or lore of early part 1 at least. Almost like Medusa.
Yeah. I can get the Medusa vibe when like the snakes in the hair. This is so in the data book I can't find anything anyway. I tried searching tree, teleport, and transport. I didn't find anything about what Orochimaru was doing when he went between the trees, but I'll find the Zetsu one. But did you know that though his face jutsu is called the vanishing facial copy technique, the Shoshagan no jutsu? It's a B rank jutsu. It's close range.
Oh, I mean, I don't think I knew exactly all of that, but I could probably guess most of that.
That's funny.
It's close range.
It's a close range technique, I guess, because you need to go up to their face.
I mean, it makes sense. That shouldn't be as funny as it is, but it's just funny.
It's just funny that they have to specify that's a close range technique.
It's like if punching... It's like taijutsu. By the way, it's a close range technique.
Okay, Zetsu transportation jutsu. And this must be 3rd data book, so it's going to be hard to find. What is it called? Earth teleportation?
I wonder if the primary lotus is listed as a close range technique.
Oh, it has to be. It has to say. Like, it's obvious. It must say it.
It's so stupid.
Does it say that? Oh my god. I want to find the data book page for this. For the jutsu, because it's listed in there. I just forgot the name of it.
I bet Chidori Stream would be medium range technique.
Probably close to mid range. It probably would say close to mid range.
Yeah.
Okay, I can't find the name of the Black Zetsu jutsu. It might be Earth teleportation, but I thought it had a different name.
When's
One
the
was actually
first?
kinda cool.
When's the first time Sasuke does Chidori Sinbone?
They did Data fight.
Probably. There might be a movie. It might be a movie too.
He does. Okay, I can't answer that. But he does Chidori Stream versus Team 7. He does Chidori Spear versus Orochimaru. Then Senbon versus Datara. That's what I do know.
Okay.
And then he does Kirin versus Itachi.
Yeah. So, thanks for the reminder. Yeah, I forgot. Don't worry.
In case you didn't remember. So anyway, though, getting back to the first question you asked.
Which
what
was the first question? Okay, well, that's fine because I have a different question. All right, so yeah, it's fine. So going back. Okay, yeah. Okay, perfect. So right where we were. All right. So, okay. Thought experiment here.
2 hours ago.
Not 2 hours, like 20 minutes. So, okay, fun little thought experiment. I think the answer is probably obvious, but all right. Pain does Rinne Tensei, but before that, okay, Ino uses her mind transfer jutsu on someone, and we know if that person dies, it's like a very dangerous technique, like Ino dies or whatever. So, okay, Pain does Rinne Tensei. How does that even work? Are there 2 souls? Do their souls combine? Does Ino's soul go into his body? Does it go to her body? What happens to the original soul?
If like Ino uses mind transfer on someone and then that person dies,
yeah,
I think the Rinne. This is just a guess. If Nagato intends to revive both of them, I think their souls would just go back to their original bodies.
That's why I said I think it's. I think yeah, I agree. That's why I said it's an easy. I think, but it's a fun thought experiment based on what we're talking about.
Yeah, like obviously, like there's the potential, but like the thing is, it summons their souls back. Like their souls don't merge. The point is just that when Ino does mind transfer, her soul essentially takes over the body, but their soul is still in the body. Like Sakura's soul's in her body when Ino uses mind transfer. Yeah. They're just there, and so. That's why she dies, because her soul would die too, essentially.
Oh, here's a fun one. What if he used Rinne Tensei on Dawn when he's actively using his ghost jutsu? Does it negate or cancel the ghost jutsu? Does the soul get sucked back inside of Dawn?
That's what I think would happen. I think Nagato would die. He'd have to give his life just to put Dawn's soul inside his body. So he's like Obito. So imagine Don versus Obito and Nagato, and he's just like Obito's like Nagato. We have no choice. He's like, I understand, but he's gonna summon his soul back just so they can. Which would be so stupid because like just go kill Don while his soul's gone.
Okay, so.
But to be fair, Don has rural teleportation. He can teleport anywhere in the world instantly, like no matter the distance. So he just makes everyone.
Okay. 2 more. The first one. Okay, so I think Rinne Tensei draws the soul from the Pure Lands. So could he even use it on Sakumo if Sakumo's body was there and just didn't deteriorate? Is that even a possibility?
He's not in the Pure, because he's in Limbo.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it would just personally. I think it would just work. I think they're just saying generally Pure Land, but I think it would still summon his soul back. But to counter that, the same thing applies to the Edo Tensei, and we do know that if their soul is stuck in the Reaper Death Seal or Kosuke Blade or something like that, they wouldn't be summoned.
Yeah.
So that would make the question of, hypothetically, could Nagato even Rinne rebirth Hirama while he's in the Reaper Death Field? If the Edo Tensei can't, it makes it question, well, why would the Rinne Tensei be able to? The only answer you'd have is just, Rinne Rebirth is better. It can, but...
well, is Rinne Rebirth a summoning technique, quote unquote? Because Edo Tensei, we looked at, was literally a summoning technique.
Mm-hmm. Rinne Rebirth isn't listed as a summoning jutsu.
What's it described as? The process there.
A heavenly power, the ghetto art, the ghetto outer path power. How it described very godly.
Does it? So I think from memory, is it that it draws the souls from the Pure Lands?
Let me just look.
Is that the terminology?
I think it might say it summons, without saying it's a summoning jutsu.
Yeah, in which case I wouldn't use that. But, you know. Because, like, if Tsunade summons Naruto to her office, she's not using the summoning jutsu.
Yeah. Oh, actually, hold on, wrong one. Outer Path stamps our heavenly life technique. The user's life is sacrificed for a noble cause. Life burns after being returned from the underworld. The King of Hell is summoned, but that's not the point. And a deceased person is presented with life. It is different from Imperial World reincarnation, as the target is brought back to life perfectly with a rejuvenated body, a supreme jutsu. So I guess that answers the skeleton question. It would rejuvenate the body.
Okay.
Yeah, it never says it's a wonderfully miraculous jutsu. Yeah, it doesn't say. It just says returns a soul to the flesh. So it doesn't say summon. So I guess it might bypass Reaper Death Seal.
It's funny that it says for a noble cause. That's how Kirin is also described, at least in mythology, I think. But here, do you think it... I think the answer is yes, but do you think it could be used for a non-noble cause?
Well, absolutely. Like Zetsu was
That's
not
what I was
doing it
thinking.
for noble
But
cause.
I could...
Like,
well, hang on. But I could use that to say Madara was right.
I was gonna say you can argue that it was noble because the data book stated it's only like it's a noble cause. Therefore, Madara reviving has to be noble, and that's obviously very silly. But even then, Zetsu wasn't doing it for a noble cause. Still, he's doing it for his own secret goal, which is not noble. You have to argue Kaguya and Zetsu are right in that case. So.
Okay, so here's a few more. So based on what we just covered, because this makes it actually really interesting now that you said that, because I'm wondering what the limits are. Before I was going to say no, now I'm conflicted. What about if he used it on Zaku and Kin, who are literally just dead dust corpses after the Edo Tensei?
No, they're not. No, their bodies get uncovered by the dust. They're not dust themselves.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, the dust covers the host body.
The way
the
it
host body
looks,
doesn't become dust.
it definitely looks like they turn to dust.
No. In both the manga and the anime, you see their faces in the dust.
Okay,
That's how
maybe
we
it
know
just
it's
maybe
dust.
just the way it's depicted to look obviously scary because like it's meant to be.
Yeah, it's like they're buried in the dust. Like you see like their part of their face showing, but like their face is clearly there. That's why we recognize them.
Okay, you know what? Hypothetical rewrite: they were burned to death. So Sasuke used fireball, firestone. They're dust. Can the body be rejuvenated?
I mean, it doesn't. The data book doesn't describe any limitation on that. So I think the only problem, like Jiraiya, is that he's just where he's dead is the problem.
Yeah.
So like,
bringing him back would just be cruel and unusual.
Yeah, he's just gonna die again.
Okay.
Like they would have to get him out of the sea first, then use it. Which I mean, the problem is obviously they couldn't get there. Kabuto couldn't at least.
So, all right, my next one. In the war arc, it seems as if some of the characters don't remember or just didn't go to the Pure Lands. Like, it's like they blinked
like
and they just woke up.
Zabuza.
Yeah. Assuming they weren't in the Pure Lands, could they have been revived using Rene Rebirth?
Well, that's what I was saying. The databook actually didn't mention the Pure Land at all. It just says that their users, the soul is returned. So, yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
So it definitely would work on some level. The interesting one is, would it work for...
Okay, that's what I was getting to. But before that, I want to say really funny thought. The King of Hell is getting the souls from heaven. Like, even if it's not all the, like, 100% exclusively from heaven, it's just a really funny thought. The King of Hell steals the souls out of heaven.
Yeah, the King of Hell is the one doing this. Like,
for a noble cause, mind you.
Like, it sounds like the King of Heaven.
Or is the Pure Lands actually just hell?
Yeah, the Pure Land's actually evil.
I mean, that would also lead credence to my theory then, because everyone in Naruto is just evil.
Yeah, except for Sakura.
In that case, in this hypothetical, if Sakamo did the Infinite Tsukiyomi, would you consider it ethical?
Well, okay, so here's the thing. I would have to.
He's the only good person in Naruto, canonically.
Because I was gonna say, like, in that case, is like mass murdering people even bad in Naruto because they're all evil.
There you go. I told you I was right.
It's like on one hand, it's like, well, you shouldn't kill people, but I guess apparently they're evil. So.
That also takes away your one of your biggest complaints with Madara is that he kills people.
Well, I don't complain about it. Like, I'm not complaining about it.
Well, I'm not complaining.
But,
you know what I mean. It's like one of the arguments he used.
Yeah. Well, then it's just like, do these people deserve the infinite supply? Because you said evil people don't deserve it. Like,
That's
this
a
is
great
not
point.
the answer.
We've completely changed the bounds. If anything, we've like flip-flopped our roles here. I'm the one advocating against it now. You're for it.
If anything, it just sounds like the answer is neither. They should all just die. That's what we're talking about.
Oh, that brings up a good idea. All right. Nagato and Obito use Rinne Rebirth on each other at the same time.
Well, that doesn't make sense because they wouldn't be dead yet.
Well, yeah, but when they use it, they die.
I would.
Yeah, but like,
they will probably use
you
these
can't
Naki.
revive Obito if Obito isn't dead.
But if he's using Rinne Rebirth, then he's dead. He's just doing it at the same time. Like, it's a process.
He's going to. Yeah, but he would be going to die. They revive then die.
You know what? That's a good
They
point.
don't do it. It's not an instant same time. It's not like
at the same. To be fair, they did have huge chakra reserves or lifespans or whatever, which is why they didn't die at first. Plus, Zetsu clung onto him. Like, it was a Ten Tails thing.
No, but
it was the Uzumaki thing.
Half Uzumaki.
Exactly.
But even then, though, like in Obito's case, he was going to die, but it's not like. It never seems like they just immediately die or they die as they're reviving. Like Chiyo's case, it's like my soul is going into you to revive your soul in a weird way. So she's dying as she's reviving. But for Rinne Rebirth, it seems like I revive you and then I die after. Like there's like an order to it.
Well, I'm thinking about it like the Uchiha eye swap. So, like, okay, assume it's just two Granny Chiyos. Just two people with Granny Chiyo's ability. Could they swap souls instead of eyes?
Could they give each other a soul?
Yeah.
Like, so weird. I mean, does the jutsu only work if they're dead? I don't know.
Or, okay, I think I think you agree with this. A much more plausible one would be if two people had Orochimaru's body swap jutsu. They could just body swap into each other's bodies. To be fair, it'd be the failing body, so they both just die anyways. But they could do that.
Yeah, I think that would make sense because of how that works.
Same.
That one's also just weird.
Same
like,
with the
way it's
face-stealing jutsu.
As a side note, the way it's visually shown is so weird. Like how that works, but ignoring that, yeah.
Same with the face-stealing jutsu, though. I think they could swap that as well.
Each other's faces.
Yeah.
So weird though, like, because you lose your face when it's stolen. So
why even have the jutsu? You have the just transform into that.
I guess, to be fair. Actually, hold on. I'm gonna get into this after, but my argument for why would be because if you get hit, the transformation jutsu usually just immediately undoes. So this is it's like Zetsu's where it's better and longer lasting. But here's the weirdest thing. So like Orochimaru steals only the face of Shiro, whatever her name was, or his name in the manga. Anyway, he steals just the face and their face is gone. So how did he get the body? Like, huh? Like, their body's still there. It's not, like, gone. So, like, and that wasn't a transformation jutsu because, well, it didn't undo it. It's like it undid everything but their face. Like, he literally has, like, it's not just Orochimaru. The Sound Four are also impersonating the two teammates. And...
Are they? I didn't know that.
How do they...
Which two? Do you know?
It's
I always
possible.
wondered that.
We don't actually know which two. Yeah, actually, I wanted to ask this.
Oh, you know what?
But,
Just for the sake of
okay,
the fact of it
first
being
things first.
two,
It's
they
possible
sound
they were
like
doing it
Sako and
together.
Anukon. They literally
Huh?
did it. They sound like Sako and Anukon. We could say it's both of them. That would be really interesting foreshadow, in a weird way.
I have
Right?
to listen
Yeah.
to their voices.
It's not exact, I don't think, but it's pretty similar. At least in the dub. I don't know about
I know they
sub.
say, well, yeah, because I remember in the dubbed, like, you know who we're looking for.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, those three brats.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
does sound like Sakon. If you're gonna pick one, yeah, oh, absolutely. Sakon in particular is like
that's
has
so
to be the
cool.
one talking.
I love that.
But what I was gonna say though is, when they're impersonating the sand guards, it's actually two of them together. So it's possible they just did the same thing there, where like Jirobo and Tayuya jumbled together,
yeah.
and Sakon, Ukon, and Kidomaru jumbled together. I guess that's really three people in that case, but it's possible they just did that same thing again. But what I was going to ask though is, okay, we know the reason why I say we know that it's the sound. And
Yeah, Kamui? Kamui? Oh, well, hello there, Millennium Kage. How are you? We're getting to the reaction. Oh, Kamui. Kamui. Okay, Kamui. Kamui. I'm going to disconnect you so you join back so you know something's wrong. Yeah, well, there we go. Wow, Kamui joins back. Ooh, where's Trippy? Well, he's at work, Hey, I hear you.
Barry?
Yeah.
I guess I just wasn't talking to you for like a minute there. I was still talking.
Yeah, could you not hear me?
I can hear you.
No, but could you not hear me for that minute?
No, I heard you. It just sounded like you were interrupting me.
Oh, okay, weird.
You weren't
My
hearing
bad.
me. It
I'm
sounds
sorry.
Right?
No, I wasn't hearing you for like a minute. Just to clarify, I was not
no,
interrupting you.
Because you started saying something, I'm like, this doesn't sound right.
Well, I mean,
And
I
then
guess
you were like,
I guess
"Kamui?"
technically I was interrupting you. I just didn't know it.
Yeah, no, you're fine. But
Okay.
I was just like, I was so confused. I was like, I guess he just doesn't care. But well, they find the dead bodies of those three outside the exams. This is during the exams. We've already seen them in the forest, so that doesn't make sense. So they had to have been killed before. So we pretty much know it's the sound for it. But my question was, what do you think they did after Orochimaru said, fan out into the woods, I'm doing this alone? Do you think they either A, just left and said, fuck this, or do you think that they just started killing a bunch of people for the fun of it?
They might
Because
have.
you would think on one hand, that's very in character. But on the other hand, that would also just maybe attract more attention to them. So
That is in character. You could say maybe they went off to go get scrolls.
oh my god.
You hi? What? I hear you.
Okay, did you say something?
Yeah, I was saying maybe they went off to go get scrolls or to go help out, not Kabuto, but like, I don't know. Because like maybe it could be like...
I didn't hear you for a minute. That's why I was wondering. I was like,
Okay. Yeah, I was saying like, all right, Orochimaru's gonna focus on Sasuke, so then like they'll go get scrolls in case Orochimaru wants to keep doing stuff. Which I mean,
Okay,
technically
yeah,
he was
just in
there
case.
watching anyway, so he did technically pass. So I guess that's what they were doing. So
It's
okay,
so funny, Orochimaru.
that's funny. Sakon
turns
and
into the
Ukon
sensei.
passed the Forest of Death for Orochimaru.
And then they just dropped out without actually. It's so weird.
Oh no, that makes it the sound fortune exams much more fun. That hypothetical we had.
Yeah, exactly. Like they actually participated.
They literally succeeded.
You know, what do you think Orochimaru's cheating method was in the or actually, do you think Orochimaru killed those three before or after the first exam? Do you think it was before all exams, or did they do it right before the Forest of Death?
So here's a much more fun example. So okay, going back a little bit here. So I was wondering, well, what about Kimimaro? Like, he was there. Like, yeah, he collapsed after Rasa, and then we know he went back to the hideout with Kabuto to, like, go heal because he was, like, dead at that point, basically. He just couldn't move. But we also know he actually did continue on to Konoha to take out these 3 people that Orochimaru swapped faces with the sound
order backwards. No, you have to order backwards. They killed those 3 before Rasa, I'm pretty sure.
You think so?
I might be wrong. I might be wrong, but if I remember right, he coughs up blood for the 3 grass ninja, and then they show the Rasa fight, and that's when he collapses.
That might be right, because there's a pretty big amount of time between the preliminaries and the finals, and I don't think the Kazekage was there for like a week or whatever.
Yeah, I think that the Orochimaru took over during that 1 month break.
Okay,
if I remember correct.
Okay, either
so
way...
I think he manipulates the sand and then takes over. Yeah. Like, they already plan on betraying the leaf, but, like, Orochimaru then takes over.
Yeah. Well, either way, Kimimaro was there during this time, so what was he doing? I have a fun scenario. What if the way Orochimaru cheated was just like how the Sound 4 imitated other people? What if Kimimaro was... He killed one of the Chunin and was cheating for Orochimaru by being one of the fake people there?
He's one of the proctors.
Yes. Yes. And nobody knows.
It's just like the Kokoro puppet one, except Kimimaro got away with it. Wait, Vicky actually didn't know.
Okay, tell me.
The face swap
Can we just say that's canon? That's most. Can we just say that? Okay, we're saying it's canon. I love it.
Kimimaro. I was gonna say, what do you think Orochimaru's cheating method was, or do you think he just knew the answers?
Yeah, that's what I was getting at. It was Kimimaro. He was the fake proctor. That was Orochimaru's cheating method.
Back on the Yukon, like, have to do like some special trick. Kimimaro just like taking the test for Orochimaru. He's like,
what I would have. Oh, you know what makes this infinitely better? What makes this infinitely better is the fact that because he killed the proctor and he's hiding, he doesn't have the answers, so he's just a natural prodigy who aced the test.
Well, I was thinking that maybe he was just like, as a okay, that's also funny, but which is actually plausible. But I was gonna say maybe he was just the proctor, and as the proctor, he's watching the exam, and he's allowed to do that. So he's actually just looking at one of the people's tests as the proctor, but instead of writing down, "Oh, you cheated," he's writing down their answers.
That is possible.
That's what's implied.
I disagree. I think what's implied is that they were just normally taking the exam. Like the proctors weren't cheating, is what I thought. Swifty, what did you think?
The proctors aren't cheating. Wait, what do you mean? Like...
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, it'd be weird if Kimimaro was looking around if none of the other proctors were.
Okay, hold on. When you say proctor... Okay, hold on.
The fake proctors.
I think we had a confusion of what we meant. So... There's Chunin taking the test who are actually Chunin, not actually examinees. So they're pretending to be examinees. When you say proctor, I thought you meant like Izumo and Kotetsu and Ibiki, where they're
no. I meant one of the fake Chunin.
Okay, so you meant Kimimaro being one of the fake Chunin, not being like Izumo and like being the proctor. Okay,
yeah,
that's what I thought you meant at first. That's also funny. Yeah, Kimimaro is just the fake Chunin.
He's literally taking the written portion of the exam. Just acing it without a sweat. Just no problem.
He just knows the answers.
It's like the Hinata and Naruto situation where Kimimaro just sitting right next to him. Orochimaru-kun, do you want to cheat off me? But like in this case, he's just like, yes.
Orochimaru's just like nudging at me. Orochimaru's just like, hey, what do you get for answer number 4?
Like he just
the answer's 6. It's like, oh, good, okay.
What's as stupid and goofy and ridiculous and silly as that is, that unironically, because Orochimaru is the antagonist here, in some way increases the narrative because he's doing what Naruto wouldn't do morally.
Yeah.
Like the
he actually goes through with it.
What if
like Kimimaru's like, no, Orochimaru, I don't want you to fail.
Yeah.
He's like, it's fine.
Kimimaro was about to raise his hand for Orochimaru before Naruto slammed his hand down the same way Sakura was going to.
It's like Orochimaru. I can't let you give up your dream of becoming Hokage.
Oh, this case would just be tuning. Actually, I guess Hokage would work better. I agree. Hokage would just work better.
The point is Sakura didn't want Naruto to give up his dream of becoming Hokage because she thinks he needs to be a Chunin first.
Yeah, like, well, the idea there is that obviously Orochimaru isn't actually trying to be Hokage, but like in a way he was trying to become Hokage. So yeah.
That's why I said that though. Like I don't want you to give up your dream.
Like in a Naruto remastered for fans who've already seen the series, this is what needs to be done. They need the parallel there.
Dude, we could add this to the abridged. Like,
yes, yes.
We're just gonna write it down. Write it down. Right now.
Okay.
I have gloves on outside, so I can't touch. So.
How cold is it?
Oh, it's I don't know. I'm not gonna check, but I'll check after I come inside later. But it's pretty cool.
Exams abridged. Okay, I got that.
We got it right. Oh my god, yeah. Actually, besides just the abridged, I almost just want to do. I guess we can just add it into the abridged. Yeah, it's just part of the abridged. We can add shit like this. This is so funny.
Oh, you meant for the video? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Like we're gonna put this into our series, like these things.
Yes. I think that did we address everything from this portion of the discussion? I feel like there might be one or two things.
Well, no, we still haven't gotten to the actual first question.
Oh, well, no, I meant like from this extra stuff though, before the first question.
Oh, I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
I think so. Yeah.
Okay, there was a zeroth question I was gonna ask first. I don't remember what it was anymore though.
We're already on to the 10th question. Like.
Okay, maybe it'll come back to me. That's fine. Oh, I remember this. Okay, the zeroth question before we get to the first question. All right, this is the reason that I asked which tailed beast do you think was sealed first or whatever, or like who do you think was in the Akatsuki at the time? Okay, because Toby joined later. Did Obito help with the sealing at first or not?
I don't think so.
That's hilarious.
The same way he doesn't help with the one tails.
The one time he should. Like, this is the one thing he specifically should be doing. It's the one thing he's not.
Well, technically, he should be doing a lot of things.
Like, of all things.
Yeah, he literally isn't. Like, he's not there for the one tail sealing. Like, he's just not.
Okay, actually, that brings up a really interesting idea, though. And again, we don't have to get into it. But going back to does Madara do the Infinite Tsukuyomi stuff? So, okay. If Madara, which is not revived at all, no Edo Tensei, no Ren and Rebirth, it's just all the plans went awry. Nagato betrayed him, Kabuto betrayed him. There's just no Madara.
Well, it's not really. I mean, Kabuto kind of did betray him by reviving Madara.
Okay, well, you get the point. You get the point. Madara is not revived in this hypothetical. Okay. Yeah. In this hypothetical, Madara is looking down from the Pure Lands. He could just see, just like Hagoromo. Is Madara upset that Jubito casts the Infinite Tsukuyomi? If he's just not revived at all.
Well, okay. The problem with that question...
To be fair, he can be salty that he was never revived, but that's a different thing.
That's what, like, is he upset? Absolutely. He's upset that he's not there doing it. But okay, in that case, the choice of Infinite Tsukuyomi or not Infinite Tsukuyomi, I think he would prefer, he doesn't have the choice of being revived. He just gets to watch.
Yeah.
I think he's going to prefer Obito succeeds, I would guess, but to be honest, I really do think, though, more than anything, is Madara wants to save the world. And, this is the answer he came to, but, he cares more about that than anything else. But, yeah, in this hypothetical, he's going to be rooting for Obito, I think.
Okay, that's a very fair answer. I like that. Okay. Because that's sort of what I was getting at the whole time, but that's fine. All right.
The point is, obviously, this is the answer he came to. He believes in his answer. I don't discount. This is his answer. So if somebody else has the same answer, he's going to be, good.
I mean, to be fair, like again, we don't have to get into it. I hate the fact that we say that and then every time we get into it, but let's not get into it this time. Okay, but to be fair, he does, I don't want to say rely, but he like, I don't want to say uses teamwork, but he does use other people. Like the fact he gave his eyes to Nagato and then he sort of mentored Obito. Like he is not doing it himself. He is still relying on or helping or being used by whatever. He's using other people is the point.
I mean, he's using others. Like he's not doing it. But yeah, so if you want to get into the whole Itachi thing, technically in a way, Madara isn't doing it all himself. He is in a sense, but like in a literal sense, the same would apply to Naruto though. Like he is in a sense, but he wouldn't be doing it all himself if he has Killer Bee right next to him. So it's more like the what's the word? I want to say symbolic, but like metaphorically doing it himself. I don't know, but like in both cases, they wouldn't literally be doing it alone. Like even Obito, who is quote unquote Madara at the time, he's literally doing it with the help of Kabuto. Like,
yeah.
So it's more like the idea, I guess, than the literal concept.
To be fair, I'm sure you'll disagree with this, and we don't have to make an argument about it. We'll just disagree in this case. Yeah. The way I view Madara is a similar way to where I view omnipotence, to where, like omnipotence, I think omnipotence is both literally omnipotence and also coincidentally called omnipotence. Unlike Madara, to where I think his name is literally Madara, but he calls himself Madara in the same way that Obito calls himself Madara, because Madara is more of an idea. So in the same way Obito was both Obito and no one.
To add on to that,
yeah.
Madara, obviously that's his name, but he separates Madara as a concept. Like he tells Obito, Madara, he who rejects his world is Madara.
Exactly.
Like, he creates a concept out of himself.
Yeah.
So I agree with that part.
Okay, I thought you
disagree. In the case of the omnipotence thing, no, I 100% agree with you in the sense of like the jutsu is named that for a reason. Like it's clearly based off literal omnipotence. Same as creation of all things. Like it's named that for a reason because you can theoretically create anything with it. The whole point of that was just about Ada. Which we'll save it for another time.
yeah.
But
okay, I thought you would disagree about that Madara thing though. That's good. That's cool.
No, because he literally says it.
Like, yeah, I don't know. It's just the way you think about things. I would think, well, no, his name's Madara, so of course he's saying Madara. That's just what I thought you were gonna say.
No, that's why he says you are Madara to Obito, because the point is you are being, like, metaphorically Madara.
Yeah, literally he who rejects the world.
When Itachi, like in like Itachi, and a different meaning behind it is the calling thing. Naruto will be like Madara. He's not saying you are Madara, but like you would be like him because you're doing something similar to him in a way.
Because I was already prepared.
Madara,
I thought you were going to argue a couple different things. Like, oh, well, Madara never says he's nobody like Obito. He just says he's Madara. Like, I thought you were going to argue something like that.
No. I'm pretty sure I've literally used that to explain something to you before.
I don't know.
Yeah. Madara, like, he's essentially putting himself on a pedestal in a way, but, like, yeah, he's just creating a concept of himself. We agree.
Yeah.
What was the next question? Or was that the last one?
Well, that was actually a side question. So we did answer question 0 of do we think Obito, which is funny that it's no. It's hilarious. Okay. All right, so I guess moving on to the first question of the stream. Topic number 1.
3 hours later.
Technically, only an hour and 52 minutes.
Good. That means I have an extra 2 more hours to go. Because then we start. Wait, what time do we start?
An hour and 52 minutes ago from 12:20.
I guess 12:20. Okay, that's what I really need. Okay, yeah, 2 more hours. I was gonna say we did talk a bit before we actually started streams. So I was like, how long was that?
Okay. All right. So, do you remember why we brought this up in the first place? Because I know the world domination thing. How do we get on the world domination thing in the first place?
I think I just said I thought it was interesting how I don't remember what we were talking about before with it, but I think I just I think you referenced something, and I said like, "Yo," as a side note, I always found it interesting, reading that speech, because the way Payne talks about it, because obviously in hindsight we can see like clearly this is Payne's plan for the Akatsuki and how this relates to his peace plan.
I remember you
But
said
at the
in
time when you're
hindsight,
reading
but I
it-
thought I was the one that brought this up.
No, because the point was when you read that for the first time and you just consider the context of who he's explaining it to, and you read what he says, obviously we can read that and see how it relates to his peace plan.
I'm gonna
But
go
before
look.
you know he wants world peace, it has a almost. It doesn't directly sound sinister, but he's like, it sounds almost like he's saying, like, yeah, we're gonna take over the world. Why, we don't know. But like he's telling us that Hedon doesn't care about peace. Datara doesn't care about peace. So it makes sense why he wouldn't say like, yeah, I'm trying to create world peace. Because Hedon's gonna be like, okay, I quit. Like, so he phrases it in a way that I think like anyone can make their own interpretation. Itachi might say, huh, this doesn't sound so bad. Hedon might be like, oh yeah, I get to control wars. Hell yeah, I get to kill. Like, they might get their own interpretation. Which is what I'm thinking is the reason why he words it the way he does. In a way that sounds good for anyone in the Akatsuki, I guess.
Let's see. I think
yeah,
I found it.
I sent like
right
6
up here.
images of the whole scene.
No, I already got I pulled those up before stream. I mean, how we got onto this. Okay, it's because we're talking about who Itachi would hate, because we're going to do that tier list.
Oh, yeah.
And it was like, would he hate Nagato before he was dead, I guess, essentially. Because of the speech, I guess. All right. So, okay, let's go into that with this context. All right, so, okay, so we brought that up, and Payne's like, world domination, yeah, Itachi's going to hate that. But he's like, well, but then Hedon's like, oh, well, this sounds greedy. And he's like, no, we're not going to use money. I'm quoting this terribly.
Like, Hedon's just like, you're the same as Kakazu. All you care about is money. And then he's like, well, actually, no. Money is our immediate goal, but the true goal lies elsewhere. And then he's like, I don't know what this goal is. You didn't tell me because I knew. And then he's like, okay, I guess it's time I tell you. And he explains everything.
Yeah. By the way, side note, Payne does say on the first scan, wars will never disappear, for at the end of the day, it is simply a part of human nature. Do you agree with that in Naruto? Just out of sheer curiosity.
It's tough because in Attack on Titan, clearly.
Yeah, clearly, but in Naruto.
In Naruto, I mean, the problem is because, like, there's a lot of truth to what Payne says when he says things like how, given his actual plan, it's like, in time that pain will quote-unquote fade away. What it really means is 3 generations from now, they're not going to know the pain of war, and so they're going to be more likely to just jump into it over their petty disagreements and start fighting. And so he wants basically all generations to kind of get a sense of pain, so that they don't fight as often. But anyway, so yeah, I mean, you take even Boruto, he's like, I wish I grew up in a time of war to Kakashi. And he's like, no, you don't, bro. But like Boruto, without learning from Kakashi, actually feels that way. Like he literally is like, oh man, if only I grew up in a time of war.
Yeah.
And so if you have people like that, I mean, yeah, they might start wars over disagreements.
I mean, Hedon essentially developed into that.
Oh yeah, like in a way, yeah, because like that was their whole life.
Oh, I just found something funny. Yeah. Also on the first scan, we're talking about like who's the least loyal to the Akatsuki. Hedon states verbatim, "I don't intend to devote my all to this organization." All right, directly to Pain. I will not devote myself to this organization. You can't be less loyal.
Actually, yeah, that's okay. Ranking least loyal Akatsuki is like a tier list. Write that down.
Okay.
Because most loyal has got to be like Kisame. I would say Kisame. I've been Kisame over Pain and Obito. I mean, actually, to be fair, Kisame wasn't the most loyal before the a Toby reveal thing because he's literally debating on leaving when Itachi dies. But after that, yeah, he's the most loyal.
There we go.
But yeah,
'Cause I wasn't sharing it before. Here's the
Hidan
first
and
panel.
Itachi, I guess, would be the two contenders for least loyal.
Yeah. By the way, just for stream, I'm going to be slowly going through all the panels. In fact, just... Can I show all 6 panels without getting copyright, or do you think I should put on a filter?
Ooh, I don't know.
I'll play it
I
safe.
don't know how that works. Yeah, play it safe. I don't know how that works with panels on stream.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
you might as well read it out loud. I'm not looking.
Oh, it's too long. It would take 10 minutes if we were... It's just on reading it out loud alone if we were going to do the whole thing. I was just thinking we could talk while we show the scans. All right,
Okay.
but for the second one, we were disagreeing about this because I don't understand. What exactly were you saying? Maybe I just misread what you said, because maybe I do have dyslexia after all. I don't know. Maybe Cam's right.
Wait, I'm not looking at what you're saying.
Okay, so with Hidan, I think you were saying that he questions something. Hang on, let me read exactly what you wrote, because there's just no way. There's just no way. Hang on. I'm gonna go find
What
it.
are you arguing? What are you arguing?
Yeah, I was arguing the
That
opposite of you. Let me go see what I was arguing.
I think if it has to do with the greedy thing, my point was he says the Akatsuki's greedy before Pain explains the whole plan, not after the fact, was the point. That's the only thing that came to mind about
Okay.
Hidan.
Okay, I got this here. I'm just gonna start from the top, even though this isn't the direct thing. All right, so I say, hang on, let me go even before then. Okay, so I said first, the world leader denies the world domination as greedy. And I'll just read off the quotes, I guess,
Right.
to say exactly. First I'm gonna read off the quotes. Or should I do that after? What do you think? Our conversation or the
It
quotes
doesn't really
first?
matter, 'cause I remember now. So.
Okay.
yeah,
Well, I
my
was gonna
point
say for
Hidan
stream.
didn't-
Just to catch them
Sure.
up.
Well, real quick.
Yeah.
My point was Hidan didn't say the world domination was greedy. He didn't know the world domination plan yet. He was saying the Akatsuki just wants to make money. He was just saying that, and Pain's like, well, no, that's our immediate goal, but our actual goal lies elsewhere. And then he explained the world domination stuff. Hidan doesn't say that's greedy. He thinks that he literally just thinks the Akatsuki's like Kakuzu and wants to make big bucks. That's it.
No, but I agree. I don't think Hidan was saying that. That was never something I was trying to say. So specifically,
It's weird, but you say that he denies world domination as greedy, but the world domination was never.
he's referring to
question of greed.
Pain. Well, not the word. Well, I mean, it kind of is. So again, all right. So what is stated here? All right, so Hidan, okay, this is like the start of the idea. Hidan says, Humph, you may act all high and mighty, but it appears to me that the Akatsuki's motive is merely greed. So for me, the Akatsuki's motive, he's referring to the end goal regardless if he knows what it is or not. Like, he doesn't know it's greedy, I understand. Like, his claim doesn't matter, but he's still saying the Akatsuki's motive is greedy. Well, what is the Akatsuki motive? Well, Pain clarifies what the Akatsuki motive is. So it doesn't matter if he doesn't know it here, because Pain is saying,
the
no,
point is-
the Akatsuki motive isn't greedy, essentially.
But he can't say that he thinks the world domination was greedy if he doesn't even know that's what the goal was.
No, I agree.
So
I agree.
he just thinks the Akatsuki's greedy,
So,
but he's not specifying.
Yeah, so Hidan isn't saying the Akatsuki's world domination is greedy, but Pain is telling Hidan that the world domination idea isn't greedy.
Well, in a way, yeah, but what he would be literally doing is saying, no, the Akatsuki's goal isn't greedy. Here's what the goal is.
Yes.
Like, this is just semantics, really.
Okay, so it sounds like we actually do agree, because I thought we disagreed.
Yeah, we're really just talking about a semantic argument with that, which is like, it's the same thing. It's just we're being pedantic.
All right, so just to specify, just to clarify, we both agree that Hidan doesn't know what the Akatsuki's motive are, but he still calls out the Akatsuki's motive as greedy. He's obviously referring to them contributing to the goals to get money or whatever, because that's what Nagato
Yeah.
says before then. But that's not what Pain is actually referring to in the end goal. He's referring to world domination,
Yeah.
which
Like,
Pain is
Hidan
saying
just
isn't
doesn't
greedy.
know the goal beyond that.
Yes.
So in his eyes, the Akatsuki's goal is just making money.
Okay.
Well,
Now that that understanding has been set, let's humorously read the part where we misunderstood each other.
yes.
Okay. All right, so I say, plus the leader denies world domination as greedy. You say where? I say scan 2. Hidan says it's greedy, and Nagato says, yes, we want money, but our true goal lies elsewhere. Yes, that's not exactly what he said, but it's essentially the idea. AKA, their true goal, world domination, isn't greedy. He also says in order... Okay, that's a different thing. It's for the intelligent. Doesn't matter. All right. You say, oh, well, Hidan
What does that
isn't...
even mean?
Who cares? It's not the coordinate, I know. See, look at how much we're laughing, and notice who's not here. Man, I wonder who the problem is.
I was literally thinking, no, I kid you not. 20 seconds ago, I was waiting for you to finish your thought so I could say this. I was going to say, I like how all of our solo podcasts with just us two are so calm and friendly.
We're going to have to show this
We
to Cam.
discuss something we disagree on without getting mad. Like,
you know what? Maybe you were right. Maybe we do live in the infinite Tsukiyomi, and it's just Cam that makes me think we don't.
like, you know, I think when Cam is here, you just like something like she makes you evil.
Wow, that's one way of putting it. Yeah, the problem's me, I guess.
No, it's Cam.
Yeah, I agree.
He's
okay.
like manipulating you.
All right, so Cam's a trigger. I'm the bullet.
And but Cam is real clever. So she's making you shoot me, but then she pretends
Yes.
that she's on my
Yes,
side.
I like that. I was about to say that. In this case, you're the gun. I love that. I actually love that. It's so funny to think about. We gotta make... Okay, I'm writing that down. That's another meme.
Where's Trippy's role?
Oh, God.
He puts a blindfold on and ignores it.
Trippy... Yeah, I was gonna say Trippy's the air around the gun. Okay, so Kamui gun, Oodie, bullet, Cam, trigger. Which one do you like better? Trippy as air or Trippy as blindfolded guy?
Like the blindfolded guy, just because.
Okay.
He's just like, I don't know. He's just not there.
Blindfolded
He's a
guy.
blindfolded doctor.
Okay, I wrote that down. That's too funny not to add. The only problem with the video memes, because I did make a picture meme. The only problem with the video meme... Oh, crap, I forgot to take a... I was going to show you that thing that I couldn't tell you about the other night.
Something like that you're gonna show me later, or is that a different thing?
Oh, there was two things. I don't remember... Oh, I don't know which thing you're referring to, but I know which thing I'm referring to. But the point is I can't show you, because I didn't get it. I forgot to.
Okay, well, you said on the podcast you were gonna show me something after.
Yes.
Which
Wow.
I think relates to a certain someone.
Oh, no, it's actually completely unrelated. But,
Okay.
well, unless we are actually talking about two different things now after all. Because there was two things.
I don't know.
So there was two things I couldn't show you.
Alright.
Okay. All right.
Anyway,
Well,
does that complete the pain part?
hang on. We could,
How many questions
almost.
do you have before the reaction?
Well, we're going to go through the 6 scans and see, like, the world domination thing. I don't know exactly which scan, because I only went
The
through
world
the first 2.
domination's the last.
Okay, we'll just look at the last one, then we'll ignore 3, 4, and 5. Unless there's something
the
there that we
last
need.
panel is just world domination. I think the last 3 panels are
Oh,
as much
here, let me
words.
see. Oh, yeah, and the third and final step. World domination. To be fair, I could make an argument there. Like, he says this only to himself. Yeah,
Well,
maybe?
that's another thing. No, actually, yeah. Because, I mean, granted, like,
That's so stupid.
when they're astral projecting, they are talking. I don't know. It's like, is he saying that? Like, does the astral projection say that when he says that? Or because he says it out loud, is he only saying that to himself?
You know what?
Like, does he just not finish the
Okay. I'm going to type in my phone notes. Abridged. Pain says
He's-
third
to himself.
step is world domination. Hedon
And then Hedon
says,
wait, what is the third step?
yeah. The third step is what? Question mark, question mark, question mark.
He's like, is it the third step is
Hello?
Pain? Like, leader?
I love that.
And, like, Pain just standing there silently. Like,
Okay. That's so
and
good.
then Conquerors, you're just like, Hedon, don't worry about it. He's like, wait, I want to know what. Itachi, like, everyone's just like, he'll never learn. Like, everyone starts clouding him. He's like, what? He didn't answer.
me write this all
my god, I
down?
can't wait.
Wait, but I want to know. I'm going to say Itachi. He'll never learn. What was the last thing you said for Hedon?
He's just like, what? No, he's just like freaking out. It'd be funny if we had like each Akatsuki member say something. Maybe we don't need all of them to say something, but
Okay, I got that. No, that'd be way too much. Freaking 10 lines, basically. God.
oh, like you have like Orochimaru finish the sentence like not from a distance. He's just like, ha ha ha, world domination.
Okay. All right. I don't think there's anything else on the second scan. Oh, actually, I didn't even look at the second half of the second scan. We got so caught up with the a part of it. Okay, so the first step's money. Second step is mercenary shinobi army. So they didn't. So we never saw the second step, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
In fact, when does he mention the tail beast? Does he mention that as part of the mercenary army, or like after, or what?
So
He mentions like using them in the wars, but
economy. He goes on about the economy for a while.
yeah,
Shinobi exist.
so
to
he
fight,
explains like problems.
fun for their nation, and yet this is how they're rewarded. So also this is really interesting what Deidara says in reference to the is Shinobi's a tool thing. Deidara says two ideas. He says first, Shinobi exists to fight. The second idea, well, I guess this is actually Pain, but like we're looking at Deidara. And
Yeah,
Pain
Pain-
says
like,
Shinobi exists to fight, and then he says they put their lives on the line for their nation, and yet this is how they're rewarded. Which is very the second part way more interesting to me than the first part, but.
Yeah, well, like I like when they show like the different things over different characters because it implies like, for example, the obvious one is the reasons for war, religion, Hedon, money, Kakuzu,
Yeah.
philosophy, Itachi. Which, as a small side note, this is what I found interesting. Obviously, I don't think Pain's not the manga artist here, picking and choosing what panels, but it almost feels as though Pain knows Itachi's philosophical in his fighting of massacre, based off that, but it's really more so Kishimoto giving us a hint, if anything, not actually Pain, but it feels like Pain knows, because it feels like Pain did that. But he doesn't know, because Edo Nakato was surprised. He's like, is that true, Itachi? When he hears about the truth. So I guess Pain just didn't know. But it's so weird, actually, because when like Pain and Obito are talking, it just feels like Pain isn't surprised about like what Obito's doing with Itachi and Sasuke. I don't know, it just feels like Pain knew, but he didn't know, so I don't know.
I mean, to be fair, Pain's first and second step here is actually repeated in one of the novels. I don't think it's the Sons of Madara one. It might be the same one. A similar group, what they do, because they literally share like essentially the same ideology here that Pain is sharing. The five great nations succeed because they're profitable, they're economical with all the missions or whatever, like all the other nations are suffering. It's like what happens in the novel is a small nation comes together and they take missions for extraordinarily cheap to where it just like buys out the five great nations. Like they just can't economically support themselves at that price, so they just they just don't do the missions essentially, so they lose the money. So that's essentially what happens. Or that's
That sounds
Pain's
familiar,
idea.
yeah.
Come in here. Yeah.
Yeah. That's literally what his plan is. Yeah.
So it makes
Like
me.
you said, he's monopolizing war.
I think that might just be Kishimoto using this plan to actually put it into place, in a way. That'd be really interesting if that was.
Yeah, in a way.
But the only reason I say that is because I was wondering, well, if Pain's idea actually worked out here, what mercenary group is he getting? Because I don't think he's getting one from the 5 Great Nations, so it would have to be a small nation. So I'm wondering which small nation. I don't think it'd be the Rain Village, because I don't think Nagato would want to do that to his people. So I'm wondering, like, would it be the Sound Village?
Like
that doesn't make sense. Would it be the Grass Village? Most likely. But then I was thinking, well, since it plays out, what about the Land of Silence? I don't know if it's even formed at this point, but at the very least, it probably would be what forms it early.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, I think it's just like rogue ninja in general, regardless of their village. So, like, Zabuza could theoretically be a part of this mercenary army. Like, I think it's just rogue ninja.
I agree. Well, because I mean, the Akatsuki are rogue ninja, I mean, they might make but they're specific rogue ninja. Yeah, almost like the Kara inners versus outers. Same idea.
Yeah, essentially, yeah. The Akatsuki would be like the inners, and then they have their mercenary army, which is like the outers. Okay. I think that's how that would go. Someone like this would be so interesting. But yeah, like someone like Haku and Zabuza would totally be in that.
I know,
because they need money. Like, man, I wish Zabuza x Akatsuki, dude. It's like they were perfect.
What if okay? I don't want to say what if instead of not dying, because they that would change everything.
Their death is so good.
I know. Okay, but hypothetically, we just, for the sake of the discussion, we do change it so they just don't die. Instead of being revived in the war arc, they come back in this form as enemies. Not necessarily as enemies, but like as antagonists. Like, again, they have to fight, but like they don't want to or whatever, but they do.
It's so weird because on one hand, they've really changed the new leaf, but on the other hand, like, I feel like, well, Zabuza wouldn't just, like, turn himself in. Like, he's not going to do that. He still has his goals. He might be less, like, sadistic. He might not, like, just be as twisted. Like, his good heart kind of came out. But, like, I mean, he and Haku are still going to live as rogue ninja. They're still making money. They might just not do, like, they might not kill Tazuna anymore, but they might, like, they're still going to take on missions for money. So
I think the best way, if we were to do this, I think the best way is, instead of like a sad ending for the Land of Waves, they just straight up defeat Zabuza and Haku, and they like retreat. Similar like the first time. How like Zabuza's defeated, then Haku takes Zabuza away. Something similar happens here.
Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't want to like do this, but like,
no, I agree.
This way is literally, that is the retreat. And then they just don't come back until much later. Yeah. But, like, I feel like we're missing out on a lot. Like,
no, I agree. But I was thinking we could just, instead of saying they come back in the war arc to do the same war arc stuff, but just not as Edo Tensei, I was thinking they come back earlier in some other arc. It could even be a new arc, but, like, in between which arc. But then I was thinking we could just apply to the end of the Land of Waves to this new arc. Like, so we don't lose anything in that case.
Be in Shippuden, I guess. It's just much later.
I'm
Naruto's
thinking
gonna have the tuning exam.
Definitely
forward, I guess.
Definitely before the Pain arc, obviously. But where exactly?
I think Akatsuki suppression time is the best time. Like,
I'm thinking that too.
After that.
Yeah.
Just makes the most sense.
I could realistically put it at any place. It could even be the first arc, for as far as I'm concerned. Considering it's the first arc in Naruto, it's be a parallel in that way.
Yeah.
And like the point here is almost like to hype up the Akatsuki because they're in the Akatsuki essentially. And like the idea of
become Akatsuki members at this point.
And then reinforcing the idea of a tool would either be good first before the Kazekage rescue, or like near the Akatsuki suppression. I think that is where it fits the best as well.
I almost think before Akatsuki suppression, because of with the whole Asuma and the King thing is pretty much not like a tool minded.
That's what I was thinking.
So that might be a good foundation, like before that.
Plus, it can give extra incentive to go after the Akatsuki. Like the Akatsuki is this evil organization. We know that because we've seen it firsthand through Haku and Zabuza. To be fair, in this case, Haku and Zabuza aren't good characters, but like that's besides the point. Well, we would just apply the ending to them being good characters now.
You still have shippuden Naruto talking to Jutsu Zabuza.
No, that's what I was saying. Like, again, it's the same ending. So we do like them at the end, but we don't like them in between the Land of Waves to now.
So the funny part leading into this is, so 2 questions. A, does Naruto's first Nine Tails transformation just happen in, I guess, the Chunin exams against Orochimaru? And B, it was a big monumental thing versus Haku, so did he just go like 4 Tails versus Haku? Wait, Haku's keeping up, like.
Yeah, when he's about to punch him for the final time, he just doesn't turn back to Blue Eyes. He just punches him to Zabuza.
Yeah, and then it goes in front of the Chidori.
That's the reason they dodge it. He just accidentally tackles Zabuza out of the way.
So does Sasuke come back for this arc and die? Like, he just gets involved.
Oh, in this case, Sasuke would have died first anyway, so we wouldn't have to repeat that necessarily.
No, but I was gonna say, like, does he? Yeah, like, but does he just come back? Like, he just happens to be on a mission for Orochimaru. He sees Haku and Zabuza, gets interested, and then like Haku almost kills them. Naruto gets mad.
God, the absolute biggest.
Sasuke wakes up and leaves.
The absolute obvious biggest problem here isn't just like losing the sad moment. It's essentially losing the defining theme of the entire series, seeing Zabuza and Haku's end, and then seeing Naruto's resolve at their graves. Like that, it's so important. You can't lose that, so you have to do something.
Like, yeah, this just doesn't work. Like,
I know. The only way I could see it is maybe after Haku says his backstory and says, Naruto, kill me, Naruto goes to kill him. Instead of Haku going in front of the Chidori, he just takes Zabuza and runs, and then Gato still shows up with minions. And then I guess you just write those 2 guys that Naruto beat up to be the new Zabuza and Haku in this regard. But that's so much worse. At least it's still the same thing, but it's so much worse.
Personally, I think the best way to do this is not as sad. I don't think it's quite as impactful as it was, obviously. I think the best way to do it, though, is Haku dies still. That's all the same. The only difference is Zabuza just doesn't get stabbed in the back when he's like fighting Gato's men. He just kills Gato, and that's it. He's fine. Like, he just doesn't die at the end of the arc, and he just goes on, does his own thing. So, like, it's sad for Haku's death. It's very much the same. It's just Zabuza doesn't die. So in this case, there's no Zabuza and Haku anymore. Zabuza alone just takes Sasori's place, I guess. Like,
in fact, I have a few ways you could go about this. One, it's a similar thing that happens, but Zabuza just never reaches Gato. So Zabuza still gets all the spears in his back or whatever. He still is about to die. Or you could just have him not die in this case. But I think you still could have that, because I think that's very important. And in this case, Gato heals him because he's going to essentially enslave and imprison him just to work for him for the rest of his life. That's the reason he would heal him in this case. You could... that's one possibility.
I was going to say maybe Zabuza just doesn't kill Gato, and so Gato runs away, and so Zabuza has his lifelong goal of killing Gato.
That could work. In fact, you could also put that.
He refuses to die until he kills Gato.
You just put that in this new arc as well. That works very well. In fact, you could have Gato as a member of the Akatsuki. So it's like Zabuza is not only betraying Gato, at the end, he's also betraying the Akatsuki.
Like, Gato just takes Kakuzu's role as far as the money.
Yes. Oh my god, that actually
Gato's
fits well. That legitimately fits very well.
Like, Kakuzu is the same. He just doesn't care about money. Like, it's Gato.
In this case, would we have Zabuza with Hidan? Or would we... Maybe Zabuza with Juzo Biwa instead and he just doesn't die? I don't know. Or do we have him be an inner?
They would both have the Executioner's Blade. Realistically, okay, so here's the thing. The way I was thinking at first is just, instead of Toby joining the Akatsuki, like Zabuza just does, which Zabuza and Data are partners, which is really
Yeah.
weird. There's no art dynamic. He's not gonna piss Data off and be hilarious. It's like
Actually, I do know this
Zabuza
works.
Zabuza works really well with Itachi or Kisame. It's really it, honestly. I feel like he works best with those two. I mean, he would work with Pain, but like that doesn't make sense. So,
Well,
neither
this
does Itachi or Kisame because they have partners.
I know that would get very good audience reception because something very similar happened in The Promised Neverland, to where season 1, like one of the primary antagonists returned at the very beginning of the first episode of season 2. But like they didn't necessarily go in a place where the audience would like that. I'm sure you know that a lot of people don't like The Promised Neverland season 2. I'm not trying to spoil anything, but like that's just I worded that in like the best way I could.
Mention it.
Yeah. So I think it'd be because the audience loved when the villain returned, because that wasn't in the manga. That was anime original. So I was like, oh my god, they're taking this in a very interesting direction. How are they gonna do it? So it would just be similar to that kind of case. Like maybe even the Akatsuki frees Zabuza of Gato if Gato enslaved him. So it's like he was.
It just seems weird for Gato to enslave Zabuza.
I know.
Zabuza's just gonna kill this dude. Like he's too strong for that. That's the problem.
Well, to be fair, in this case, he does get like all the spears in him, so could be weakened. And then Zabuza.
But you said he was healed.
Not all the way. Like he healed his mortal wounds.
Yeah.
Like in the same way, Nagato was quote unquote healed, even though he didn't die.
Yeah, I guess. But the way I'm thinking is either Zabuza just doesn't get to kill Gato, and so he's just like hell bent on doing it. But that's also like what's that do the Akatsuki. But I think him just pursuing his goal, and then like Akatsuki, he gets recruited for money basically. But then he finds out, like he doesn't know Naruto's the Jinchuriki, even though he feels the chakra. He doesn't put two and two together. Like, oh, he's a Jinchuriki. Like that's not in the arc. He doesn't know what's going on, so he can learn that Naruto's like the Jinchuriki, and he gets like really like morally unsure of what he should do because he's like, shit, like I need money for this goal, but like I remember this kid, like I could never kill him, so he's like kind of just like stuck on what to do, or he's conflicted basically. Could be interesting, but the question is, who would his partner be? Like,
yeah, well, you did say Gato takes over Kakuzu's personality, but like in this case, I didn't like Kakuzu's personality anyways, but I liked Gato's personality, so I agree with the personality. I don't think that necessarily means you need to remove Kakuzu. You just rewrite him as a completely different character.
He just literally isn't like the money man. It's just Gato's job is to handle the money, and that's just the only change.
Yeah. You could either replace it or just leave it blank, and I think it still works because Kakuzu's still essentially the same character without that. In fact, you could argue it's more of a focus.
Kakuzu could still do bounty stuff and just not be the money man, like, too.
Yeah.
Like, he can still do the same shit, just like, just slightly alter.
In fact,
or just have him not do the bounty thing. Although, I guess if he doesn't do the bounty thing, is Zabuza gonna kill Asuma for Gato?
Well, here could be a really interesting thing. In the same way that, like, oh, the leader of the Akatsuki's pain, but oh, turns out it was actually Obito. In the same way, what if Kakuzu is the money man, but like we don't know Gato's a part of the organization until after this arc, and he's only the money man because of Gato. Like Gato made him the money man.
Yeah, like because Gato is like the money man, but he can't fight, so Kakuzu just took over like that role, kind of like to get the bounties for Gato or something. Like
what
Gato
if
gives them the bounties or something?
This would rewrite Gato a little bit, but what if Gato was like actually like genuinely very intelligent, and so he like outsmarted or outtricked or whatever Kakuzu to where Kakuzu owes it to him, and so he's going after the money because he needs to for Gato in a similar way to what Zabuza was doing, but not really.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
I think that could work really well.
There's definitely ways to make this fit.
So I definitely do like the idea, just because. Just instead of, I don't want to say instead of, like, I just love the visual of what Nagato's injury looks like, and just applying that to Zabuza, especially with all those spears in his back. It essentially
really
already looks like the same thing.
It is the same. It's literally the same thing. It's just a different tool.
Oh, that'd be so cool. Like, I don't want to say replace Zabuza with Nagato, but it would arguably hit harder with that end Talk no Jutsu. Like, I'd probably genuinely support it in that case.
Naruto just talked to Jutsu Zabuza again, but for a different god. Like,
oh, it'd be so cool. Oh my god.
I think realistically Zabuza would just be in the Akatsuki, be a similar guy but a different guy. But
yeah.
Gato in the Akatsuki. I mean, I really like Zabuza killing Gato though, so I think the way I would do this is realistically the Gato thing is a cool idea, but right now though my pick is Zabuza just doesn't die at the end. Like he just lives and he just it's like he's a rogue ninja still, so he's gonna do rogue ninja things and he's just gonna be less evil. He ends up in the Akatsuki and then like he comes across Naruto, I guess, but I mean, realistically, we got to give him a partner, though. So is he just going to be Deidara's partner? But at the same time, though, that means that he's actually going to come across Sasuke.
Well, in this instance, I don't think he hates Gato as much anyways. Like, I don't want to repeat this idea if you don't like it as much, but I think especially if Kakuzu is, like, indebted
No, I'm
to
talking about
Gato?
Zabuza.
No, I know. I'm saying Zabuza joins the Akatsuki, but he can't kill Gato, who's already a part of the Akatsuki, because Kakuzu's protecting him. In the same way that Itachi's like a double agent, but he can't kill anyone in there. Like Kisame's placed over him.
I
or
mean, I get
whatever.
what you're saying, but I'm talking about in the land of waves. Like, Zabuza wants to kill Gato.
Oh, yeah,
really
but
bad.
I know, but I'm saying that he would get the spears in him before he reaches Gato. So he just, like, falls over. Like, he can't do it.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, yeah. I feel
It
like
does
in
take
this
that
case,
moment
I
away,
would
but you
have
just
it-
apply it later.
Yeah, I mean, in this case, I really like in that moment.
I
In
know.
this case, like that's why I said Gato could just get away, and then if he meets him again in the Akatsuki, and it's like, shit, I want to kill this guy, but I can't. That can work, but again, you lose the Zabuza killing Gato part. So
I think you can still have the moment because it's still really cool. Like, Gato gets away, which is really interesting, because he's sacrificing all the men he brought with him. So Zabuza takes out everyone but Gato.
yeah, essentially.
Which almost, this is a very big reach, but that almost parallels Obito killing everyone, but he couldn't save Rin. Like, it's almost a vice versa flip there. Like, in a weird way.
The reverse. It's actually the same, kind of, except Zabuza just misses one guy. But I mean, like, Haku's dead, and he takes out his anger on, like, everyone. I mean, yeah, it's actually kind of similar when you think about it that way.
There
But,
you go. That's the Naruto rewrite. Yeah, I like it. I did think of two other ways you could heal Zabuza instead of Gato doing it, and then he just in the same way Nagato's injured, Zabuza's injured. That's why he can't kill him at first or whatever. I thought of two other ways you heal Zabuza. This first way is extremely ridiculous. You're gonna hate it. I'm gonna say it anyway. So what if like either Naruto or Kakashi's like, oh man, Zabuza really repented. He really redeemed his ways. You know what, Sakura, go heal him.
you just tell her to before she learned medical ninjutsu. She just figures it out. Instead of Kakashi saying you have it, you're naturally adept at genjutsu. He's like, huh? You would be a great medical ninja. She just figures it out on the fly.
I know. Okay, I didn't even think about that, but that's another reason it's so stupid. I love it. I mean, you could do that instead of her walking up the tree. Is they're being taught medical ninjutsu because I mean Tsunade. To be fair, she wasn't Hokage at the time, but she advocated for like everyone to have a medical ninja anyways. So this should be something they should be learning the basics of anyways.
Yeah,
I should have
like
done that
he's
before
teaching
going
him
on this
chakra
mission.
control
Also.
for this purpose or something. I don't know.
Yeah,
but
I mean, because the walking up trees thing isn't even paid off in this arc. Like, it's not even relevant. So at least this way, it would be paid off. Like the training
yeah,
is,
you're
they
right,
get
it's
stronger,
not.
but you know.
yeah, but it's never like
Yeah.
actually
Like they
paid off.
never walk up the ice mirrors or anything.
It's so weird because when you think about it, like the whole point is to get stronger and blah blah blah, but like we never actually see the results of that. Sakura, who's the best at it, doesn't do anything. Sasuke and Naruto do well, but it's never like remotely attributed to their training. It's more just like they have a really cool rivalry going on.
Well, that was the
Before it,
point of
and
it.
it's really cool.
Yeah, and the point
Yeah,
was
but
establishing
like
the
it
character
doesn't actually.
dynamics, the rivalry, and then
Yeah,
the fact that Sakura is naturally adept at chakra control, which leads into her abilities later on,
in
especially
the
in
Shippuden
Shippuden.
exams. Yeah, but like yeah, during that arc, it actually just doesn't do anything.
Oh wait, I forget. What does Sakura do to heal Naruto and Sasuke in the tuning exams in the Forest of Death? Because I know she doesn't like do the green thing, but like she does something. What does she do?
She puts a wet towel on their
I
head.
know. Where does she get that though? Like, is that just? Do they all have that?
Yeah, where she get the towel?
Is that just ninja grade equipment? Like it's just
I guess,
standardized?
yeah. I guess, yeah. It's like the first aid kit, I guess.
Imagine instead of like the Sasuke retrieval mission, the final fight, instead of Sasuke putting on his head, he puts on the wet rag. It's like
He ties it around his
refreshing.
head. Like I remember.
Oh yes.
Okay. So when when like Sasuke falls over and his head's like he's like barely in front of Naruto's face up at the end after Naruto falls asleep.
Yes.
He puts the wet rag on Naruto before leaving. He's like, take care. See you later, buddy. I mean, it honestly is a good character moment. Like he actually does that for Naruto.
I hate it so much, but I mean, yeah, I think it's better, but I think I like it less.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, my third
Weird.
way of healing Zabuza that I think you'll actually like. Okay, instead of Gato, instead of Sakura.
Kakashi.
Okay. No. Okay. This actually gives great foreshadowing for the next arc, as well as later on. Who's the overarching villain of part 1? Orochimaru
Orochimaru.
heals Zabuza at the end of the arc.
Oh,
Isn't that
so
cool?
just
Yeah,
a
like
Kabuto.
they leave, they think Zabuza died, and then like at the very end you get Orochimaru foreshadowing. So not only is Orochimaru the overarching villain in the fact that he's actually in every arc now, but like that just leads in like Zabuza as being an extension of Orochimaru now in this case as well.
I was thinking you have like Orochimaru and Kabuto, like wearing like Anbu masks or like they have a hood on so you can't see who they are. We see their outfit, so like we can tell who
like
it is or
that.
something, but like their identity is hidden. And then like Kabuto obviously does the healing.
This
and
could,
then
yeah.
maybe they don't take Zabuza with them, but Orochimaru is like he'll come in like his goals will come in handy. We need him to stay alive a little longer or something like that. Like
this gets very
I don't know.
interesting going later. Like imagine like you don't like okay, so because we don't know the outcome of Zabuza. Like we thought he died, but at the very end, who are these masked men? What are they talking about around Zabuza? Like we don't know Zabuza died or didn't die. We don't know what happened. We just see them talking, and maybe they take away the corpse, or maybe not. Maybe we just cut away. But the point is, next time we cut either in Shippuden, which would parallel Kashi and Koji, we don't like his ending is mysterious, but then he's suddenly back. Or
I was thinking
we could like
what could be
see
interesting is
Sasuke retrieval arc or something. We see him like in a test tube, and that's the reveal. That's cool. Not only that, maybe he could have been. Dude, imagine if he was Orochimaru's vessel, first of all. Like, instead of some random guy, it was Zabuza. You could also rewrite it in that way. That takes away this other arc in Shippuden, but that's also really cool of an idea. But also, maybe it's just, like, it was a vessel, or, like, he's doing it for, like, later or something. Or maybe he gets out in Shippuden. In fact, maybe, instead of, like, Suigetsu or Karin, what if it is just straight up Zabuza?
just Zabuza.
Yeah, on the Team Taka. That'd be so cool! Because, I mean, if you're bringing back the Executioner Sword anyways, oh my god. Not only Zabuza, which is already hype, with Sasuke, which is even more hype, but a Orochimaru enhanced Zabuza.
And he's gonna fight Kisame during the Itachi.
Oh my god.
Like, we're gonna get Zabuza versus Kisame. It's like one of the coolest fights ever.
I know. Like, instead of Suigetsu being like, man, my brother was in the Seven Swords, it's like 2 members of the Seven Swords were together and now they're facing off. That, oh my god. This might be the best version.
Yeah, I was trying to think because I was thinking like maybe like Kabuto and Orochimaru. This one is tricky because on one hand, it's more mysterious as to what they're gonna do, but it also reveals he's still alive. If it's like I was thinking Kabuto and Orochimaru could be like he's still alive, and then like we don't know what happens, or he can say like want to say he's not dead yet because it gives it away, but like maybe they say like he's about to die, so we think he's gonna die, but like obviously they stop that. Like
it could be something along the lines of, "This vessel may be useful for you, Lord." ... and then it cuts away or something like that.
Or I was just gonna say like maybe it's just Kabuto. I should just be Kabuto by himself and be like, he might be.
I got it.
Like
You're
this
gonna love
one could be useful. This one could be useful, my lord. Like he's thinking to himself or something.
No, I know. Okay, this sounds weird. Just hear me out. Sasuke retrieval takes place at the same time as the beginning of the tuning exams. I don't know. Whatever. Anyways, while Orochimaru and the Sound 4 are there, Kimimaro comes here to save Zabuza. And he looks at Haku. He's like, he remembers back to that time that he met them as a kid.
Ooh, yeah.
Yes. No, he was sent there to kill Zabuza. This is the reason he saved Zabuza. Because he remembered that. I don't know. Something like that. Maybe.
No, hold on.
Yeah.
We're onto something.
Cook.
Okay, so hold on. I'm thinking like this is good character for Kimimaro. So like we have to establish some reason why Orochimaru wants Zabuza dead. But like he sends Kimimaro and he's just like, yeah, we find out in his flashbacks.
I got a good reason.
What if like I was thinking like he doesn't kill them and he's like, I remember you, like, and he just like, and he sees the Haku's dead body and he's like that boy served, like he must have found his purpose. I won't let it go in vain.
Oh
and then
God.
he like heals him or something. He's like me. I won't take his purpose away from him. Like no matter what. I don't know. Anyway, like something like that. And then he heals Zabuza. But the thing is, why would Orochimaru care if he's dead?
Well,
But,
I got a few reasons for this. First of all, maybe instead of going to kill him, again, he could go to save him because Orochimaru is just like, oh, he's strong. He could be a test subject. He's going missing anyways. Might as well. Or it could be he's killing him. Completely vice versa what I just said. Instead of saying he's killing him here, like I was saying, he could be killing him because, oh, Sasuke's his vessel. Sasuke's going on an A rank mission? What? Zabuza's there? Okay, we gotta take out Zabuza. He's gonna kill Sasuke. Something like that. Or it could just be like maybe Kimimaro was watching in the distance all along in case Zabuza killed Sasuke. Or was about to. In the same way Zetsu was watching the Naruto and Sasuke fight in part 1.
Yeah. Yeah, and so he overhears the whole thing with Haku, and he also remembers them.
Yes.
And
Oh my God.
Yeah.
We just wrote
And
peak Naruto.
Kimimaro, like, dude, anything adding with Kimimaro like this is too cool. I hope you're writing this all.
Like, yeah.
We need to do a collab on this one.
Okay, so I'm thinking he could say something to Zabuza when he heals him, the same way that he says to the Sound 4, like, Lord Orochimaru told me to kill you, but I think you'll serve purpose to Orochimaru, so I'll save you, and if you betray me, you'll die.
Obey me or die. Which do you prefer? Like,
because, like, if he thinks that Zabuza can serve Orochimaru, I think he would save him.
I was thinking, like, one option. This one obviously goes against what will actually happen in this hypothetical rewrite, but the same way that Orochimaru and Kabuto are like, Sasuke, don't kill those leaf ninja, they're gonna kill the Akatsuki. Maybe, like, Orochimaru thinks Zabuza is a perfect enemy for the Akatsuki. Like, he's thinking in his head, like, oh, like, this one will take out some members, so let's let him live. Like, that would be a good reasoning.
Yes.
Although, obviously, that would backfire in this case. But maybe he just thinks that will happen because of, we just write in something.
Well, if he says that, that also foreshadows the Akatsuki even earlier.
Exactly. Like, he says something like, this one might be helpful for eliminating them. Like, and, you just bold them.
Yeah.
If we don't know who he's talking about. Or, like,
it's such a manga thing to do. You're really thinking in the moment. That is brilliant.
Like, dude, write this down. This is good. I love it. Okay.
No. If we're doubling down on that, this man will serve him to stop them.
Oh my God. Like, who are they?
Who is he?
Who is he and who is they?
best part about this alternate version, though, is that you get to keep the Land of Waves exactly the same. You don't change anything at all. It's completely adding on to it.
Oh yeah, literally. Like the only difference is that Zabuza will ultimately not die, but like everything in the arc besides this little ending is the same.
Yeah.
So
Like, we still get quote unquote
yeah.
Zabuza's death scene. We still see Naruto at Zabuza and Haku's funeral. He's just not dead.
gets
Like, it's
all the
essentially
same,
it's essentially the same as Kid Obito. Like, we thought Kid Obito died, but he just didn't. So we still get that same
yeah, and
feeling.
like in this case, so obviously in the war arc, Zabuza and Haku do not meet Naruto. Kakashi is the only one who gets to reunite with them. Should we keep that the same for this hypothetical, or should Naruto then reunite with Zabuza? I don't know.
Oh, no, I wasn't thinking about this at all. Well, if we're doing that, we also have to say Itachi should reunite with Shisui, and then Naruto should reunite with Jiraiya, in like all these cases. But like that's another rewrite for another day.
Yeah, I'm thinking like let's try to keep it similar. So it's just going to be Kakashi in this case.
Yeah.
Maybe like we don't have to make it Team Shikamaru, but like in the hypothetical that like it was like Kakashi leading Team Shikamaru, like Naruto's not there. It's just like them kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like Kakashi leads a team, Naruto's just not on it.
Well, especially
I think that's good.
if we add an arc around this Akatsuki suppression or first arc of Shippuden, wherever we add it, if we do keep a similar ending to here or whatever, at this point, because if we're keeping the Land of Waves the same, we just add an ending to where Zabuza does die here, which again leads into. You could also, again, keep it to where Zabuza kills Gato in this arc, which also betrays the Akatsuki, which is a really cool moment, which also leads into which leads into again the Akatsuki suppression arc, where it just gives more motive for the characters and for the audience to want the Akatsuki to lose in the next arc.
Yeah.
But okay, either way, Zabuza dies early on, so yes, you can revive him with Haku in the war, which again I think adds more coolness there just in general. You get to keep that all the same.
Oh yeah, okay.
So the only thing I'll say here, yeah. So all that's the same. The only thing I'll say here is this. If we're going with my pain rewrite as well, this could be another thing that Naruto says. I would love if his answer for Nagato has to do with something that Zabuza teaches him or tells him in this arc.
My main.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, I love it.
I mean, we just have to write in the thing, but like,
Yeah.
I don't have any problem with that. Like, Zabuza's a great person to give him like more teaching, so like he does in his own way. So like we're just adding on to that.
And he can also teach Sasuke
Also,
answers too if
side
he's in
note,
the Sasuke team.
obviously, like Kakashi tells Haku that, hey, like Haku thinks, oh no, I failed, but Kakashi's like, no, Zabuza died for a different reason. In this case, it's like not only that, he also died like 3 years later. Like, dude, you did a good job.
Yeah. Oh my god, I thought of the stupidest thing. One of the lines Kimimaro could say. So like, when Zabuza's dying, he's like, I probably won't go to the same place you're going or whatever. And Kakashi's like, who's to say? And the Kimimaro like, actually, I'm to say, or something like. Or Kakashi's like, you're gonna go to the same place after all, or I think you will. And then Kimaru's like, well, actually.
He's like, well, he's like,
I don't think you will at all.
Perhaps.
I love
maybe,
perhaps.
He's like, perhaps. Yeah, like.
Actually, Kakashi, you were wrong. He's not going there at all. He's not going anywhere.
He perhaps in the future, but for now he won't be going anywhere. Like he'll be, or he's like perhaps like you may be right, but he won't be going there anytime soon. Like. Or something, I don't know.
I love
we get the idea.
Both the cool factor there and the silly factor there.
So unnecessary.
Oh, okay, so he's literally not going to the Pure Lands after all. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I guess Kakashi was just wrong, alright. And this would even in the stupid case where in the data book, both Kakashi and Kimimaro as listed as omnipotent, even that's consistent in this case. Because an omnipotent character is saying the omnipotent character is wrong.
Yeah, like Kimimaro knows. So in this case, okay, we gotta figure out more Kimimaro stuff to add in, but we gotta finish out the Zabuza before we can add. I want to add as much for Kimimaro as humanly possible. So, but for Zabuza here, so I'm thinking like, okay,
Oh, I
like
got
the
it.
idea that he kills Gato in the I like that he kills Gato in the Land of Waves. Personally, I want to keep that. It was really cool. So he's just gonna live because of Kimimaro or Orochimaru stuff,
Okay.
and then he joins the Akatsuki. Who
In
do you
that
think should recruit?
case, maybe Kimimaro saves both Zabuza and Gato, if that's okay.
How does he do that one?
I don't know why. I don't know. I don't care. Maybe Gato again, because in this case he's a mastermind, so he's being used or something. I don't know. Like Zabuza's the body and Gato's the mind, and that's the function or something. I don't know.
I personally, I mean, you may be able to convince me, but for now, I really just think Gato's dead. I like it.
Okay. I also
Zabuza's just gonna live.
if
He's
Gato
either recruited by Pain or Pain's a good person to recruit Zabuza. I think.
Really
I feel like
quickly,
they would get along.
I do love Zabuza killing Gato, but what if, like, okay, we think in the same way, we still think Zabuza kills Gato, but we actually find out he didn't completely die. He's like crawling away, begging for his life. Kimimaro just walks up to him and just takes him out. Yeah, like in a similar way to Danzo and Sasuke. A similar thing there. That'd be cool.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that. Like Zabuza, like doesn't chop his head off. It's like the anime where he just stabs him, and Gato is just somehow still alive. Like, and then like Orochimaru, like Kimimaro is like you're a pitiful waste of existence, but you will serve my master in like your own way. So reluctantly, I'll let you live or something like.
Well, either that, or you. I was getting at if you really wanted Gato to die, because I agree, you could just have Kimimaro save him. But I was thinking if Gato has to die here, if we're adding on to it, rather than Zabuza kill him, Kimimaro's the one that kills him. This adds to the fact that Kimimaro's the one that saves Zabuza, but Kimimaro's this like cruel, heartless monster or whatever. Not necessarily, but like he's like able to kill so easily, and he's saying these things like, "You're pathetic." Like, "Oh my God, who is this guy? He's so cool. He's so mysterious. He's so strong," and all these things. Like in this case, it's more than just he comes around, says a few words, takes Zabuza, and goes off. Like he's actually doing something here in a cool way.
Yeah, I'm cool with Kimimaro killing Gato too. I can't say no to either one.
In fact, you could say maybe like Gato called reinforcements, so Kimimaro actually gets to take out all these people effortlessly, and then now you know for a fact that he's strong, rather than killing some like random weak guy who's already on the verge of death.
He takes out an entire army, kind of like he does in the Mist Village in the filler, like as a kid. But he's like Zabuza, like he takes out a whole army effortlessly. Like, like kind of like when he takes out Naruto clones, but like he doesn't.
But that's also comparing Kimimaro to Zabuza, because in the same way Zabuza took out a thing, in this way Kimimaro's taken out even more effortlessly. To be fair, Zabuza was like injured in that case, but like only.
Yeah, he really did have his arms, but still, like, but it makes Kimimaro look super strong. Like, and they conceal his weapon, so like we know in hindsight he made a bone, but we don't. It's like shadowed out, so you don't know what he did, and you just see like a slaughter. Like a couple panels of him just like slaughtering people, and then it's just like he's just standing there. He's got like a hood on or something, and like there's a bunch of dead bodies, and he's just like, "You all lack purpose."
Yes, yes, we thought the same thing. I love it. I was thinking it would be something okay without like the rage. It'd be something similar to Obito versus the Mist Ninja, especially like the very end where Kimimaro would just turn around the same way Obito turns around the very end, and then it's just like a quick thing, and then it just cuts away. Like it would just cut to the moon. In this case, not actually the moon. It would just like cut to a faraway shot of like a silhouette of like the Bracken dance. Like he just one shot all of them effortlessly.
Ooh.
Yes.
Like you see shadows of spikes, but we don't know what it is.
Exactly. You just see a ton of dead bodies. Yeah.
That could work too. Yeah. Either way, dude.
Okay. You were saying more Kimimaro moments. I have the most free one in the world that you're gonna love. So Kimimaro just saves Dosu for the same reason he saves Zabuza, and then you see Dosu next to Zabuza in a test tube later on. That's the easiest way to do that. Like it's just free for you, I feel. There you go.
I need to keep Dosu alive.
Yeah.
Don't worry, we'll get to the Dosu rewrite eventually.
In this case, it makes
Alright,
less sense
about
because Dosu's literally already with Orochimaru. So, like, it takes away the mystique there a
Like-
little bit, but...
I've already got my tuning exams rewrite for Dosu. Like, I love the Neji versus Dosu thing. I don't think you can convince me otherwise. The question is what goes beyond that. What do we do?
Alright. Fair enough.
But thing that sucks about Kimimaro is like he's like too cool to ever like allow to die, but his death was so good that it's like, oh god, what do I
my
do?
God.
Like,
Okay, you
that's so
might
tricky.
you might dislike this because I'll admit this absolutely takes a very big narrative element out of this. But oh my god. Listen, the fight isn't that great. It's mostly a stalemate. Instead of Orochimaru versus Hiruzen, Orochimaru is on the snake that's pillaging through the village. And then it's just Kimimaro versus Hiruzen. In this case, Hiruzen still dies and Kimimaro just wins.
The problem with that, yeah, like you said, it takes away narrative for
A
Hiruzen,
pretty
'cause, like,
big part of the narrative too.
yeah, it kind of takes like the entire narrative. That's the problem. Like,
Yeah.
Orochimaru being on the snake is really cool, especially if he meets up with Jiraiya on the toad.
Yeah.
But Kimimaro versus Hiruzen just like is nothing but coolness from Kimimaro, and that's it. Like,
I know. To be fair,
I
you
think
would
it
still
diminishes Hiruzen too much.
it does diminish Hiruzen, but you could still have, like you said, if Orochimaru meets up with Jiraiya, you still have that Orochimaru narrative in this arc, which also plays into the Tsunade arc.
That's the thing.
It'd almost be like a preview to Naruto versus Sasuke. In a weird sense.
Ooh, I don't like that idea. I was saying a
Yeah.
reverse situation could also work, where Orochimaru fights Hiruzen and actually Kimimaro is on the snake.
I got it.
The problem
got it.
with that is the Leaf Village just wins.
Okay, hang on. Okay. This Jiraiya
Kimimaro
versus
versus
Orochimaru
Jiraiya.
idea, instead of on like a snake or instead of Jiraiya summoning Gamabunta because that would destroy the village, what if Jiraiya and Orochimaru fight on the third Hokage's head and then that's a callback later in Boruto to this when Boruto and Kawaki are doing
I love that idea.
Yes.
I was gonna say, like, what if we just have Jiraiya versus Kimimaro? Jiraiya can't beat Kimimaro.
I know. I was
Like,
thinking that too.
we get like it's like off. I don't want to have it off screen, but I was gonna say like he makes the markings that he does for stage mode. We don't know what he's doing, but we learn in hindsight that's what he did, and he still didn't win.
I love that. I love that a lot. Oh my god.
Like they just have to call it off. Like Kimimaru's like, "Oh, my master needs me. We shall continue this some other time."
Because I'm not gonna lie, it is really dumb how Jiraiya doesn't really do anything in this arc at all, even though he should because he's so relevant. So relevant.
That's the thing. Yeah, it's really weird because like he's just like gone, and then he like summons a snake, and it's just like it feels like he doesn't do as much as he should. Yeah, I agree. Like
Definitely.
Like, I mean, I get it's safe for Search for Tsunade, kind of, but like, yeah, it does feel like why isn't he even in the Leaf Village? Like, like what was he doing before?
Plus, what about
'Cause
this?
you say, oh, he's spying at Orochimaru. Orochimaru's in the village right now, so that can't be it.
Actually, I think the power scaling still works if you want to say Kimimaro is sick, which that's just... First of all, you can show his fight versus the Kazekage. He does pretty well. Then he fights the Hokage. He's actively sick. And so he does much less well to where he's like stalemating with the Hokage essentially in terms of power. And then later on, you see he's so much sick that he's essentially stalemating with these Genin. To be fair, Gaara is really strong, but like... It just shows the progression in a much more nice way, rather than people thinking, "Oh man, Kimimaro is not actually that strong," because they just don't actually know.
Honestly, people are just wrong about Gaara's strength, dude. Like Asuma ain't walking out of Sand Tsunami, bro. I hate to tell you. Like I'm just saying, dude. Like they're underestimating the shit out of Gaara and Kimimaro. Like I hate the people. No, I also want to hate the people, but I hate when people think that end of part 1 Sasuke is stronger than Kimimaro. No, the fuck he's not, bro. Kimimaro's bodying this dude. It's like, did you all? I know Naruto gets stronger and everything, but like, did you all forget that Naruto had the same QB amp that was beating up Tutomoe Sasuke against Kimimaro, and base Kimimaro bodying all like 1 million shadow clones? Are you forgetting this?
Like, I'm
Like,
sorry. I don't
you're
even think
more angry.
I don't even think Red Pill Choji could take down Kimimaro. Like, unironically.
No, because like Europa. I mean, we don't know what state. Because it's an off-panel, it's a black screen fight of Kimimaro beating up the Sound 4. But
Yeah.
so we don't know if they fought him in base. If they actually, I think they make their Curse Mark 1 at least. Maybe if I remember right, we don't see them activate Curse Mark 2 though. All we know is Kidomaru in Curse Mark 2 says, "I haven't been pushed this far since Kimimaro," implying that when he's been pushed this far, he probably went second state.
It's a great point.
It's like,
I didn't think about that. Yeah. I mean, I always did anyways, but that's proof.
You could say physical damage wise, but I still feel like it wouldn't hit the same if he didn't enter second state against them.
Yeah.
And Kimimaro was in base still, so like he took on all 4 of them, presumably in their second state.
Yeah.
Okay, it took Choji Red Pill just to beat Jirobo second state, let alone all 4.
So that's obvious.
Like you could argue Choji was so much over Jirobo he can take on all 4, but I don't know about that because like you got to consider like having to dodge Kidomaru's arrows while dealing with Tayuya's Genjutsu, while fighting Jirobo, while fighting Sakon and Ukon. Like, I don't know that Red Pill Choji can do that.
So I was always thinking about it, like, what if... Because I understand, all the Jonin just straight up blitzed Neji just immediately. Like, they're infinitely faster than these Genin in the tuning exams. But, like, Gaara is Shukaku. What is Kakashi doing? How does Kakashi win?
Well, that's what no, that's the thing. Like, Kakashi can't beat playing Possum Jutsu Gaara. Or even, honestly, even the Gaara right before that, where Gaara's still in control, but he's in the giant Shukaku. Kakashi doesn't have an answer to that. Kakashi can beat Gaara before that point, but if Gaara went straight to it, he literally can't beat that. Like, the same as Naruto couldn't without Gamabunta. Like, I guess Kakashi could try to wake up Gaara, but, like, I don't know. Like, that's going to be tough.
Kakashi might be fast enough and have enough Chidoris because, like, instead of Sasuke, who, like, targeted Gaara's arm, Kakashi could target the arm and then just go for the heart. Like, I don't know how thick he could get in. It might work. It's like a 50-50.
Yeah.
Even if it works,
like,
Gaara still might
like,
kill him.
Kakashi would just, like, if we follow Gaara's progression, Kakashi just kills Gaara before he gets to that point that he does. But, like, assuming Kakashi showed up post-Shukaku, like, he would have to just jump up and wake up Gaara, I guess.
Yeah.
It's, like, his only thing.
Jump up!
But even then, he's still gonna, like, get Gaara to crumble out of the Shukaku. Like, Naruto did the headbutt thing, I guess, but, like, that's just a second step to this. Like,
I mean, I think Kakashi can hit about as hard as Naruto's headbutt. I think that's fair to say.
Yeah, I mean, he could always just Chidori Gaara.
Exactly, I was thinking that too. Chidori to the face instead of a headbutt.
Yeah. I'll definitely say there's win cons for Kakashi, but I mean, at the end of the day, Gaara in Shukaku form is Kage level. It takes a Kage to stop that.
Yeah.
Okay, Kakashi is the strongest Jonin in the Leaf Village, but he's, like, implied to not be Kage level in part 1. So you can make a case for that just being stronger than Kakashi. Obviously, it's like, oh, but Naruto beat him. But it's also like Gamabunta isn't really a normal part of Naruto's arsenal at that time. Like, that was kind of a one-off thing. But yeah, I mean, it was still a Kage level feat at the end of the day.
How many gates do you think Guy would need? I'm saying 5, maybe like 6.
Oh,
5, probably 6.
Gaara?
Yeah, I'm saying 6 because he would need Hirodora, right?
Well, 7.
Oh, what's 6?
What
What is 6? 6 is something.
Asakujaku.
Yeah, that.
The flame punches.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah. Because that's like a range thing as well.
Shukaku Gaara.
Yeah. Just launch Asakujaku at his head. Well, then again, Shukaku would probably just dodge.
Right. Kisame didn't tank. I was saying Kisame didn't tank.
Is he fast enough?
Asakujaku. He sent sharks in front. Is what he did. In the second.
So I mean, I think the sand would block it though. I don't think it needs to be water.
Yeah, I think Gaara could just defend against that. Hirodora, I mean, like, destroyed, like, Madara Susanoo quite pretty good. So I think Hirodora would definitely, like, knock out that Gaara.
Well, I mean, we see Naruto literally running up Shukaku when he's already near Gaara, but like if they're on the ground, could they even jump from a tree to Shukaku high enough? Like, could they even land on Shukaku considering how fast Shukaku would probably be? Just like dodge out of the way of them jumping on him. He is pretty big, so
That's
maybe
what I
he
was
couldn't
wondering
dodge out of the
about.
way.
That's what I was wondering about. Like, how easy would it be for them to get to to Gaara without Gamabunta? Like, you know, like,
I mean,
because that is what Naruto needed for that.
if
So, like,
if they're able to
they're faster, but
yeah, if they're able to land on him to any kind of way to where they can just navigate up Shukaku, then I think they got it in the bag. Because Naruto was
but here's
basically dodging that.
But here's a potential problem with that. The moment they touch Shukaku's body,
Yeah,
which
their
is
feet.
covered in made of sand, their feet can just get caught in that
Yeah.
sand.
It's essentially what happened to
seven,
Naruto,
eight-
but not at first. So they got like a second,
Yeah.
realistically, in universe, but like I don't know how far that gets them.
Yeah, I don't remember where. Yeah, before Gaara activated it is what it was. But for Seventh Gate Guy, this is irrelevant because not only is he so fast that I think he'll just blitz to Gaara. I think he can break out of the sand. Like so, but Kakashi's different in that sense. I know it's weird. Like it's a gray area of what it would take for those two to beat that Gaara. What I'm also wondering about is just like if Gaara just does Sand Tsunami, like what is their answer?
I know.
Like it's just because you gotta remember, like Sand Tsunami is a Kage level feat. It is. Like Rasa thinks that's Shukaku when Gaara does in the war. Now that one might be a little bit bigger, maybe not. Gaara's Sand Tsunami on Kimimaru is pretty fucking big. So I don't know, bro. I think it might be like the same. So, like, that is like a Shukaku thing. Gaara's just able to do that. Similarly,
be fair,
the Kage, Rasa, counters it with the same jutsu, but made of gold dust. Sand Tsunami just literally... Actually, let's fucking look.
it's huge. To be fair,
what is it ranked? What is it ranked in the data book? Let's see.
The only thing I can think of would be the fact that maybe Kakashi could use his Chidori to go through it, depending on... I don't think it would be that dense. It's just moving around. It's not dense at this moment.
You know what's annoying? Real quick.
What?
Sand Burial isn't ranked.
Oh, God. Okay, but I'm thinking...
I was just looking at Sand, but like, I'm like, are any of these ranked? Sand Burial wasn't ranked. Is Sand Coffin ranked?
But I'm thinking not only is Chidori fast, it's piercing, but then maybe electricity could have some property to just like... Because it's magnet style. So maybe he could like reverse the magnets around it if he did some weird thing.
I don't know. Like, I mean, like, the best case scenario that sounds maybe realistic is like Kakashi activates Chidori, holds it in front of him and runs, and he kind of just runs through the Sand Tsunami or something. But like Kimimaru was just getting like wrapped around all over. Like it was wrapping his feet, wrapping his arms, and covering him. It was just like sand everywhere. So that might just be easier said than done.
I mean,
like,
to be
Kimimaru
fair, we have seen, like, Lee did cut the sand with the kunai in the tunings. I don't know if that was anime only. But also
I think
like,
it was anime only, but yeah.
Also, I think this is canon, though. Sasuke just straight up punched the Gaara head in the tuning exams as well. The Gaara head sand thing. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah.
Punch it.
He punched it, right? He, like, I forget what he did. Maybe backhanded it. The point is the head, like, flew off. Not flew off, but, like, it, like, went away. To be fair, it, like, reformed immediately, but that's besides the point. Like, it might have been... he might have done it purposefully just to scare Sasuke, but that's not the point.
Yeah,
It'd be funny if he did it on purpose.
Exactly. I remember, like, his head got caught, and then he, like, hit the clone's head or whatever, but... This is so annoying. So I'm just looking at all these sand jutsu.
Oh, also, I just thought of another one. Might Guy just waves it away when he goes after Lee.
How the fuck did he do that?
He just waved it away. And, like, there was only, like, one wave. Like, it was a constant stream until he waved it away. It's like he did use Hiradora there.
Yeah, like, what did he do? I don't know how he did what he did.
Oh, God. Because
Like,
I don't think... I really doubt Gaara just saw him and was like, oh, okay, I'll stop. Like, no, he was trying to kill Lee regardless who stepped in.
Yeah, I don't know how he did that. Like, which is the oh, is this the sand tsunami? Okay, like a tsunami. Okay, I found it. But none of Gaara's jutsu are ranked in, at least on this page. So let me just try to find a scan of the actual thing. Tsunami, Naruto databook. Like, did Kishimoto just not rank any of Gaara's jutsu? I guess.
Shout out.
I mean, Kikaki did
Station
say
said P.
that, huh?
I'm just reading comments while you look for that. Didn't the Stone Village hire the Akatsuki for missions? Yes, in fact they did. I wonder if we are going to get to the reaction. You know.
Oh yeah.
I don't know you guys are universe.
Actually, the answer is no at this point because remember, like 2 o'clock was the goal. I mean, honestly, we'll probably go a little bit over because I'm cooking now. So until I finish eating, so maybe it'll be like 2:30, but still, like,
About to start Storm Connections. Da Ari Shikage. How? It's not out yet. I refuse to believe. I checked yesterday. It's not out yet.
Yeah, I don't understand where that's coming from. Like how, I don't know.
Maybe everyone in the world pirated it but us. Or maybe, oh, you know what? Because a lot of people actually do this. They could have changed their time to like New Zealand time because that's like the start of the 24 hours or whatever, and it does get released there. Yeah, like the day of.
Yeah.
Or whatever. It's like people do stuff like that.
Yeah, like if they use their VPN to change locations or something.
Yeah. Even though they have to lie and be like, oh, I flew to New Zealand for this, even though it's clear they didn't.
Whoa.
Yeah, you know, I was just invited to the New Zealand event they're holding this year.
The New Zealand event? Dude, I'm trying so hard to find this. I don't even know if it is ranked in the databook. The only thing I can do also is look at these Japanese scans in which I don't know where it says the ranking, and it's also not even clear, so it's a waste of time.
Yeah, absolutely not.
I don't think I'm gonna be able to find a ranking of this. Let me see if okay. Do they rank like Kimimaru's jutsu?
Omnipotent. All you need.
I mean, yes, but like, does it say like S rank or?
I mean, are Kekkei Genkai even rankable?
This one isn't ranked.
There you go.
Oh.
I mean, you could argue.
What about like the spider jutsu? Are these ranked?
I don't know. See, because I'm thinking like, this sounds bad, but just hear me out for the thought process. Because it doesn't really track, but it just feels similar to where Konan's paper jutsu is just a B rank ninjutsu. It's like you could argue some of these bone jutsus could be like a similar thing, but like obviously it's not the same thing at all. It's just my brain for some reason can correlate them in some kind of way.
Yeah, I don't know, but as a random side note, I just happened to find this.
Yeah.
What rank do you think the Naruto Uzumaki 2000 combo that he used on Gaara was?
How does it even have a rank? No one knows it exists.
But it has a rank.
Okay.
Has a rank.
Okay, I'm gonna assume Naruto ranked it then, and knowing Naruto's character, he ranked it in S rank.
Well, what do you think Kishimoto ranked?
Okay, in that case, I'm gonna freaking. Based on the rest of the series, freaking, I don't know, B, A? I'll guess A.
A, that's correct.
Let's go.
Let me look at this point.
Oh,
yeah,
God.
it seems like this is weird. Like, a lot of these just aren't ranked. Like, even, like, Shikamaru's Shadow Strangle Jutsu isn't ranked.
Yeah. That's funny, because considering Rasengan is A rank. So,
oh my God.
Is 2,000 clones the equivalent of Rasengan?
Everywhere Shuriken Jutsu.
Don't tell me it's ranked.
Naruto. It's A rank.
I love that so
It's
much.
Reptile Shuriken in the databook.
Man, why didn't Hiruzen
swear
just
to
use
God.
that against Orochimaru? It's A rank.
That's what I'm saying. Like, is that in the databook?
Oh no, he should have really revamped it. Everywhere the shuriken tile.
Everywhere roof tile shuriken. That's right. Okay, it's not in the data books, sadly. Roof, let's search. No, it's just not in the data book. I think that's anime only. I'm pretty. I don't remember. Roof tile shuriken. Oh my god, it's so crazy though. Yeah, I guess a lot of these just aren't ranked, which is annoying. I would like to know, the ranking of some of these. I mean, I'm putting S rank for Sand Tsunami. Like, I'm sorry, like that is S ranked tier. No way, it's not.
Do you remember off the top of your head what Shadow Clone is ranked?
Well, I'll look and see what the data book says, but I mean, it's a Joni level technique, so probably A or B.
Do you know what Primary Lotus is ranked, if anything?
Oh, look.
Yeah, because I'm thinking, like, what is Naruto's first A-ranked jutsu? Because I think that would trick a lot of people. A lot of people might say Rasengan, because obviously.
Well, clearly.
Or hopefully it's not Shadow Clone.
Everywhere sure it can be that. Clearly it's not the Rasengan. I think Shadow Clone might be B rank.
I think so too. Now, multi-Shadow Clone on the other hand.
Like, is Sexy Jutsu Naruto Uzumaki combo?
Oh, did you watch that Naruto Explained video I sent you?
I haven't watched it.
Okay, do you want me to just spoil it? I guess then.
Sure.
In the manga, Konohamaru taught Naruto reverse sexy harem jutsu.
What?
At the beginning of Shippuden. Isn't that so cool?
Wait. When?
At the beginning of Shippuden.
I thought
Konohamaru
just did a regular sexy jutsu.
In the anime. They changed it.
Even in the manga, I thought it was, a girl. I thought I just saw that.
Take it up with Naruto Explained. I don't know what to do.
Let me just look real quick.
So,
but the Naruto Uzumaki combo from, the Kiba fight is only B rank.
Oh, okay. Because that's what I was going to say.
Stupid.
Yeah.
Sexy Jutsu's E rank. Hold on. I'm gonna look at the beginning of Shippuden real quick.
Screw it. You know, if I'll give Sexy Jutsu E rank if reverse Sexy Jutsu is S rank.
Well, no, that's what I was gonna look for harem technique in a minute. I'm gonna see if that one's ranked higher because that would have to be at least the same rank as Shadow Clone Jutsu because it uses Shadow Clone. So
definitely not looking that up.
Have to be at least B rank probably.
Well, I mean, technically, you just do it without.
Harem. Is reverse harem jutsu in the data book? Because if so, I could look and see.
I mean, I don't know. Dude, you gotta watch that video. It's so cool.
Yeah,
it's
what is he
so
talking
funny
about?
And cool.
Konohamaru uses a sexy jutsu. This is the female.
Maybe it wasn't the very beginning of Naruto of a Shippuden. It might have been one of the later.
I just gotta watch the video evidently because this is a girl, clearly a girl with boobs. Like this is not a guy.
Because he says so Konohamaru turns into, well, first of all he does a Shadow Clone, so it's two. He turns into Sasuke and Sai. So I guess it wouldn't be the beginning. It doesn't make sense because Sai's not introduced yet. So it would have to be after that.
Oh, that sounds familiar. I don't remember the context of that.
So specifically, this is actually really interesting because Naruto notices Sakura's reaction, and so that like plants the seeds in his mind.
Though.
That's really interesting.
Like, thing. I don't remember the context.
Aside from like the gag, it's actually I think that's really interesting that Naruto notices Sakura's reaction. It's like
I have to see. I don't know when that was though, but I believe that at least.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say at first I was like, I don't remember the beginning of Shippuden thing, but
that should have been at the beginning of Shippuden.
After the Tenchi Burge arc.
Yeah.
I guess Aka's suppression maybe.
Man, oh my god. If it was at the beginning of Shippuden, it works extra well, not only because it's obviously the beginning and end, but also the fact that that's the jutsu Konohamaru trained over the 3 years.
Oh, the Shadow Clone and Harem Jutsu ranks. Was there another jutsu was going to look at the rank code?
Can you hear me?
Just those for now?
Hello? Okay,
Hello?
Maybe not. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Weird, you just stopped hearing me. Hello? Can you hear me now?
Something went wrong.
So you can hear me now.
Okay.
Yeah?
Could you hear me that whole time?
Yeah, I could hear you. So it's like it reversed that time. I don't know what happened. That's weird. That's never happened.
Okay, that was weird. Yeah, I was like, something's wrong.
Yeah. Okay. So no, but what I was trying to say, because I guess you just couldn't hear me. That's so weird. I don't understand. That's
What I'm
never
saying.
it's
Why does
never
this
happened.
Like, this is exactly what happened that time when you and Mello were talking, and I was like, I don't know what you said. Like, I don't know what's happening sometimes when this happens.
Oh, I don't think I cut out. I think you just couldn't hear me. Like it's the same thing that happens for me with you. But like it happened like 200 times in a row for me with you specifically. But this is the first time it's happened with you for me. But it's for no one else. I don't understand.
I don't understand what's up with the Discord shit sometimes. I'm just like, I don't understand.
Okay. Anyways, what I was trying to say was, I think not only does it work better at the beginning of Shippuden, because it's the beginning and then into Shippuden, it's like that parallel.
Yeah.
But also, because what if this is like, this sounds really dumb, I know, because instead of Rasengan it's this. What if this is the jutsu Konohamaru's been working on the past 3 years? Like, I don't want to say the jutsu, but like, it's like, Naruto, I spent 3 years on this jutsu, look at what I developed.
Yeah.
I don't know, something like that.
It's funny. You know what's funny? Hold on. I gotta see what the wording of this. So the Shadow Clone Jutsu is B rank, but the multi Shadow Clone Jutsu is A rank.
Oh, okay.
It's a technique developed from the Shadow Clone, and in Jutsu they creates clones with actual substance. Countless Shadow Clones. The exact number depends on the amount of chakra used, but in any case, the amount of chakra consumed is far too great. For this reason, no ninja below Hokage, save for a limited few, can use the technique without risking their life. For that reason, it was sealed into a scroll. Naruto did awareness to his amazing stamina. Ever since he used it to Mizuki, blah, blah, blah. It's one of his most frequent. Okay, but the Shadow Clone Jutsu.
Man, of all the...
What is the difference?
Yeah. So here's the fun part about this, Kamui.
Jutsu creates a true copy of something, what makes it different from normal clones is it has substance, making them form physical attacks, blah, blah, blah. It used to be Naruto's worst skill, but nowadays it's favorite by far. So I guess if it's a single Shadow Clone, it's the Shadow Clone Jutsu, but the moment it's more than one, it's multi-Shadow Clones. Is that just the difference?
Okay, I'm
like
gonna
Shadow Clone is singular?
Okay. So when rewatching all of Naruto, and this is similar to like when we're gonna like do the ranking every character based on screen time. So at the same time, we'll count, not necessarily, I don't know, because that might be too crazy.
Harem Jutsu is A rank, by the way.
Count all Naruto,
Naruto
Shadow clones. So, so specifically, I'll write down specifically. I want to see. So
when he creates the most
max amount of Shadow clone. And
when he says just Shadow Clone?
Yes, and minimum amount of multi Shadow Clone. Okay.
So, to answer our question though, Naruto's first A-rank jutsu would be multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu. Yeah. The second would be Harem Jutsu, because the Harem Jutsu uses multi-Shadow Clone, so he has to learn that first.
I thought you said it was E-rank.
No.
Oh, okay, sexy jutsu. You're right. Yeah.
The harem jutsu is.
That makes sense. Yeah.
But multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu is Naruto. So it's funny though. Naruto's been using A-rank jutsu long before he learned the Jirai made it a big deal. You're gonna learn an A-rank jutsu. It's like I've been using those for a while, bro.
More than one. So he has a minimum of 3.
No, he's got a minimum of 4.
Well, I meant before the Rasengan.
Multi-Shadow Clones, Harem, Everywhere Shuriken, Naruto 2000 combo, and then there's probably a few more that I just haven't found. Like,
to be fair, does he ever do the so stupid. He doesn't do it. Like he has it, I guess. Yes.
He uses it against Gaara.
Does he?
That's where that's from. Everywhere Shuriken.
Oh, you're right.
It's from the Ninja Handbook, technically.
Okay, my bad. I thought you were
Where he
talking
does all
about
his
whatever
A-rank
jutsu.
apparently.
Okay, I'm dumb. I'm so dumb.
Naruto's
Never
Ninja
mind.
Handbook
Okay,
is
forget
just
that.
full of A-rank jutsu.
Brain fart.
What if every shuriken was one of the jutsu in the scroll of sealing that he learned from when he stole the scroll? Like, that's what these jutsu are from. They're all from that scroll.
Can we count Uzumaki Barrage as an A-rank jutsu as well for the 2000 variant?
No, because the
I
one he uses
know,
on
the Ninja Handbook
Kiba
is the
is
same
B
thing.
rank.
I know. Well, to be fair, in the same way that Sexy Jutsu is E rank, but Harem Jutsu is A rank. There you go. So 2000
Exactly, it's the same
Shadow Clones
idea.
is like, right? Yeah. So it's A rank.
Yeah.
There you go.
Well, no.
In that
like,
case, 1,000 Years of Death also has to be A rank. In this case.
Yeah, because it's up to, like, the 1 year of death is probably E rank, but the 1,000 years of death is definitely. Actually, let me look.
Okay. So that
As soon as I'm done.
does that bring it up to 6 or 7?
I'll see what 1,000 years of death is ranked. I have a feeling it's not going to be ranked A rank. It's probably going to be like C rank or E rank or something, but we'll see what it says. I think it would be funnier though if Kishimoto ranked it like A or S.
I know this doesn't count, but I'm sure Mitotic Regeneration would be at least A rank, and Naruto technically heals like that when he has the QB.
The
It
Yin
doesn't
Seal, I don't know if Mitotic Regeneration was under a separate tab in the data book, but Yin Seal was S rank.
Okay.
And Kabuto's healing was A rank.
Interesting. Well, that brings up a good question of why do at least Naruto, but I would assume the other tailed beasts have passive healing in the first place. It's not just that they have, but they obviously have it. And so there needs to be like a rule of the universe for why it works. I don't want to say, oh, they have a large chakra reserve, so they can just do it.
So that's the thing, though, because, okay, for Hashirama, it's never explained specifically what he does to heal himself, other than we just know he's a shitload of chakra. With Kisame, he heals with Samehara literally just by gaining chakra. He just regenerates because he has a lot of chakra. Like, it almost seems like that just works. Like, just being given chakra heals you or something.
I mean,
which is weird, but, like, it seems to just be the case.
Yeah, it's more than just normal healing. He's healing fatal wounds. So it's not just amped healing. It's a different type. It's a different level. Something else is going on there.
I don't know. It's weird, though, yeah, because it's like, I don't know, though. But, like, it's like we never get like an answer. It just seems like it's literally just because they have so much chakra, they just heal.
Well,
like, what?
Maybe if the other tailed beasts don't actually do that and we're just assuming that's the case.
Well, that's what
this
I
could
said.
be Kurama's.
I said I
Yeah.
pointed this out before.
Yeah, you did.
We only ever see it with Kurama. We never see Gaara heal. For example, Gaara's screaming, "No!" He doesn't heal. He doesn't heal the fucking blood. It's literally there the whole time. Like, that wound doesn't heal. So Shukaku doesn't seem to do it. I don't think we see any other Jinchuriki heal, not counting Edo Tensei healing. Like, I don't think we actually see a single other Jinchuriki that's not a Kurama Jinchuriki or someone who receives Kurama's chakra have the healing factor. That's why I said maybe that's just is Kurama's ability. It's just the healing. It's like
your impression of Gaara was so funny. Oh my God. To be fair, I will say I don't think it was an open wound. I do think that wound might have healed because, like, obviously the blood would just stain into the shirt or whatever. Like, I don't think he's profusely bleeding out during the Naruto fight.
No, but it obviously like heals to an extent. But like, it wasn't like the Naruto healing though. You know what I mean?
Well, but also like Naruto can't just do that at any time. Like, it's very inconsistent, weirdly.
Well, no, I mean, we see, like, the scratches heal, at least, like, on their own.
Passively, slowly, yeah, but that's not the same as, like, your skin
Yeah,
swirling around your lung.
Yeah, it's not always on that level, but it's proportionate to how much, like, Kurama chakra is there. is the point.
I mean, I
so like
guess.
obviously Naruto always has Kurama inside him, so he passively heals. But like when Kurama's chakra comes out, that's when he heals like crazy good.
I mean, I think the funniest version of Naruto's healing is when he heals against Haku and just like a porcupine just like shoots the needles out of him slowly.
Yes.
Like, oh my god, you know what he looked like? Oh my god. Oh, what it might have been Gooey Louie, that toy. I don't think it was. Hang on. What was the toy where it's like the Play-Doh head thing to where you make it hair? It's not Gooey Louie. What is it? Play-Doh hair. I'm just gonna look up Play-Doh hair. No, that's not him. Come on. How do you spell Play-Doh? Is this not it? Play-Doh, maybe with an H. It's got to be with an H.
How do you spell Play-Doh?
No, how do you spell Play-Doh? I don't want to look up how do you spell Play-Doh because that's so dumb. I'm not gonna do it. Play-Doh.
I don't know anymore, to be honest. Oh, 1,000 Years of Death. That's right. The telescope technique is A rank though.
Play-Doh, not Play-Doh.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Play-Doh hair. This isn't what I was thinking, but it's close. Oh, is this it? Okay, something like this is it. Yeah. Okay.
1,000 Years of Death is E rank. But what about that multi-1,000 Years of Death?
Multi-1,000 Years of Death. Okay. I got the
That would have to be A rank. Like, I mean,
literally has to be.
1,000 shadow clones doing the 1,000 Years of Death. That's like 1,000,000 years of death right there.
So are we counting it as 6 or 7?
What do we have so far?
Oh God. Make a list, huh? I just want to.
I mean, we have to just go through the whole data book and look, to be honest.
Okay. I don't want to get copyright. I think it'll be fine. We'll do this. All right, Kamui, look at my screen. I think I'm sharing my screen, right?
1 second.
Okay.
I don't see your screen.
Oh, I had to leave and rejoin recently. Okay. I'm sharing my screen. Okay. You looking?
No.
This is Naruto versus Haku. I'm so glad I thought of that. Even without the needles, it's like the red chakra coming out.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so stupid.
Dude, Naruto is so crazy in that fight too. Like that first transformation was just different. Like,
I'm writing this down on the abridged. It's so funny.
yeah. To have like Haku comment on it, like, is that the what's that thing called?
Play-Doh hair toy.
Is like, hold on, is he using the Play-Doh hair toy jutsu?
Skin versus Haku. Is he using the pool?
The Play-Doh hair toy
jutsu. Oh my god. Okay.
Like, oh no, it's the Play-Doh hair jutsu, my only weakness. How did he know? How did he figure this out?
Oh my god.
Like, only Zabuza knew that was my weakness.
Can we also just agree right now to rename every jutsu in some stupid way? Like,
at least a lot of them, yeah.
At least a lot of them, yeah. Like, I'm thinking like Toby Rama's water senbone that he fires at Madara could be like fast spit jutsu or something.
Yeah, it depends on like how they like do it. So like when Kisame like throws up an ocean, like in whatever he calls it, like super exploding shockwave. Oh, well, we're changing the name. He's like fierce vomit jutsu, like or something.
Oh, you could do something like
with a name,
like Omega slip and slide jutsu.
Yeah, like we'll just whatever it looks like, we'll just like call it that.
Exactly, yeah.
Like when Kidomaru is like explaining his abilities, he's like gross spit shoots. Like,
Dude, whenever
like
eventually...
you start to like, let me reveal my most disgusting technique. I sweat. It's gross.
Whenever eventually, I guess we would probably need to be a little bit bigger first, but whenever we eventually in the future get closer to the abridged thing, taking it more seriously, we should do a live stream and like schedule the live streams like everyone knows to where like, all right, this is the stream where we just decide the name of every jutsu in the abridged.
Yeah.
And like we could like vote on it. We can even take fan suggestions. Like that'd be really cool.
Yeah, for stuff.
Yeah.
That would be fun, yeah.
In that case, it'd be like the best one would win anyways. Because like it'd be more than just our thoughts. Yeah.
Yeah. Whatever we think people will find funny. Like,
okay.
that is going to be the most fun project ever.
I know.
Like, it's going to take so much time, though, because, like, we're not just going to want to, like, come up with the ideas. Like, we're going to want, like, all the recordings to be perfect, like, really, like, the stupid impressions, and also, like, the editing. Like, we're going to edit it funny on top of, you know, showing stuff. Like, we're going to add in stuff.
And
like,
then,
it's going to be work. It'll be
God, we're going to be such perfectionists on it, too. It's going to take, like, a freaking year.
Mm-hmm.
To, like,
absolutely. We're going to take so long on this, like...
I don't know. Like, okay, we're done with it, but, like, are we sure we don't want to wait another month just to think if we want to be done with it?
Yeah, like, do we want to, like, give it a month to decide if we want to add more?
Exactly. Okay. Well, I think,
that would be so much fun.
I think that, is everything that we added again. So back to the first topic, before the reaction. Okay, so what does he say about... Okay, so the world domination. We monopoly controlled all wars. The third of house... Where does he say? Is it here? Organization, blah, blah. We do, blah, blah. Oh, does he not say it here?
What are you looking for?
When he's like, oh, and it's peace, and it's for love, and it's for money, and it's for the religion.
I told you, yeah, no. So that's the reasons people go to war.
Okay, is that not here?
So,
I thought that was here.
I think it's one of the first one. Hold on, let me just scroll up and look at our messages. Jesus, where the hell did I send this? Did you like? Oh, never mind. I found it.
I'm looking at all six of the scans.
It's okay. The first scan of the 6 has it. So, I was about to show those heathens the might of the Church of Jashin. Konoha Shinobi are not heathens. They venerate their ancestors and follow Will of Fire. So I suppose you could say they use it to justify their going to war. And Hida says, hey, are you making fun of me, eh? And he says, no. I did not intend to ridicule your reason for fighting. After all, you and I are birds of a feather. But in the end, it doesn't matter what one's reason is. Religion, philosophy, raw materials, land, grievance, love, whim. No matter how trivial the motive, it becomes the cause for conflict.
Man, that's so much worse than the manga. When I read it, I just read over it. Yeah, like I didn't even like I read that, but I didn't even read it. Like it's just there. Like, oh my god, the anime does it better.
Yeah, also I like the anime when it shows like the people's like face over the panel. Like so, like the whim is Deidara, the religion's Hidan, money is Kakuzu, philosophy Itachi. Yeah, I like the way the anime did that.
Like they even do that later on in the same speech.
But not for that here. Part. Like
it's so much better in the anime. I didn't even think this was it. Like, I was looking for it in the manga. I saw this and I thought, this can't be. Like, it wasn't even a thought in my mind. Unbelievable.
Yeah, when I thought I saw this. Like.
Oh my god.
That's interesting. I didn't even notice. Yeah, because I saw the different people and I just assumed that it was for that part, but it's not.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. That's why that's like the first thing I did was click on like page 4 or 5 or 3 or whatever. Like, I was like, it's there. It has to be.
Well, it was really cool what the anime did there.
Okay. Ironically, that's the thing we were looking for too this whole time. That's the answer to the first thing. Well, okay, is it world
Sure.
domination if it's religion, philosophy, raw materials, land, grievance, love, and whim? Oh, maybe. Maybe. Remember when I said I was gonna eat on the podcast? I still haven't done that. I was gonna wait for the reaction.
I'm on my second meal during the podcast.
Oh my god.
Well, I'm eating now. Let's just fucking start the
2:06.
reaction, I guess. And we're not gonna finish it. Isn't the video like what 3 hours long or some nonsense?
Okay, so here's the thing, right? So the video that we promised we'd react to, 18 minutes 21 seconds. Naruto did not change the world. A critique. So it's in the title. It's in the thumbnail.
Okay.
So there's something I wanted to do before we got to this because I wanted to do this last. So we're just not going to do this. Is what I'm essentially getting at is if you agree. So the thing I wanted to do before we did this is I have it pulled up here, but I just want to show you the title and thumbnail together just so that you can see the glory.
Okay.
I wish I could zoom in, but here I'll just
Attack on Titan, the prequel to Madagascar.
yeah.
That stood out to me immediately.
Yeah. So Kamui, I saw this. There's just no question, right? Like this is. There's just no we have to. Like it's only 6 minute 40. It's Attack on Titan the prequel to like. Kamui, come on.
All the lemurs.
Come on.
In Madagascar are Eldians of Parody Island.
You wanted to talk about Attack on Titan anyways. It's got timestamps in the descriptions. Clearly, like based on the thumb.
We'll watch it.
Okay.
We'll watch it.
I just had to listen.
And
There's
depending on how
no
long we
way.
react to it, we can maybe start the Sage's Reign and maybe not. We'll see.
There's no way I couldn't. I think it's funnier if, just like last stream, we title and thumbnail something and then just never get to it at all.
We had good talks today.
We did.
What's funny is when it's you and me, we talk like these rewrites that are really cool, like the Gara one, the Zabuza one. But like, we only do it with just us.
This Zabuza one may be my favorite rewrite because it's changing something I dislike. It's adding on to something I already like.
Yeah, so the Kimimaro addition there.
Yeah. It even you could argue it takes away from Zabuza depending on some of the ways we were arguing, but like in some ways you could argue it doesn't really take away anything from Zabuza. If anything, it does add only, pretty much.
Yeah, because like
everything's like the same.
If he's just like he manages to survive and he's like not being evil, he joins the Akatsuki for its goals, but it's not like inherently evil. I don't think it takes away from anything, but
yeah.
Obviously his depth was great, but
I know. Again, but you could just leave all of that literally the exact same.
I mean, even that, he already has his talking to Jutsu moment. You just give him another cool death instead. Like,
here's another video right here on the side that's a little interesting. The main character before Eren in Attack on Titan. What I think this is clickbait because I know he did like a series that wasn't Attack on Titan that was like Attack on Titan before Attack on Titan. It's in the same way that My Hero Academia did the same thing, but I don't think you know that. In the same way that like Naruto Chapter 0 is like a prologue that's uncanon, not even close to Naruto. It's like not even the same thing.
Yeah.
But it's like it has like the roots, the foundations of Naruto.
yeah.
Okay, yeah. I think that's what this is. That's what that video is about. I watched a video like it similarly. It's whatever. Okay. So let's watch this. I am gonna take a break. So have fun for a minute. It's 3 hours 41 minutes in. I'm gonna go bathroom and then get lunch. I mean dinner, whatever, same thing. Time is a construct.
Yeah.
I'll be right back. Or if you want, just don't say anything and I'll just cut this part out. You got it.
Okay. Well, I'll look at chat. I gotta go pull it up on YouTube. And I can see what people are saying. Oh, perfect. It came up as a suggestion. All right. I wonder if we're going to get to the reaction. Well, we might start at space and then stop it very early on.
Let me just read all these again. I'm great, Arashikake. How about you? I didn't know you guys were doing an abridge. Yeah, it's something we want to do in the far future. At some point, we've been writing down ideas, and we're just eventually going to get to it. It'll be so much fun. I want to know how you guys got Storm connections. Yes, the Stone Village did hire the Akatsuki for missions. Hi, Hay Station. Okay, well, that answers all the chat. I don't know when it would even come back, though. It's not objectively correct. I would never agree to that. Sweet dude. Ask me a different question. I would talk about the Boruto chapter while Oodie's gone, but I think Oodie's listening, potentially listening anyway, and so I would be spoiling him, and he wouldn't have to tell me to stop. So I'm not going to risk that. I'll just say the chapter was interesting, and I'll leave it at that. These egg sandwiches are really good, though. I made some delicious egg sandwiches, the most simple ones ever, but it's still slapping. I can only imagine if you guys can like hear the sound of me chewing the food too. I assume not, but if you can, my apologies. Oh, I heard the door.
I mean, Kamui, you do realize even with that warning, I would just stop listening, right?
But I wouldn't know when to stop.
Oh yeah, fair enough, because I could have just joined in at any point. Then the warning would have been irrelevant. Also, you realize that I'm sweet dude, right?
Yes, I know.
Oh, okay. Okay, then I guess you actually trolled me there. I didn't realize.
Yeah,
you just
like,
got me straight up. Oh, he doesn't realize. Weird.
That like as if you weren't sweet. Dude.
Yeah, I know. Like, I thought you just didn't know. Okay, you got me. Good job. Okay. Ready for the video?
You should know that many times I've commented back from Sweet Dude. You should know I know that
too. Fair enough. All right. So this is Attack on Titan, the prequel to Madagascar, with the best thumbnail of all time. I'm doing this just for when I clip it, by the way, obviously.
You should do a video on why Naruto the Last is Shrek 4, or like the prequel to Shrek 4 or something.
I already did. It's literally a video on my screenwriting channel. To be fair, it's just a clip from the podcast, but it's like an edited clip, so it looks cool.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's like
you turn it into a video.
It's a short one. It's like a 3-minute video or something, or 4-minute. But then it's like, since it's only that long, I got to like actually edit it a decent amount.
Yeah, a lot.
Yeah, it's funny. I'll link it to you after if you if you'll actually watch it. Okay, anyways. All right.
It's only 3 minutes.
Yeah, it's fair enough. All right. It's also literally just the same. Like you were there. I don't know how else to say it.
I've already heard it. I just haven't watched it.
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
Attack on Titan is one of the most interesting and unique concepts to come
I
into
hope this
mainstream
music
anime
isn't
in recent times.
copyrightable.
I'm already
But what if
intrigued by that opening soundtrack noise.
I know, it's so what is it? Do you recognize the song?
Not from Attack on Titan, that's all I know. I don't think it is anyway.
Fair
It
enough.
doesn't sound, and maybe it is, and I just don't remember. But
See, like, I agree, it doesn't work with your channel as much, considering you've already, like, done it in this way. But, like, things that aren't from the series absolutely can work as music.
oh, absolutely, yeah. I just don't like.
Yeah.
I've debated it several times, but I just feel like I just like the idea of having like a Naruto song in a Naruto video, or an Attack on Titan song in an Attack on Titan video, or something. Like, I just like that idea.
Yeah.
But like, I've been debating, like, for example, Light's theme from Death Note is a great video
theme. Are you kidding me? I not only do I just love the theme, it's just a really good like thinking theme in the background. Like, so I was debating it, but I just kind of decided like, I think I'll just pick Naruto for Naruto. I don't know. I've always been torn up between it, but
To be fair, I know you don't watch a lot of other people's videos, but everyone uses that coincidentally. It's really funny.
But I don't blame them. Well, now I know it's copyright free at least.
Well, even then, I don't know if it is, because I think a lot of people complain about that as well.
Apparently.
I don't know.
Wait, my headphones just really die. Hold on. I gotta switch headphones.
I mean, I can hear you. Can you not hear me?
I can hear you, but like it's only playing in my left ear, which
Okay.
not only is weird, it's also the ear that's not as good. So it's just not the greatest. So hold on.
I didn't know you had an ear that's not as good. Is that for a reason? Okay. Oh, you did say hold on. I guess I was dumb to keep talking. Well, chat, how are you? I think Sweetdude has a really interesting point that he made. Is Madara objectively correct? Well, he did at Kamui, so I'll have to ask him when he gets back. Oh, hey, Kamui, so Sweetdude had a question for you. I don't know if you got to it yet. So he was wondering, at Kamui, why is Madara objective?
I already addressed
okay. I just wanted to make sure that we were reading our beloved chat's questions, considering how correct the chat is.
I actually read all of them when you were gone.
I know. I was listening, as you know.
That's right. Anyway, what were you saying before I switched headphones?
I already forgot. Honestly, I was so focused
well, anyway,
on...
Light's theme is a really good theme for videos.
Oh, yeah, people complain that it might not be. I don't know.
Oh, really? That they don't like it for videos?
No, that it might not be copyright free. That people have issues with it. It might be a different it might be a different Death Note theme. I don't remember, but there's definitely one of them.
Maybe. I don't know. I haven't tried it partially for that reason because I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
I do know that Rain used the Attack on Titan theme I really liked in our Attack on Titan video. At first, Meek was like, don't use it because the vocals are loud, but it looks like Rain just did it anyway. And I was like, hell yeah, I support it.
Interesting, because Mello uses the Attack on Titan theme all the time in his videos, even though he hasn't seen the series.
Really? He uses that theme?
Isn't that weird? Yeah, I know. And like, it's like the godly one, which I don't think necessarily even fits necessarily. It's like the do. You know what it is.
Interesting. I didn't even know that.
I guess instead of you should do.
A lot of soundtracks on Attack on Titan are really good. Like, I genuinely, I really want to do a soundtrack tier list, or at least figure out my favorites. And honestly, I know for a fact that the main Death Note theme with the vocals is a contender. I love that theme. The Attack on Titan theme, oh my god, dude, it might be my #1 of all time. I know you hate it, but I really like From You 2,000 Years Ago. That's one of my favorites.
We're going to talk about that on the Attack on Titan stream. I don't want to talk about that now, but yeah.
Okay. I really like that theme. Whether you do or not, I love that theme. There's a lot from Naruto, though, that it's so hard. The thing is, quantity-wise, Naruto has too many bangers, but I just think that Attack on Titan might have my overall best soundtrack ever, though, potentially. Doesn't have as much quantity off the ones I've at least saved. It's not going to beat Naruto. Naruto Shippuden, I have 30 on here. I don't think I have that many, but deciding my favorite Naruto theme is going to be so hard, though. I have potential contenders.
That'd be interesting to do a top 10 themes in all of anime.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about doing.
But in that case,
I don't have many to choose from, but
we might have to make a rule of only one song per series, but I would also hate to limit myself like that.
Nah, it just wouldn't work in my case anyway, because I only have 5 series, so I can't get the top 10.
True enough.
But, it's hard to pick, because for part 1, doing top 3 is more reasonable.
Yeah.
And I'm torn, because which ones I would pick. Because ones that come as contenders. For fight themes, Avenger is probably the one I'm going with if I have to pick. I love Orochimaru's theme.
I really like his Predator theme too.
Yeah.
Hinata versus Neji, I love. Haku's theme, of course, we love. There's a lot of really sad ones I love, like Grief and Sorrow. That's the piano one. That might be my favorite of the sad ones, but I don't. There's so many I love. For Shippuden, I might have an easier time actually, even though I have like even more on the list. I feel like Decision might. If I have to pick one off the top of my head, Decision might be my pick.
Crazy. For favorite of Shippuden?
It's hard to pick, but if I have to choose, that one just might be the one I go with. I don't know. I really like that one. But there's a lot of them. Like this, like I said, I have like 30 on here. Like, do you have one off the top of your head?
I would cheat by using every variant of a song. It's like for Sadness and Sorrow, that includes Grief and Sorrow, that includes Hokage Funeral, that includes all of them. For Avenger, that includes the Jewing, that includes every variant of Avenger. For Shippuden, it'd be Samidare, which would include Yamagasuri or whatever. And then Hurricane Suite, and then like all like 10 minutes in every variant of Hurricane Suite, as well as Tragic, considering there's like 5 variants of Tragic.
Tragic is another one that it was like Tragic and Decision are kind of like the two I'm coming to.
Even choosing pick. Tragic, you have Jiraiya's death theme. Oh, so funny.
Well, that's no okay. Again, that's another no. Jiraiya's death theme is not Tragic. It's actually. Well, it doesn't have an official name, but Nindo is like the common name. That's another one of the ones I have contending with. But
no, but remember, I showed off the leitmotif being the same between the two melodies.
I don't remember what you're talking about, but no, Nindo, the death theme of Jiraiya is. I guess it depends on what scene you're talking about, but when Jiraiya's like writing, when Jiraiya's putting his finger on the toad and writing it, and it's playing that theme, is the one I'm thinking of, anyway.
See, Jiraiya's death theme. If I type in Jiraiya, how many people? Oh, it'd probably help if I spelled it right. Okay, how many messages are Jiraiya related? Hopefully not many.
Probably a lot.
86. That's not that many. I think it could find it just through Jiraiya alone. Okay, looking for Jiraiya's death theme. See, I would type in Jiraiya's death theme, but I'm afraid I didn't type exactly that, so it's just not going to pop up as if I didn't type anything at all.
Yeah. I don't know specifically what part you're referring to, but...
It was a while ago, so I don't blame if you forgot it.
No, but I meant, like, what part of his death, because, like,
I'm
the
sure
general scene, like, it depends on what, like I said, I know when he's writing the message on the toad is the theme I'm referring to. Which is like when he dies, kind of, but it's not like literally when he's in the ocean. When he's in the water, it plays a different theme, which might be what you're referring to. So that's probably like the main thing here.
You know what? If this was a podcast topic, I probably deleted it. Because I know we talked about it on the podcast, so it probably was a podcast topic.
It might have been where you wrote it then.
Yeah, because I can't find it. Oh well.
But I don't want to cheat though.
I'm cheating.
There's a lot of
I couldn't help myself.
That's hard. But
I could probably find it in the podcast topics because it was a long time ago, so we did podcast topics.
There's so many of these that I really like, but I just remember when I was younger, I used to like play certain like scenes so I could get this song like perfectly in my mind, so my mind could play it like perfect essentially before going to bed. It's something I used to do, and I know for a fact the Minato and Kushina death, like when it plays Decision, he's stealing Kurama.
Yeah.
I played that one a hell of a lot. Another one is when Naruto's transforming into Kurama for Tragic. No, this was like, and then there's another for Nindo. It was when Hashirama at the Five Kage Summit. Just because I knew it played in that scene. But
I think of all the Naruto songs...
I know you used to do that a lot with those.
Yeah, of all the Naruto songs I went to sleep the most with, it's probably Kushina's theme.
Which one?
Kushina's theme.
But there's more than one you might be referring to.
I'm referring to the Kushina theme. You know what I mean. The divine one.
Okay, yeah. You could have meant Gentle Hands or the divine one.
Now, I will say...
Gentle Hands is
Gentle
another one I
Hands.
really like.
I consider Gentle Hands more like baby Naruto theme. I mean, it is Kushina's theme, but like, you know what I mean.
Like Kushina's actual death, but yeah. Anyway, I like both of them.
Yeah.
And there's a lot that are good. Okay. But
No, obviously there's a ton of different songs that I always fell asleep with, like Hurricane Sweet core only, at like 50-second variant. Really haunting, really beautiful. Just play it on loop, and it's like an infinitely long song. It's so good, fall asleep into that. You could listen to a couple of the movie soundtracks, but you wouldn't know any of them. Especially Kaguya's theme, Cold Ground. That's amazing to fall asleep to. It might be the other
I like
Kaguya's
Kaguya's theme. I was gonna make an extended one of that one for a future Ten Tails video that 3 months later I still haven't gotten to. To really get on with that one, the more stuff that comes out in Boruto, it's like I really need to go make this video. But I get sidetracked and fucking run it. The freaking Pain's Black Rods. And an interesting video, but just all the side tangents I've gone onto, all because I was making a. It all started. I was gonna do why doesn't Momoshiki use his abilities in Boruto? It's a video I just never finished for like 8 months, and I'm just gonna finish it. And then I was like, I should probably explain Momoshiki's abilities first, make sure everyone's on the same page. Yeah. And then I was like, got to those rods, and I was like, wait, why don't I just explain the rods in a video first? Because they're pretty interesting. And I was like, oh my god. So I kept changing videos. And I was like, dude, this is a problem. Just getting so distracted with everything. It almost turned into, let me research yin yang and Izanagi and all this shit. I'm like, oh my god, bro, I just finished a stupid video. I have such an easy time coming up with the ideas and coming up with information, but I have a hard time just finishing this stupid thing.
There, Kamui, we only have 2 bites left. I ate on the pod. That's your one time you get to request that. How do you feel?
Wait, what?
I'm almost done eating. Because of you.
Oh.
You're welcome. The one time I'm letting you do it. That's funny. You got this one time.
So,
everyone gets one. Yeah.
What I love is how we're like 2 seconds into this reaction.
I know, but to be fair, okay, whereas we did derail, I think for the most part it's been on topic. Like we paused to discuss the music.
It's still about soundtracks.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I'll also say really quick, just talking about like the falling asleep thing. Those are just the songs that aren't my favorite that I fell asleep to. Like, obviously, I fell asleep to all my favorite songs in addition to those songs that specifically I fell asleep to that aren't my favorite.
Yeah. Yeah, obviously. But, okay. Getting back to Attack on Titan, getting closer.
Yeah.
So, you know the Goda theme? Is this the theme? You know that song? Okay, so
I know.
There's 3 different variants of it. Do you remember them off the top of your head, kind of, generally?
Probably, yeah.
There's the Season 1/2 one. I think it's played in Season 2 anyway. That's the original one. Then there's the Season 3 remakes it. This one has more vocals. It's the same song, but, like, the singer girl, like, is more singing, I guess you could say. It's, like, some of the parts where it's, like, the choir people saying words. And you also hear her as like the main voice and them in the background for a lot of parts. They slightly changed the vocals of the chorus. And then there's the 3rd one, which is in the final season, which is more eerie, has like a longer instrumental period. It sounds a little bit different at parts, but it's the same song. Anyway,
I think that's my favorite.
Do you have a favorite of those?
I think it's the last one, yeah. Because that's the one that Eren does during the invasion of Marley, right? At the very end of Season 4.
The rumbling one? Yeah, it's the one that they do for the rumbling.
That has to be my favorite version, I think. I think this is also the Attack Titan theme in, like, Episode 2.
I have to double check. I don't think.
Oh, sorry, not Attack Titan. I mean not the Attack, the Armor Titan.
Armor Titan.
Yeah.
The Armor Titan, I think, just uses the Season 1 version. I don't think it uses.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying it's when it's used in Season 1, that's when it's used. It's used in a couple places, but I think this might be the first time it's used.
Oh, the first time this theme in general plays? What are you trying to say?
Oh god, hang on. Keep talking. My audio went out.
Okay.
Well, if you can hear me anyway.
Okay, I can hear
And
you.
are you trying to say when the general theme was played the first time? Or are you trying to say when the final season's version was played the first time?
Both. I'm saying both. But I'm
I
also
don't
saying
think
when
the
it's most
version-
iconic for me, at least.
Okay. Because I was going to say, I don't think the final season version plays in season 1. I'm pretty sure it doesn't. I'm pretty
No,
sure it
no,
doesn't
no.
play
I'm
until season
saying
4.
it's in each season, the variant that plays, that's when it plays. I'm not saying season 1 plays in season 4, season 4 plays in season 1.
Oh, you're just saying the first time each one plays?
No, I'm just saying. Oh my god, I'm just saying. Okay, whatever. I'm just saying when the song plays. How about that? To make it as simple as
Okay,
possible.
well, there's other times. Okay, I can tell you other times too. So, for season 1, yes, the Armor Titan, yeah, it plays there. I know for a fact it plays in both Annie fights. It also plays during the Trust one. This was the first time it really it plays in obviously the Armored Titan one, and I obviously like it going back and listening to it, but I didn't think much of it at the time. The first time I remember really was like, oh my god, I love this song actually. It was I don't remember which mission it was, but I remember Mikasa was just slicing some Titans. But she was playing the song and I was like, oh my god, I love this song actually. That's what I was like, yeah, that just remember that scene, whatever that was specifically.
That's funny because I remember
Season 3 plays it twice during the Shiganshina invasion. I think actually because I've made extended versions of all 3 separately and mashing them together. I've come to find I like the season 3 version one the best, with the vocals more from the singer. That one I was like, I love them all a lot, but that one, at least just as a song, has become my favorite at least. At first it wasn't. The first one was originally my favorite, but that one is now my favorite. Season 3 version.
Okay. I'd love to hear all the different versions played back to back to back. There's probably out there a million different versions, videos of it, I should say. But yeah. What were you just saying?
Not the way I did it, but you can hear them on their own.
Yeah, exactly. And you said the season 3 version is your favorite. It's really funny though that you're saying this, considering the first couple Attack on Titan podcasts we did, the one thing that I couldn't believe you hated was the music, because that's the one thing I'll praise Attack on Titan for.
Yeah, absolutely. But I didn't say I hated it. I said at first I was like, I was comparing it to Naruto, and I was saying, I was like, yeah, I don't really like the soundtracks as much, though, is what I was saying. But the soundtrack definitely grew on me a lot. But that happens every time, though. So that's why I said in that same podcast, I was like, to be fair, I think that always just happens to me. At first, Death Note didn't stand out. I was like, oh my god, I love these songs. But eventually, I was like, oh my god, I love these songs. So, I think that's a thing that just I usually do. But yes, I was harder. I wasn't instantly praising it. I absolutely should have been. I agree.
Okay, that's funny.
I don't blame you for questioning me for even saying I don't like. I wasn't just praising. I mean, you should be questioning me for that because that was crazy of me. It's the one time I will go back on my word.
What? You're not like
literally,
Naruto.
No, it's the only time.
Okay. Well, I don't. I mean, say that. Okay, but then I want to question you more on that, because enough time has passed since then, as well as you got the context of the rest of the series, that you can look back to season 1 and tell me if anything else has changed. And obviously, you just said nothing else changed. One time I go back and forth, but I'm thinking because I was shocked that you were just so hardcore adamant standing everything in between Tross to when the female Titan showed up. Because I'm sure looking back, the cleaning Levi arc, the government arc or whatever, that's the down point of season 1. That's probably the low point.
I mean, the cleaning Levi was mostly a meme. I don't think it was that bad, but no, it's not really needed. No.
Okay.
For the, I figured I was gonna save. Because I was gonna ask questions on this, but we might as well just talk about it a little bit.
Yeah.
As far as arcs go, yeah, probably my least favorite arc would be the
political arc beginning of season 3.
Oh, I wasn't
But I
talking
didn't
about
think
that.
it was
That
like,
was in season 1, but yeah, that as well, obviously.
oh, because I was gonna say with that at least, I was like, I don't think it's like god awful trash, worst thing in humanity, but like, yeah, it's definitely like the least good arc of Attack on Titan. But determining best arc is tricky for me. But
I mean, it's funny because obviously we don't care about politics at all, but like politics can be interesting if done right in a way that isn't political. Like the Five Kage
what's
Summit
funny
was
enough
great.
for me is,
Yeah.
huh?
I was gonna list a couple examples. Like the Five Kage Summit is great.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Kaguya's backstory. I love the land of that versus the land of, I forget the second one. The land of Soul? No, that's something else. Anyways, the Kage backstory politics. Outside of Naruto in Attack on Titan, I think Attack on Titan does do politics good during certain parts. Like I love when, this isn't necessarily politics, but like when in season 1, Armin goes out and be like, I'm human. Actually, Eren says it, but you know. And then Armin does his whole speech to the commander before the commander like shoots the cannonball at them. That was really well done. I think that's political right there. In a similar way, I think when they first get to Marley, that whole section of the story is political. Not only the first like 5 episodes of even 6 plus episodes of season 1. It's 4. I mean, sorry. The first like 6 episodes of season 4 of like seeing the other side. I think a lot of that is political. Not only the war, but seeing Eren on the other side, seeing the other side, etc., etc. The Tiber family, seeing the shifting titans and how like the Eldians are discriminated against. That's all technically politics. In the same way that like I think seeing the flashbacks of when the Eldians first get to the island and they see like the Marleyans going against Eldians in like so many different ways, both like on the street casually and in like courts technically or whatever that was, like a public office meeting of businessmen being like, man, those gosh darn 8 Eldians, we'll never forget them. That's like when Eren walked out, and that's like the last time they saw Eren in Marley. I think all that's done well. That's all political. Even
or another example, when they're at the court office and like the one when Levi beats up Eren.
It's literally
it's
what.
like,
yeah, I was literally. I was trying to interrupt you from interrupting me for that same exact scene.
Oh yeah, because I was gonna say like that's a good example.
Yeah, exactly.
Or like you can even say like the Jaegerists taking over like the political places, like they kill the.
I didn't like that as much.
I forgot the technical name for that guy. The not commander, but like the guy. Even the letter P, I think.
I don't know. It felt like way too big of a diversion.
Premier Zachary. But yeah, anyway, that's political related.
It was just too big of a diversion from the story.
I mean, like, certain aspects of it in the season 3 one, I liked. Obviously, I think it could be, like, improved a bit, but...
I think so.
But there's certain things I think are cool, just, like, the fact that, like, you know, in the king and, like, the center people, they're, like, covering up the truth about Titans, so, like, this whole thing is, like, you know, essentially helping them get one step closer to discovering the truth of the Titans. Like, they actually knew the whole time. They're kind of like, I like that concept. Historia's dad sucks. Worst guy ever. He's like a Rami in Boruto Funato arc. He's fucking this loser dickhead. I'm glad the best part of the arc there when Historia sliced that dude in
Yeah,
half.
but that's completely entirely separated from the politics. That's like the point of the arc, if anything. Like the politics there's almost no point in my opinion, considering that's like the point of the arc there. I will say, I think in season 1, Pixis playing chess with that other guy in the middle capital, that was really well done. Because that's short and sweet.
Who is that guy?
He's just some high-ranking commander in the middle wall. Like he's not.
I thought that guy was like the king.
He's
when
probably
I first watched
it,
I thought he was the king.
Yeah, I thought he was king too. He's probably just like a general.
Yeah, because I was like, he's obviously not. Like Pixis is the general of his division, but
I don't know. He's higher than Pixis.
I thought that guy was like a noble guy. Like I thought he was the king. He's obviously not either the fake king or the real king, as we see later on. He's just like some rich guy or something. I don't know, but.
it'd be a stretch to call anything else "quote unquote" politics that I like. Like I wouldn't consider like episode 3 and 4 seeing the military scouts training. I wouldn't consider anything there political, even though it's technically the government branch. I wouldn't consider like the fake Ymir.
Bauer would say it's politics.
I know,
but
yeah. Like the fake
would not.
Ymir trying to pretend to be queen or something. I don't think that's necessarily politics either. It's more of a character moment. I'm trying to think of anything else that would even be arguable. Well, Sour would say literally everything. But
Yeah, no, I disagree with that. But yeah, I mean, I think we covered the politics stuff, but yeah, I think that is like the down point. I don't think it's as bad as you, but I think we all agree it's probably like the least good part though. I also asked, what is your favorite arc? Is it? I think you've said before it's the beginning of season 4.
yeah, for sure. Like without a doubt, by far it has to be. First, like
So
definitely okay. Season 4, episode 5, when Aaron talks to Reiner the entire episode, undoubtedly hands
like that.
down favorite episode, best episode.
whichever your
Undoubtedly.
favorite episode, I have to just rewatch all of them again to determine for sure. But I really like that. So let's just stick with the arc. So leading up to also, you know what's interesting?
What?
I was just going through the manga. They do it different order than the anime. It's really weird
For
how
the
the manga
finale?
does the beginning. So
Should I
no, the beginning.
Okay, have you
Like in
seen
the
the
beginning.
final
So
chapters in the
the
manga?
Frost. I haven't seen all this stuff, and I skimmed through the manga ending a little bit. I didn't do
Yeah,
the whole
really
thing,
quick, I
but
was
did some-
wondering, do you think we should do that before we do the final Attack on Titan podcast?
I don't know, because originally I was gonna wait for Cam to tell me
Yeah.
what's different, but then I was like,
Well,
I saw some of it anyway at this point.
yeah,
so
just
I
so
don't
you know, I have asked Cam and she's agreed to like go through and look at like any interviews, get all the notes for like the ending manga versus anime, all that. So like if we like we don't have to like be clickbaited or get misinformation. She's just gonna go like find the raw sources of everything, so we can just look at all of that.
Yeah.
It's gonna
I
be
watched that video. You linked a video that I actually watched right before you linked it by chance.
good.
About the different endings. It was really, I don't want to make fun, but like it was hard to watch because his accent was so strong. And it was hard to. I had to rewind so many parts. I mean, I helped out as a watch time, that's for sure. But
It's funny.
yeah, I'd rather have Cam say.
Yeah.
But so I'm trying to think of. Oh yeah, so the trust. Okay, so in the manga though, in the anime, you have obviously the first episode stuff. And then they start training, like Aaron's trying to become a soldier and stuff, and then they have the Trost invasion. Well, in the manga, the Trost invasion comes first, and then they cut back to when they were younger, and they're like in the they're training to become soldiers. It's like weird. I don't know why it was like that. But anyway, trying to think of arcs. So there's just, I guess, intro, invasion, and then there's they're becoming soldier arc. Then there's
That's
the Trost
not
arc.
a different arc. The Trost arc would be the second arc. Everything
Okay,
up to
well, I don't
Trost
know if
would
that
be
would
one
count.
arc. Oh, to
I
be
don't know if
fair,
that would
I don't
count as
think like a
each arc.
prologue would count. Like the Land of Waves doesn't start at chapter 1 of Naruto.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, I don't know, but yeah, okay, we can say becoming Marine Corps arc 1. I don't know what the official name is. And Trost. Then there's the female Titan. Is that just all one arc all the way till the end then, or is that two
Yeah.
different arcs when they go to
It's all one arc.
Dohas? Okay.
It's like
So
the
there's
Code
that.
arc,
Then
how it's
there's-
like two different portions of it, kind of.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, that's why I'm confirming with you basically
Yeah.
because you're the screenwriter. This is the part where you come in. So then there's for season 2. Is it probably two different arcs for like the castle stuff,
Yeah.
the hole in the wall arc, and then the Reina and Bertolt reveal arc.
Yeah, because
whatever
the
you call it.
castle
They're
arc
trying to take-
is way more focused on like the Ymir Historia stuff.
Yeah, okay. And then you have political arc. Then you have Return to Shiganshina. Is the Marley flashback just a resolution of that, or is it long? I don't remember how long it is. I don't think it's long enough to be a new arc, though. It's got to just be resolution. The book and the basement thing. That's just part of Shiganshina, right?
You could say that's resolution, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it feels like it's a really long resolution because then they go back home and they do all this shit. But I feel like it's weird to call it an arc. I don't know.
I would say them getting to the basement is the end of that arc. You could even
So
argue
then
that's
there's a new
extra.
arc for the basement.
Like it's like transitioning to. That's all transitioning
Like an epilogue
to
of season
the
3.
epilogue. Yeah. So I would say the end of the arc, if you really want to count it, would be I guess them feeding Bertolt. That just sounds so weird. I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, it's weird. 'Cause I'm just trying to determine. I mean, either way, I mean, I'm not picking Grisha's book as my favorite arc if it's a separate arc. But if it's included in the Shiganshina arc, then it's a contender. Like, that's why I'm asking. Anyway, then there's the season 4. Okay, so season 4, you have the Marley arc, and then is it? So then they have the whole Jaegerist stuff. Is that separate from when the rumbling starts, or is that all just one gigantic arc? Is it like the Jaegerist arc, then the rumbling arc, or is it all just
the
one long
Jaegerist?
arc?
I was actually thinking about this earlier today. Funny enough, so the Jaegerist arc would go until the rumblings. Like it would just like be divided at the paths essentially.
Okay, because that's what I was thinking. Because if you look at the seasons, like season 4 ends when the rumbling starts, and then there's the 2 really long episodes. That's really like another half season.
It's funny to think about it like this, but I think the end of the arc and the start of the next arc is where Aaron's head is sniped off.
Yeah, I mean,
Crazy.
it makes sense though. That's what, because that's what I was thinking. Like when he becomes gets the founder's powers. I thought that might be a new arc, but I wasn't sure.
But I also want to clarify. I think because of production issues, they sort of changed season 4. They sort of did the pacing differently. I don't think it was supposed to end where it did. I think it was supposed to cover at least up to this point. And then the rumbling was actually supposed to be for the actual season 4 during the actual rumbling starting here. Because again, this was like when so this is when COVID happened. And so they had to change it to where season 4 ended like way before this point to where like Marley invaded is where season 4 ended. But, like that's like the climax of the arc. That's not the end of the arc. Like, the Marley invasion is still the Jaegerist arc, obviously.
So is that really when the last episode of season 4 before the extra came in?
Yeah, if you remember, it ends with, like, Reiner going to
the end of the last episode, the
down.
rumbling started, but I could just be remembering wrong.
No, so the final episode there, because I think you caught up, like, after that was already a thing. The final episode, yeah, because I think you only had, like, the final episode, the final 2 episodes when you caught up. You're, like, a week before the second to last episode came out is when you caught up. Okay, yeah. So, okay. The final episode of season 4, part 2, whatever it was, of one of the seasons, was where Peak points at Eren, is like, "You're my enemy," and then all the air blimps come in and Reiner jumps down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I really like that part.
So so like in real time, we had to wait months after that to see how that resolved or whatever. Not resolved, but like continued because it's a climax.
And I'm trying to fit. Okay, hold on here.
So stupid.
Maybe in the end of episode. What is going on here? Okay, hold on. Looks like he's activating the rumbling. Or this is just a short episode, like a normal episode. So, episode 28 of season 4 looks like the rumbling started, like I thought. Then the long episodes come in. Wait, hold on. I'm so confused now.
Still 8 episodes.
I'm losing track of what's happening here.
Still
my God.
8
Okay,
seconds into this video, by the way.
That's fine. Still eating anyway.
Okay.
What happens in this one? Okay. Just trying to figure out when things happen here.
Man, I feel so bad for anyone who ever watches these reactions. Like, oh my God,
Wait a minute.
It's been 30 minutes.
The
They
rumbling
haven't
happened
played
way
the video.
sooner than I thought.
They
Hold on
paused
here.
the video for 6 times longer than the video length itself.
Okay, hold on. They're like doing this stuff on the boat here. When the hell does he do the rumbling?
Wait, they're on the boat? What do you mean?
I'm so confused right now.
When? What? Like the flying
This
boat?
doesn't make any sense. Hold on.
Do you mean the flying boat?
Okay. Oh, okay, hold on.
Do you not know when Aaron starts
the
to do the rumbling
I'm trying to find that episode.
episode? I mean, I don't know if mine is the same as yours, but I can probably find it pretty quickly. Assuming I'm
That's fine.
with Aaron.
Okay. This doesn't make any sense.
Do you got
Okay,
it?
episode 26.
Get this out the way.
Hold on.
What?
When they're on the boat, when Commander McGath sacrifices himself, the rumbling hasn't happened yet, right? Okay. Never. I mean, I just had it backwards, maybe.
No, it has.
That's before the rumbling. The rumbling happens before Commander McGath kills himself?
A long time, yeah. It's like 8 episodes before that.
So the same. I'm so confused. What episode number is it on?
It's probably episode 5
Because-
of like season 4, part 2, I guess.
What?
Oh yeah, like
Oh, you
episode
say
5.
season 4 part 2.
Because that's the episode
know
that's
how that's-
from you 2,000 years ago.
Yeah, my website, it's not divided like that, so I'm just going through.
Okay. And I don't know. Let's see if it shows.
Okay, a marching
episode
army
number.
of giants. Okay, hold on.
Marching army of
Maybe,
giants.
maybe.
That's not on here.
It's not-
Judgment is the beginning of the season, and the dawn of humanity is the end of it. If that helps you. Two Brothers is in here. That's a great episode. The rest of these are pretty bad.
Here's when they're okay. They got the freaking. What's happening?
Does
I'm
it-
so confused.
I thought it played the
Oh my God.
episode number at the beginning, right? Of
Huh?
every episode. It plays the episode number of the episode at the beginning of every episode. I thought somewhere.
Wait. Oh, okay. Hold on. No, maybe it's number
I'm gonna
22.
do this so that I can find it. Oh, that's loud. We need to mute. Okay.
Okay.
You found it?
There's him activating the episode. Okay, at the beginning of the episode, so the previous episode must be when he actually does it. From you 2,000 years ago. Oh, it's just the end of this episode, maybe?
Literally what I told you. What do you mean?
Well,
Yes, it is.
it's just been a process, okay? Why was I doing this again?
You wanted to find the beginning of the rumbling. For what? I don't know.
Oh,
You
right.
didn't say.
The beginning of the rumbling, yeah. That happens way sooner than I realized.
Oh my god. Is that why you wanted to find it?
Yeah, dude, I thought it happened at the end of episode 28.
28 and...
No, 21. 7 episodes off.
Oh, okay, so yours is divided by season 4 and the whole totality of it.
Yeah.
Okay, so in that case, it's 16 plus... Okay, yeah, 21. You thought it was 28.
Okay.
So that would be... You thought it'd be 12, the
No.
final episode?
When is the end of the Marley invasion arc?
The end of it would be episode 8. Yeah. Assassin's
Okay.
Bullet is where
Okay.
everyone loves FaZe Gabby in this episode.
Okay, and then there's another like 12 episodes before the rumbling. Okay. Finally figured that out.
I liked it.
Anyway.
I watched this last night.
All this is to figure out what my favorite arc is, and I still don't know. I really like all of the season 4 arcs. I really like all of the season 1 arcs a lot too. I don't think I'm picking, like, I know for a fact season 2's arcs are not going to be my number 1 favorite one. I already know that. Because I like the female Titan arc better than I do the Ryan and Bertolt season 2 one, I would say. The Castle arc's fine, but it's nothing crazy. Off the top of my head, if I'm looking at contenders, there's any of the season 4 arcs, Return to Shiganshina, Battle of Shiganshina, or Female Titan arc. Um, I mean, that's probably there's the top 5, I guess. I mean, if I have to pick, I'm probably gonna go with the Battle of Shiganshina, Return of Shiganshina, but
That one's the second best for sure. Not even close.
like, I don't know though.
But
That
only
one
the
I feel like I just really
only the
liked
first
for a lot of
half.
reasons.
Like I did not like the second half of that arc really.
You didn't like after Bertolt dies, basically.
Well, I didn't like after Zeke left. Well, I guess you could argue I didn't like before. No, I didn't. I didn't like everything.
There's no way you didn't like Levi destroying the shit out of Zeke.
I
That's a
didn't like
highlight of
everything after that. That's where it hit its peak. It was all downhill from there.
I mean, yeah, like the first part is just objectively like where all the best things happen. I agree.
Like, don't get me wrong, it has a lot of
You didn't
cool
like the
moments.
choice part. You didn't like the choice thing. I actually did.
That's either that episode or the
for
episode
Levi.
after. Is
Mostly
I think,
because of Levi, though.
either I forget. It might be that episode or it might be the episode after. Is in my opinion the worst episode of Attack on Titan.
You mostly. I think. I mean, if correct me if I'm wrong. I think you really hated like Aaron during the choice part, but I really liked Levi during the choice part.
Oh, it is the episode after. The episode after is an entire episode where they go to the basement. Yeah. 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 Uh-huh. Yeah. Oh no.
The whole episode to get to the basement. That's hilarious.
Oh, so bad. God.
How would you rank the female Titan arc for you?
It's okay.
Do I just like that one abnormally good?
Yeah, I think it's good. I think it's probably better than Trost if you include the whole thing.
I think it's the best arc of season 1, yeah.
Yeah, because I don't like Trost really. I mean, it's probably way better than like, I don't know. All of season 1's solid is the thing. None of it's
but
the
also
best.
the female Titan is also like half of season 1.
Yeah, I mean the problem is even though it's solid, even with it being solid compared to the rest of it, it still has high moments and low moments, very easily by far. Like cleaning Levi.
I just
is
really like the most anyway. I really just like the one with the forest, like when the female Titan first appears.
Yeah.
That part of the arc is like I really like that part. Like when Annie's brutally destroying people. Oh my god, I loved it.
Dude, I went back to look at that art today or yesterday or something. There's just no way Cam doesn't get it. Like this horror change. You look at Annie in season 1. She is just different. Period. Like when she heals her eye and takes out the person, because like the art on that, like concept alone, the art, it's not a Wit versus Mappa thing. It is just what they did. It is terrifying.
Yeah, like Annie is like the most terrifying of them all. Like that's what I'm saying. I really like that arc. Like specifically like the forest part, especially more so than the Stoaz part. That's less horror-y, obviously. But like Annie in the forest, dude, is brutal.
I know. God.
Like she like kicks people and just smushes them, like completely makes them explode by like kicking them really hard and shit.
It's also
and, like,
a thing.
She's really clever. Does some like really smart tricks, like
when someone is one step ahead of you when it comes to horrific death. That's terrifying. Like Annie's shriek when she was in the forest, or like her cool and calm demeanor, just patiently, casually waiting when she's captured. What is she waiting for? Why is she acting like this? Something is wrong. Something is off. It is such an unsettling feeling.
Or like when we just see like the cloak of the person in the ODM gear, they're like the enemy is one of our own. Then we see them, and then she like just slices down people, like.
Yeah,
Annie was really good. Like I really liked Annie. Like Reinhard Bertolt, I also sussed out Annie, but I loved sussing out Reinhard Bertolt. It was so funny doing that. But, like, they don't hit the same. I mean, Reinhard was good with his. Reinhard Bertolt have good character moments, but they're not as menacing as Annie. Like,
Yeah, I don't think
Annie was the most menacing.
I don't think the scene you listed of Annie, like with the hood and cutting down a person, that doesn't hit the same in terms of terror for me. That more is
For sure. It's not as terrifying.
Yeah, it's like the mystique of like you don't know what's going on. Like what is happening? Like, you're confused. The audience member is like, what? Like it's like a cool moment in the sense of like, whoa.
The most terrifying thing I'd say about that is just that it's one of their own. It's actually like it's a person among them that's actually the one doing all this. That would be the most terrifying part of that.
Yeah,
more so than like physical terror, it's more like mental terror, I guess you could say.
Yeah, like, but when Annie is a Titan, it's like an otherworldly kind of sensation. It feels like she's unstoppable. She's just a driving force, fueled on whatever unspeakable, unseeable rage that you don't understand, to the point that it feels like she can do anything. Like she's almost a literal god of death.
Yeah, and like Aaron can't beat her. Like the only one you could was Levi.
Yeah.
It was the Levi. It was fucking dude. Levi went hard. Oh my god, it's so cool.
To be fair, he was like sort of
I really like that
rage amped though.
Huh?
He was sort of rage amped there. I don't know if he could do that normally. Same with the Beast Titan. In both cases.
Oh, Levi can do that shit. I trust
him. No,
him.
he can. But he was definitely rage. He was definitely trying harder than normal.
Oh yeah, for sure. I would say that the rage was way higher for the Beast Titan both times than Annie. Because with Annie, honestly, he was really mad at Mikasa for not just doing what he said. But I think the worst part about that arc is so Mikasa does something stupid, and then because of that, Levi sprains his ankle, and he's just out of season 2. Probably the worst part about that arc is his fucking sprained ankle.
I agree, it's the worst, but it's such a tiny thing with the hugest ramifications, but it's such a tiny thing. It happens so quick. I, to this day, you talk about it all the time. I still didn't even remember it happening.
Yeah, he just sprains his ankle. Kind of annoying, but I get why, because right after Bertolt, yeah, they're dead in season 2 if Levi's there. Like, Aaron beat them on their own. Throwing Levi, they're screwed.
Like, to be fair, this
like,
I was
somehow beat the shit out of Rhina, and then Levi beat the shit out of the Beast Titan. That's all you need to know.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay.
I wish we saw Levi versus every Titan.
I mean, we got versus Cart Titan, Beast Titan, Ape Titan.
We didn't really get versus Cart Titan.
Kinda. I'm gonna count it.
What I will say though, the final episode really ramped up Cart Titan.
We will talk about it. We will talk about it.
Because I was gonna say,
don't you worry.
So,
I am waiting. Trust me.
Bara and I made our attack. We made our video on ranking the 9 Titans. The Cart Titan was an easy lowest of the 9 Titans because without the guns and stuff, just on its own, it wasn't that strong. But I will say, it definitely is a lot better than. I mean, I still think it got the same place it did, but my god, dude, it's definitely better on its own than we realized. Because the whole transform untransform trick, that was pretty cool.
Oh, I'm not even gonna say anything. I'm not even gonna say anything.
How godly she is.
You don't even know.
And also, dude, I guess the Colossal Titan explosion, Rhina can just tank that shit.
Oh my god! Oh my god! I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying anything. We will wait. We are gonna wait. I wrote it down. Okay.
Making me so curious now.
Because we've talked about this before, Kamui. I'm gonna pull that portion up when we do this podcast.
About what? Who could survive it or what?
Yeah. This
'Cause
was
actually,
in
Bulbar
fact
and I
a
were
heated
wondering-
debate.
because I was a little bit annoyed about because we weren't sure like whether or not like the colossal titan could explode open like the crystal ball because we hadn't seen the final episode, obviously.
Yeah.
I'm thinking maybe not. If Rhina can just tank it, then maybe the crystal ball can too, though. So, like, the Warhammer might actually be like the best outside of the founder. With that in mind, that's so crazy. So, like, the Jaw Titan's jaws are even stronger.
Dude, is
anyway.
the Warhammer like was the maid just stupid? Like, I don't get it. Why did she do the umbilical cord in her foot thing? It just doesn't. It's just bad. It's just bad.
Probably just so that the Titan would just keep regenerating.
She is made of like bone the whole way around. Just be in the neck. You're already a crystal ball anyways.
Well, no, she activated the crystal ball after the fact, I'm pretty sure. I don't think she was already in the crystal ball.
I think she
I
was.
think she activated it right before Aaron did it. I don't remember if we got to see anything, but
We don't.
maybe she was already in a crystal ball,
I think
but
she was.
maybe she can't be in the crystal ball without the umbilical cord.
That's what I was thinking as well.
Like, because obviously Annie doesn't just do that either. She makes a crystal ball outside of her Titan, so maybe you can't do the crystal ball unless you're outside of the Titan for whatever reason. That probably makes the most sense, because otherwise it's like, yeah, why wouldn't you just be a crystal ball inside the Titan?
I mean, to be fair, the crystal
probably
ball
just
is
can't.
just hardening, but like I see what you mean.
Yeah. But again, like, if you can't just do that, why the hell doesn't everyone just do that?
I mean, but then again, like that's also weird that Aaron couldn't just get to Annie considering he had hardening in season 3. Like hardening should be able to break hardening.
Apparently only the Jaw Titan can.
Which is stupid. Like the Jaw Titan's harder than hardening.
Yeah, the Jaw well, no, literally though, the different levels of hardening, actually, there's different levels of hardening.
Oh, are there?
Because, for example, okay, like, Rhina's golden armor is not as hard as the crystal armor. It's all around his body, that's the benefit. But, like, Aaron's crystal punches can break the golden armor. It's stronger. Similarly, the Warhammer's hammer is more hardening than Aaron's crystal fist. It literally smashes through his fist and his head all in one blow.
You're right. Okay.
So it's
Well, to
definitely
be fair,
harder than
hang on. Because did it smash through the fist, or did it just knock through the unhardened wrists and it just knocked the fists off screen?
I'm pretty
which was
sure
still
it
harder.
literally like exploded the fist. Like, I think the fists were blatantly just destroyed, if I
don't know.
remember right.
That doesn't.
I think it literally
sound
just
right.
destroyed all of it.
Like it vaporized it, essentially.
I think it just let me just go look for it.
Because I mean, if you
I think it just,
remember, in season 1, Aaron knocks off Annie's arm and it goes flying to like next to Erwin.
Let me
It's like
just
a
go
similar
look.
idea. Yeah. We're never getting to that.
And just, if I remember right,
We're only 8 seconds in.
it just destroyed it.
3 a.m.
I know. Okay, when does the Warhammer come out?
In terms of episode, it's like season 4 episode.
I
like,
found the episode. I just gotta
7.
find
What are you looking for? Maybe 6.
the scene I'm looking for.
Probably 6, yeah. What scene are you looking for? I'll go ahead.
Oh, when she smashes through the crystal fist.
Okay. Should be season 4, episode 6.
He's got
Oh,
the.
that's noise. Oh, I got to the ships. Oh, really quick. Is it 30,000 ships or 30,000 people? Do you remember? Probably says it here. I can't find it.
If I have to guess, people.
I really hope it ships. Just for something
Ships
I'm
is
gonna
even
make a point
crazier,
on.
though.
I know. I want to make such a big point on that. You don't even know. I did the math. I did the
30,000
math.
ships is a hell of a lot, though. That's for
I
sure.
did the math. Trust me, it's You don't even know the half of it. It is I want the 30,000
Okay, I found the scene. I'm gonna watch it now.
soldiers. It is soldiers. I'm sad. It's still
Oh,
a
that
lot.
sucks.
I know. To be fair, it's technically still more than 30,000. That's the kill count, considering like people on the coast died still from Armin. So, but I'm not gonna say that's like a substantial increase. It's probably 31,000 if anything.
Well, I don't think we I guess we don't get a shot of the anything on the ground to see. Just she smashes. I'm trying to. Can I slow it down?
I'm watching
Okay,
it
I can do half speed. Okay.
around there. Where are you at? I'm at like 12 minutes in about.
Right before 12 minutes. So go to 11:50. I'm watching in half speed.
Yeah, that's where I was just watching. He still has his hands and everything. You're on episode 6?
Yeah.
What? They're just talking. The dude talking to McGath.
Maybe it has a difference between how your episode did the opening. I don't know.
Oh, probably, yeah. Because, like, at 11:50 through, like, 12 something, it's just the dude talking to McGath. Like, the whole thing.
Okay. I still can't tell. I don't see any hands. Like, I'll try to pause it. I wish I could do quarter speed. But, like, okay, I see it smashing the hands. I mean, well, actually, I can answer this. Actually, hold on. Let me just send a screenshot before I do anything.
Okay, I got it.
So,
for me, it's a little
he puts his hands in front of his head. The Warhammer is slashing down on the inside of the hand, so it's not hitting the wrist. It's directly coming into contact with his fist. You can even see the crystals going through his forearm a little bit around his wrist anyway, but it's hitting the hand first. It just posts this in chat for you.
I see what you're saying because I'm watching it too.
Yeah, and I took a screenshot. I got a pretty good pause, but like where it's hitting has to be hitting the crystal fist. And then we just don't see, and then let me try to go back slightly. There's no hand on the ground here. I'll try to screenshot this for you.
Yeah.
Okay. This is so stupid, but there's no hand on the ground here behind the hammer. And then the hammer smashes the ground. I don't see anything land. Okay, yeah. It seems like it just vaporized the hands. I mean, like, I played it a little bit after. There's just no hand on the ground after. Like, the hands are gone. So yeah, it literally the Warhammer's hammer is stronger hardening than the crystallized hands.
Assuming, okay, this is stupid hypothetical. Assuming the head wasn't taken off, Aaron just gets to like continue fighting in this form. How do you think he does it? Or does he not try? Does he purposely?
With his feet?
Does he? Yeah. Does he? Like, can he even? Because his feet are like stabbed. Even if he can lift his feet out of the spikes, can he still run?
I guess he would just have to do the same thing he did anyway. Just get out.
Like, even if he can
Which
lift
would be
his feet
funnier.
out, if he walked forward, he'd just fall on another spike. So...
Yeah. And he can't like use his hands to like stop himself. Yeah. So I guess. It's crazy though. The Jaw Titan can. So the Jaw Titan in the Warhammer can break through the crystal. But what's really weird. Okay, here's the weird thing to question. Do you think that Warhammer's hammer is the same hardening as her crystal ball around her body, or do you think that crystal ball is just the same as Annie's and the same as the hands, and it's not as good as the hammer?
I mean, if I had to say off the top of my head, I would say the crystal ball is harder. But, like, that doesn't make sense.
You would think that.
Yeah.
Exactly, because this hammer breaks through that crystal.
I mean,
it's very weird.
Well, maybe we could say, in the same way, universal physics are different in Attack on Titan in other ways, maybe this is just one of the ways. Maybe softer things can destroy harder things in Attack on Titan.
Yeah, actually, the softer the armor, the better.
It makes sense. The Jaw Titan has just normal teeth. Like, if Aaron just tried to use, like, his fingernail, it would have just, like, shattered, eviscerated Annie.
Did he try to use his own teeth and they shattered? His teeth are actually too hard. Well, I mean, yeah, this is crazy. The moral of the story, though, is if Rhino can tank it, I think the crystal ball can tank the colossal explosion. But
Okay.
yeah, I mean, the Warhammer, though, we ranked Colossal number 2 because we thought the Colossal Explosion, A, might be able to just destroy these crystals up close, and B, because it's like the humans can't really like beat it because he can blow them away and just explode like 50,000 people at once. But it was close between this and the Warhammer for our video. It's like the second after the Founder. We ranked the Founder twice. We did the Founder like if it's Aaron, but he's not touching Zeke, and then when he is touching Zeke.
I wonder what's the most amount of people the Colossal Titan could potentially kill. Like, say you got all the people in the world.
That's how
you
close they are.
Yeah, no, like you purposefully, like they're trying to at this point. They're trying to set the world record. They're getting purposefully, like they're running into each other to be as close as possible. Like it's a train in Japan or whatever. Like, have you seen those videos where people are literally pushing each other in, trying to shut the door?
I don't know how many people that is. I mean, the largest explosion, I mean, we have like the Armin explosion at the port gives you an insight, but
the thing about that,
obviously there's not crammed people, so
there's 30,000 people on the boats. Were all of the boats destroyed, or are there boats like miles in the distance that are a part of the fleet that like just weren't even in it?
I mean, I don't know, but also the fleet wasn't like it was crammed full of people. Like you could probably fit like 10 times as many people, if not more, realistically, just by trying to fill up that space.
Like, even if the farthest boats are destroyed by being tipped over, that's just like wind. That doesn't mean the people on there are like burning to death.
Yeah, exactly. But I do feel like, honestly, I think you could. I mean, I didn't look at the images, but I feel like you could fit another 30 times as many people just in that space. You could probably get like 1 million. Like, I wouldn't be surprised.
You said 1 million?
I think you could do at least 1 million. I don't know how like the upper extent, but like,
yeah,
I feel like you can cram a lot of people in that space where the fleet was. So if you can do 30,000, I could see 1 million being doable. At least 300,000 anyway.
Yeah. Keep that number in mind. We'll come back to it.
Well, if you did 30,000 boats, I can see where you might be going.
To be fair, I counted for both, but I really wished it was boats. Do you think if I said boats just for Cam, she would catch on? Do you think she'd actually notice? Or did she just not think about it if I just said it like nonchalantly?
I don't think she would think about it.
Yes, okay.
I don't think she would pick up on it.
Okay, you're gonna back me up on this. We're gonna troll Cam.
Yeah, we'll just pretend. Like, she might know. If she does, I mean, oh well. But if she doesn't say anything, we'll just go for it.
If she starts to give me some resentment, you gotta immediately back me up. But the problem is, Cam, knowing her,
it's the boats.
Knowing her, she's not gonna believe us. She's the type of person to just immediately look it up. But still,
that'll be funny though.
It's gonna be fun. We'll figure it out.
Still gonna be funny.
Okay, that's the plan.
Maybe she'll just be like, "Wow, that's a lot."
Cam 30K boat troll. Obviously, I can't write that in podcast topics or the Attack on Titan chat, so I can write that in DMs. And just pray she doesn't watch this part of the stream.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what if she watches this stream?
Okay.
That'd be crazy. But, well, the Warhammer is deadly. Anyway, though, let's get back to this Psalm. Maybe I should just restart the whole video
8 seconds.
so we can rehear that soundtrack.
The godly soundtrack that made us pause for how long has it been? Over an hour?
Probably. I've been eating this for so long.
Attack on Titan is one of the most interesting and unique concepts to come into mainstream anime in recent times. But what if I told you it's a prequel?
So he's talking. It's so funny. I'm sorry. It's too funny. It's too. I can't. It's too funny. Okay, but I paused because he's talking so weird. Like almost like the Burger King foot lettuce guy in the way that he was talking weird. Not like in the same way, but like in the concept of being weirdness.
But what if I told you? I don't know. Can't do it.
So another reason I paused. So like when I originally saw this, like I just knew. Like I didn't give it any serious thought. Like it's the title and thumbnail worked in such a way in my brain to where I was like, all right, I'm not thinking about this. It just is what it, and I took it seriously, literally. I think there's ways. Okay, we're gonna hypotheticalize this video or predict it of what we think is gonna happen. Like, what's the explanation here? Is it the rumbling? Is it the Beast Titan? I think it's the rumbling, but what is this in reference to? Is it in reference to the finale?
The thumbnail says that all the lemurs in Madagascar are Eldians of Paradise Island. So what I'm thinking is either one of two options.
Yeah.
After Eren uses the Founder's Pardon to get rid of the Titan powers, he just turns them into lemurs. Or he's going to draw, kind of like how you did the Shrek 4 Naruto the last thing, he's going to draw a comparison to how, like, certain things are, like, the same or something. And be like, oh, it's, like, actually, like, the same story.
You stopped before the favorite sentence here. All the lemurs in Madagascar are Eldians of Paradise Island, and then it continues on. You can't prove me wrong. Something I guarantee he's gonna obviously point out. I'm sure you have this idea in your head too. The fact that Paradis looks like Madagascar upside down.
Oh yeah, yeah.
100%.
Because you told me that, or someone told us that anyway. And absolutely, if he doesn't say that, I'll be so surprised.
In fact, it'd almost be funnier if he didn't say it, because it's the one obvious point he has.
Yeah, the one real point.
Madagascar. Ever since the introduction of the Marley colony in chapter 91, where we see for the first time the rest of the world, a very interesting image captivated the audience that was perplexed after getting pistol whipped by the sight of the new world. And that was the geographical image of the rest of the world.
Yeah, okay.
First point,
this may not seem like a significant detail because, well, it's a map, but Takin knows this that sniffs their way through theories. This map was incredibly
Do you agree he talks weird?
See, when you flip this map horizontally and then vertically, you see something very interesting. You see what looks to be the geographical outlines of the rest of the world.
That's okay. That's actually more than I thought. Like, that's not just a little bit. Like,
wait, do that, hon. Let's watch him do that again.
Yeah.
That looks like Africa in general. Yeah. Let's watch him do the whole. Let's watch him do the flipperoo.
Oh, okay.
Incredibly.
Did he do it one step at a time, or did he? I think it'd be cool if he did that. I don't think he does. Oh, he does. Okay. Wait, let's look at the first flip. What's the first flip look like?
Okay. Let's back to here. This. I mean, there's.
Looks weird.
I guess. Yeah. Oh. It doesn't look like anything like that. I mean, yeah, it does. Like, no, I don't know.
Yeah. Because, well, it's a map, but Takin knows this that sniffs their way through theories. This map was incredibly eye-opening. You see, when you flip this map horizontally and then vertically, you see something very interesting.
Okay, we're gonna slow this down.
All I see is Africa, like.
Yeah. Okay, 0.25 times speed, so we can just feel the transition fade here.
Yeah.
You see what looks to
The colors are so captivating. They can draw your focus if you're not careful.
Wait, do it for the flip too.
No, what do you mean? It's a one-frame transition. Can I slow it down anymore? I can't. What I can do is go frame by frame. Oh, there we go. Okay. So this is like sort of an in-between right here. You can kind of see the outline. It's not perfect, but it's pretty close.
No, but yeah, you can see inspiration.
A little bit more. Oh, for sure. Like, I don't think it's just inspiration. I think it's like almost a direct copy. Like, if I were to make the Attack on Titan world,
right corner, like even in the top right corner, you can see like the little triangle shaped thing that's similar.
Yeah. India,
like,
probably.
He didn't trace the map, but like he drew a pretty damn similar thing.
Yeah. Like, if I was not doing inspiration, but like doing this, I would just quickly like grab a crayon and like do like a whole hand grasp on it, not even really look, but just kind of look, and just quickly, like, not as fast as I can, but like really quickly, nonchalantly, like as carelessly as possible, just try and outline it, and that's what this would turn out to be.
Yeah.
And then I go back.
It's just a really like not detailed outline. Like, yeah.
Yeah. Then
that's crazy though. So, yeah. It's just all based in Africa, I guess.
Wow. Well. So, in the Attack on Titan universe, is Marley Africa?
As I'm saying, Marley is basically just all of Africa.
Where would the Ozumabitos be? Because they're obviously like Japan. Would they actually be in the Japanese direction, or are they somewhere else?
That's what I'm thinking. Is it on the map? Does it say? Do you get to see in the map where they are?
Not on this, at least. And this is the Attack on Titan map, so.
Well, is there another map where it's more labeled, or no?
I don't know. Maybe he'll get into it.
I'm thinking if I'm gonna pick, if they're in like Japan or something.
Okay.
The geographical outlines of the rest of the world. Yes, the colony of Marley suddenly becomes the coast of Africa, and Paradise Island, Madagascar. Even though this was a significant discovery in the search.
The editing of this video is one of my favorite videos of all time. Why didn't we make this video? I don't know.
Oh my god, it's too bad we didn't. He beat us to it.
We should take things people say in anime, small things like this, and just turn them into their whole own video. Like, there's tons of things we could say about any anime we've seen. Things just
probably.
Like
we could probably find a similar thing for other anime too.
God, need to.
For a clue in the Attack on Titan lore. For a long time, this theory got no attention because it was deemed a coincidence.
This theory.
But isn't that kind of disrespectful to an author that is so careful with his planning and foreshadowing?
God dang, he's got a point.
Detail is just a coincidence.
So that's so disrespectful to say that he just happened to pick like Madagascar. No, he planned. Can't wait to see what other points he has.
Theory is way too out of proportion. There is no way that an American production by DreamWorks called Madagascar is related to a niche Japanese manga in the complete other side of the world.
That's what you thought?
Yeah.
By the way, is this a frame from the
anime?
Like how
it shows that guy getting like eaten alive.
God. If this is an actual frame from the anime, the neck alone is disturbing. Like, ugh. Like, no, because we pulled up the comments on Kurotos's video of this episode. So many people said it's the most terrifying episode in all of Attack on Titan for them. For this one specific part. Like, I don't blame them.
Interesting. Ranking, most terrifying episodes of Attack on Titan. Makes sense for why this one would be one of the picks. When Zeke just feeds that guy alive to these Titans.
I mean, write it
for
down.
no good reason.
I think that'd be good to write down. Yeah.
Put in podcast topics, most terrifying AOT.
I don't know, in the tier list.
Oh, tier list. Where's tier list? Okay.
Even most the three faces of these Titans. It feels almost like there's a biblical reference on this paused frame.
I wouldn't know. But
it's a Camp Gambler.
Maybe. The Three Stooges.
But look at this again and tell me.
Three Kings.
Like, obviously you wouldn't know, but like, tell me, do you at least think it resembles something that might look like a biblical thing in some way. I don't know.
Oh yeah,
honestly.
absolutely, it might.
Well, no, I mean, no, that's not what I mean. Like, does it give you the vibe? Like, do you think it is without
I genuinely
knowing?
have zero clue.
Okay.
Zero clue.
Okay.
Right? Well, that's where everyone was wrong. Because on February 2nd, 2021, a post on r/.
Everyone's wrong.
The definitive Attack on Titan subreddit dropped, and it was so.
Oh snap! This is the Titan folk, which is right here. I was looking at that earlier. Okay.
Huh.
The GameCube. Give me back my Xbox. That's it is my turn.
That's
so
my
out of
turn.
this world.
Sorry I'm late.
Sorry, I was late doing stuff.
Oh my god.
Stuff. No, Aaron. I thought you swore off the coochie you were with my epic sterile is that plan. I thought you joined the voice sales. Aaron, how could you? I cannot see that I'm shaking and crying right now. Why?
God. We'll come back
I like
to
Aaron's face.
this, by the way. Oh, yeah, absolutely. But this made me mad. The fact that it's legit actually just the farm guy or whatever.
Oh, that she's married to the farm guy.
We'll come back to that for sure.
That it changed.
Yeah, like literally, why couldn't it have been like Aaron, Armin, or Rhina, just not some random farm dude? Also, I want to get back to the Annie thing, Annie and Armin.
Oh, absolutely. We got a lot to talk
I
about.
almost just want to say it. I was thinking about it earlier, so like, I was thinking about this while I was at the gym actually. So I was gonna say it now. It's on my mind.
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't mind Annie and Armin getting together. Okay, that's kind of starts in season 4. That's whatever. But there's no conclusion to it. In the last episode, it's like it never happened. There's no inkling. Like, so what was the point in the previous episode? Like,
What's
for
the
example,
point of bringing her
okay,
back?
Naruto manga. Okay, if remove chapter 700 of the Naruto manga, there's no conclusion to Naruto and Hinata. There is kind of for Sasuke and Sakura, but Naruto and Hinata, we don't know. It would be like the same, but of course we get chapter 700. We see Naruto married to Hinata, and we see them having kids together. We get the conclusion. There's no conclusion for Annie and Armin. Like, so it's just, like I said, I don't mind them getting together, but like, they should have at least like hugged each other or something.
Dude, I was thinking about the same thing earlier today, actually, or it might have been yesterday again. I forget which one. Probably today. I don't know. But it's not just this. It's also just the way they brought her back. Like, I'm fine with her talking to the girl or whatever. That was a pretty cool way to bring her back for that scene specifically, I guess, if you want to do that. But
she like first
when
put the like ring around her neck or whatever.
Exactly. But the whole thing with the food in her mouth, and then from that point on, that's not Annie. Like, I was thinking about if other characters in other anime did that, it's inexcusable. Unforgivable. There's no way.
I get the humorous aspect of it, but yeah, it's like Annie was cold at first, like when that scene when she first comes out of the crystal. That's very Annie. I mean, there's a lot of Annie things she does later, but yeah, that scene, it was just like comic relief, I guess. But it didn't really feel Annie-like. I guess they're trying to add humanity to her. Like, this is Annie when she's not cold-blooded, I guess. But
it doesn't feel like
my
Annie
biggest gripe is honestly, I wish I got more from Annie at the end. I guess like more cool Annie stuff, and I just conclude the Annie and Armin thing. Just have them hug or some shit.
Oh no, I also didn't like the dad
actually get together. Like, if we're gonna do that, like they already confessed. Just get together.
Like, they put so much emphasis on Annie's whole backstory being, I just want to go home to my dad. But then it's like, they didn't tell us why that mattered to her. Like, but they played it off in like some mysterious way. Like, obviously the mystique looking back was just the fact that it was Marley and we didn't know that at the time. Ooh, but that doesn't have anything to do with Annie.
Yeah, like, because it's like, I guess it's like, I don't know, it's weird, because for a long time, it's like, yeah, she doesn't like her dad, or dad sucked, but then, like, in that moment, I guess she, like, realized, like, she did, because, like, he actually loved her in the end, I don't know, but the Annie and the dad thing was kind of just weird, but...
I know, it's so underwhelming.
Like, There's potential there, but yeah, I don't think that was the best executed.
Like, if anything, I felt more with Reiner connecting with his mom, even though I hated that as well.
Yeah, that one's better done though, because it's like, I mean, to an extent, it felt cheap. Like Rhino's mom's stuck, then she just realizes it, and then it's just like
I know,
a
she
happy
had
ending, I guess.
no
But
character journey. She went from point A to point Z with no B through Y in between.
it's like I get how she got there, but it's like, yeah, it wasn't much of a journey. It was more like a very quick history lesson. Oh yeah, doesn't matter. She just like I don't remember how she figured it out. I
People
think it's just like
don't
hearing like
do
Annie's dad
that.
talk or something.
Like, she
Like,
is an old adult stuck in her way, very rigid. People like that don't change this easy. Like, it's not natural. Watching that felt strange. It was weird. Was it
yeah, like
heartwarming?
I don't like the final scene with Rhina and his mom, and she's like, "Oh, he's like, I'm not a Titan anymore." And she's like, "Good." I don't mind that, like, but like, yeah, how she got to that point was kind of just jumped there. I would agree there.
I don't mind her saying that if they build it up. Like, even that was so off-putting. What do you mean, good? You don't have any other reaction?
Yeah,
like she's just like, oh yeah, good. Like, more than just
I wouldn't
that.
have minded
but,
if she
you
just
know.
died. Honestly, I would have been happy if she died.
Should have
Fucking
stayed
sucks.
attacked. Oh, I
It's
got
just,
it.
it's just like Historia's dad, dude. Have Rhina kill his mom. I'm
Speaking
cool
of
with it.
yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Speaking of rewrites, in order to defeat Eren, Reiner has to kill the Titans going after him, including his mom. That's the way to do that.
Yeah, like the only Titan he has to kill is his mom. It's like he's like Sean, Connie, mom, and it's just like he's like I have to kill he's like he has to kill them, and the first one he goes for is the mom, and then he gets undone after that.
Okay, I'm gonna say this.
Yeah, she's dead.
I'm gonna say this now because I don't want to say it when Cam's here, but I want you to know. The first time I watched the episode, I completely missed Connie, Jean, and Gabby's character design. I completely missed it.
In the Titan.
Yeah, and I wrote it down the first time. I was like, we didn't get to see their character designs of frowny
That's funny.
face. Only on the second rewrite, I was like,
Um,
oh, I'm taking that away. I'm glad I caught that.
Jean and his mom were probably the most noticeable off the top of my head versus Connie's. I think Jean's was a lot easier to tell with the hair.
Well,
Like,
on the
but-
first rewatch, I think on the second rewatch, it actually might have been Connie when they first transformed. The first time and the second time at first, I thought it was Annie's dad, like the first Titan that we get to see that like is like the black guy kind of with like the buzz cut hair. Even now I still
Yeah.
don't know which one that was. It could have been Connie or the dad. They both.
I didn't
look
really
kinda
pay
similar.
attention to his. I should just look maybe before next time.
I don't know. You want to look at it really quick so we can get aside since we're talking
Yeah,
about
that's
it?
all.
Okay. Going to do.
We're
this
definitely
really
not
quick.
doing Sage's Ring tonight, though.
Yeah. That's fine. Okay, and I'm gonna need to mute it, and probably around here-ish. Okay, after. Oh wow, this is later than I thought. Okay, before
There's
here.
so many things I want to talk about.
No, literally wrote 200 things down.
I didn't
Oh,
write
is it?
anything down. I just had stuff off the top of my head. But I want to actually. Who do you think is the best written character in Attack on Titan? Best of the fairly, just best written.
Yeah, so Bertolt's my favorite. I would say best written probably Aaron off the top of my head, but I'd have to think about that.
There's a few good tough ones because I think Levi's actually written really good. I don't have a single. Does anyone have a single complaint about Levi other than when he sprained his ankle? Like, you know what I mean? Like, Bertolt I really like. Raina I like. Aaron is good. Don't mind Mikasa, but I wouldn't say she's the best.
Here we go.
Honestly, I might have to go with Levi for lack of flaws, like, at the very least.
I'm going to do it like this at first so that we can just see the scene. This is the image, first of all. But just so you can see the full transformation.
Bertolt's also really good.
Okay, so you can see my
Bertolt or
screen?
Levi might be my pick. Anyway. Yeah.
Okay. So first of all, John and Connie standing right next to each other. So you would think you would see
Yeah.
John in the Titan if they immediately cut to it. So I'm not going to play it necessarily, just give it like this. But, okay. None of them are here, because I like pause just to make sure. None of them are there. Very clearly not any of them. So he says secretary. So this is why I thought. Because that dude says secretary.
Annie's dad. That's Annie's dad.
That is Annie's dad. Okay.
It's gotta be. That looks too much like him, I think.
Right, but I swear to God, I was paused here for like at least 5 minutes determining whether it was Annie's dad or Connie. I couldn't tell.
No, we see Connie later. That's gotta be Annie's dad.
Okay, let me I agree because he says secretary. Let's go to where Connie
And also just
is.
like the way he looks. Like the first thing I just see is oh yeah, that's Annie's dad. Like
Yeah, let me do that. Yeah, again, so like the first time I watched it, I thought it was Annie's dad too, and I thought we just didn't get.
oh, also, this isn't really a big deal. I think it would have been really cool though if Levi did the roly poly on Aaron's legs before opening his mouth. Like Levi was still cool in that scene, but adding in the roly poly move would have been an extra step, I think.
I agree. Yeah.
Because it's the coolest thing ever. Like the coolest thing in Attack on Titan is probably Levi's roly poly attack. It's so cool. All right. So anyway, yeah. Looks like John in the middle there.
Yeah. So Gabby's the funniest because she's just fat. Like
Yeah,
Gabby got
Gabby's
the
was really
dirtiest treatment of all Titans. I swear.
Oh, that's a good. Ooh, hold on.
Ugly. I like that
New
idea.
list.
I already know where you're going. Yeah.
Dirtiest Titan, dirtiest pure Titan transformation treatment.
No, because John actually got pretty good. Like, not only does that look like John, but like, you could argue this Titan is just straight up Hanson for John. Like,
That's what I'm saying.
you
Like,
could argue it looks
John is
better.
a good one.
Yeah, it looks better than his human form. Like, he even has like the hair chin and everything. Like, he's more
That's what, dude. I know
matured. More
John got a
cunning.
good Titan. I can see why Connie's looks weird though. Yeah, Connie's is not that. Yeah, John actually might have one of the most handsome pure Titans.
The thing with Connie, other than like the cheeks, which makes me not think it's him because I don't think the cheeks of the other one were like this. Like the face or whatever is the same. It's same with the hair and everything. Like the proportions, all of it. It's like the exact same
Yeah.
Titan almost. Wish I get the same.
Yeah, some of them are like inconsistent with whether they look a lot like their normal self or not. Gabby's though.
I know. Especially
What about
this one.
Falco's initial
same.
transformation?
I'd have to go back and look at it. Or exactly. I'm telling
Yeah.
you. It looks pretty similar. It's the long neck.
Connie's mom might have the dirtiest treatment.
Yeah, she looks pretty similar though. We'd have to go back and compare every single one. The Christmas Titan,
Still.
he looks pretty similar. He looks fine.
Christmas Titan, you talk about the guy who eats Aaron.
Santa Claus, yeah.
Santa Claus. Yeah, that's just like I picked that up immediately. Like a lot of those Titans in the first couple episodes, immediately in the Grisha flashback, I was like, oh my god, I recognize him. He's that Titan. He's that Titan. I was like, that's how you know they got good treatment, because I knew that was Gabby because she's next to John and Connie. But if they weren't there, I wouldn't have necessarily.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't really look like Gabby. I mean, I could see a little bit, but it's like, yeah, she got bad treatment.
But I think it's fair to say, after saying this, if you go back to the other thing I was looking at, it's hard to tell. Now that I look at the cheeks, I guess that makes more sense. But it's hard to tell. Yeah, okay.
I mean, I could see,
Other
yeah, I
than the
can see
cheeks.
why you would say it. The main thing is, it just looks a lot like Annie's dad. He's also got darker
Yeah.
skin, so it makes
It's
it
like
easier.
the same thing, essentially. Like, if you just imagine both of them as Titans, it's both this. Which is funny because it both is this.
Yeah.
Like, especially the eyes. The eyes is what sells it, as well as, I guess, the lips and maybe the nose of this guy might be bigger than on Connie's. But
I don't know, but
never be able to find it again.
I guess Armin's the Colossal Titans don't really look like the user either. But oh my god, the mom one, yeah, that was easy to tell.
Yeah.
But
I don't know where it was. I'm gonna get this part copyright. Here we go. Yeah.
Diane Fritz is, God, dude, John's most handsome Titan, John.
The eyes are
Honestly,
the
though.
exact same on Connie. Same with the hair. I guess the nose is really similar too, but he doesn't have lips. It looks like maybe on the bottom. I can't tell on the top.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like top.
It looks like his bottom one does, but not his top for some reason.
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
Sean, look at that smile.
I know.
He's even got a little bit of facial hair, it looks like.
I know.
And that's not just shadows.
No, it's facial hair, for sure.
Oh my god, Sean. That's so, I remember when I saw that, that was so funny. I think Commander Pixis' Titan looked a lot like Pixis too.
Yeah. It'd be funny if like a bald Titan got a lot of hair randomly or something, or the opposite.
Or I was thinking like someone with like a really long, like twirly mustache becomes a Titan. He still has his mustache. He looks so silly. I don't know what's up with Diane Fritz's Titan, which is just so happy. Like,
Actually, you know what? That brings
Most
us a really
genius there.
great point. If a Titan loses like an arm or limb or something, they obviously regenerate it. If they lose their hair, like if Levi just gave one a haircut, what's happening?
yeah, that's the Titan. I mean, I would assume the Titan will look like its current haircut. But yeah, what if it does like your true the haircut of your soul? Like, if it's not really your hair, like your true hair cut, then it doesn't count. Like,
Well, I mean, the steam and it regenerating is Ymir anyways, right? So I guess it's just if Ymir feels like it.
yeah, if your mirror thinks it looks good on you, like
But like,
she picks and chooses.
here's a question: if it's destroyed,
Maybe your
in
mirror has
real
a thing
life-
for Jean. That's why she like made him look so handsome.
But like, if a Titan limbs falls off in real life, does it fall off in the path? Does it reflect in that way, or does it only reflect one way?
Oh yeah, like this, like the sandcastle just like fall apart. And she's like, I gotta build it back together.
Yeah, like if like Levi killed a Titan, and like slashed its nape, and the whole sand thing in the path just falls apart. Can Ymir even construct it back up? Like, if she rebuilds it, would that Titan theoretically potentially come back to life?
That's a good question. Like, it's always just her rebuilding it with the sand, but like, is she just picking, like, once they die, she just gives up? Or just, like, could she just revive them? Because, like, with Zeke, she put Zeke back together. I guess she does that anyway, but, like, she really put Zeke back together when, he got blown up.
Also, does the sand itself have any actual magical quality, or is it all Ymir, and she just chooses sand just for the sake of visuals for the audience, I guess?
Yeah. I think it's just a visual choice, but
But at that point, did
Um,
Ymir create the paths, or is the paths a thing forever since before Ymir? Did the hallucigenia create the paths? Is the path a literal other dimension? Like, what is it exactly? I'm sure Cam
I wish they
would know.
explained a little bit more about the hallucigenia, like other than just being like,
Actually, I'm fine with
life.
it. I like the explanation we got with that. In fact, that's one of my favorite parts of the episode.
they don't explain what it is.
Just the life speech in general.
Well, I like the life speech, absolutely, but I was just saying, like, explaining a little bit more about what that thing actually was and how it does its powers and stuff.
I mean,
But I guess it
think we
doesn't
got
really
enough.
matter.
I
But
mean, it's just an alien life form.
yeah, I guess it doesn't really matter. So
I think there's also not an actual backstory in the first place. Like, if you write one in, then yeah, there is an obvious actual one. But I don't think it's like,
yeah,
I don't think we
it
missed
just
anything.
is a thing, and it just is. It just it's just there. Like,
Okay, so let's see whatever this post was.
you know, it's another thing I was wondering about, like, but like, Aaron wanted to get rid of their Titan powers, but if he just did that, he just got rid of the Titans instead of the Rumble. He just got rid of Titans. Like, it was just like, hey, we'll talk more about Aaron's plan, but I was gonna say, it just like, what if he just like tried that? Like, he just got rid of their powers, and then like it was like, hey, Titans don't exist anymore, and then like, but I'll return their powers if you attack us.
Pretty much everything we've talked about, we're going to talk about in a lot more detail on the actual.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thousand
Anyway.
upvotes, numerous awards. This is the definitive theory. Nah, scratch
So
that.
bright.
This is the definitive ending of Attack on Titan.
So, they got so in universe they got the backstory wrong. So they assumed the devil was a hallucigenia, right?
Or, well, they assumed that Ymir got her powers from the devil, not from a hallucinogen thing.
Okay, but like,
Although somebody says that
Yeah.
in one of the backstories that he just like touched a life or something.
Oh, interesting.
I think there was 2 different like stories behind it, if I remember
Probably,
right.
yeah. Well, but I'm thinking
I
like,
don't remember who says which one. I think Zeke mentions like the touching life thing earlier on or something. I don't remember though.
but what I'm trying to get at here is like whoever drew this or whoever knew this story specifically or whatever, do they know Ymir actually interacted with another being, or do they just not know of this other being's existence in any form at all?
They could have just, I don't know. Yeah, they may have just like assumed it, kind of like a folktale
Yeah.
thing where they just said, oh, like a witch, like this witch trials, like, oh, you must be
That's
dealing with the devil.
exactly
You
what
must
I was
be
thinking of, yeah.
like, I think they just made that up, basically,
Okay.
just pointing fingers,
Yeah.
literally at Ymir. 13 fingers to be exact.
I mean, they did say in this episode that they cut off Ymir's tongue. I don't think they had confirmed that yet, which is cool because Ymir never talked, which I think is really interesting. Ymir never has a single line of dialogue in the entire series. I think that's really interesting.
I know. And it's like you want to hear her talk, but she can't.
Yeah. Do you think she could in the
Her
past?
her eyes were like blacked out the entire time until the very end.
Yeah. Well, no, because they came back when Eren did the thing.
Yeah, true. There was two occasions, but
Do you think in the
also
past
she like grew up
could?
when she saw Mikasa.
I know. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. But do you think she could talk in the paths if she wanted to?
I don't know because her tongue was cut off.
Yeah, but like, could she just like undo that? Or
I mean, to be fair, her Titan powers allow her to regenerate anyway, so she should be able to regenerate her tongue.
well, I don't know. If she gets it after a wound that's already like healed, does that wound heal as well? I don't think so.
I don't know. Yeah. Well, yeah, no, it definitely because it worked for Armin. So
Well,
Armin was,
he
like,
did
dead.
turn into a pure Titan. I don't know if that counts.
I think it counts though. Like the point is, he got the Titan powers after the injury. So
Yeah, but like those injuries weren't set. If that makes sense.
what do you mean?
Like that's not a scar. That's a current. It's like an open wound essentially. Conceptually.
He's burnt to a crisp.
Conceptually.
I don't think it. I don't know, dude. I don't think it matters in this game. I think the point is post injury. Like you can heal an injury with Titan powers. Like you can give someone Titan powers to heal an injury. So I think she should theoretically be able to.
Okay, I'm trying to think. Okay, so like for example, Zuko in Avatar: The Last Airbender has a scar from a burn. Do you think if Zuko became a Titan and healed or whatever, can that scar heal?
It's so weird because,
Like that's what I'm saying. Essentially.
like, I get what you're saying because, for example, well, I guess in Jujutsu Kaisen, I think they just say that you can't heal burn marks with, the healing power anyway. Without spoiling anything, but I think they just may have just said that because I was gonna say like there's people with certain like scars. I'm like it just never gets healed. I guess like nobody healed them, so something. But that just could be Jujutsu Kaisen verse, not necessarily Attack on Titan. I guess it just depends on the verse. I don't know. I could see both sides of the argument at the end of the day.
Yeah. What about something
I
they're
don't
not
know.
born with? Like if you're not born with your left arm, it's just a defect. Is that something you'll just gain? Like can you heal something you never had in the first place?
In that case, I mean, again, I could go either way, but like, I'm thinking no. Maybe the Titan, like, someone with no arm enters Titan mode. Maybe they can get an arm while they're in Titan mode, but like when they go out of Titan mode, they don't have the arm.
Oh, that's a good
I don't
point.
think it's not really healing.
Yeah, so say like say that girl who got eaten by a Titan who was the mother of the other girl that Sasha saved that was like in a wheelchair. That was the most roundabout way of getting to her. Yeah, so the wheelchair girl. And you know, just anyone in a wheelchair. I don't know why I'm specifying her. Anyone in a wheelchair, if they turn into a Titan, do their legs work? In Titan
Well,
form?
actually, about that though, I'm pretty sure Connie's mom was handicapped. If I'm not mistaken, that's why her Titan was handicapped.
I don't.
Or is that just a
think
coincidence?
that's the. Yeah, I think that's. If anything, that's probably more of a coincidence.
But then why the hell is that Titan stuck there?
I mean, I don't think it's necessarily actually literally stuck there. I mean, it could be.
I think it was like its legs were too small, like too weak for its body. I'm pretty sure they explained.
But it's also like upside down, like a tortoise on a shell. Like that tortoise isn't stuck there. Like it's not handicapped. It's able to move. It's just not capable of doing so.
Yeah, but I think in Connie's mom's case, it was actually just physically kind of like stuck. Like it wasn't physically capable of getting up.
So like you think if like they helped Connie's mom Titan to stand up, it would just fall back down or something. It's a
Yeah,
stupid
basically.
thing to say, but I don't know. Connie's trying to be nice. He's got 4 years to kill. He might as well. It's free time.
I think they'd have to like hold her hand and walk her around and stuff. Like, I think it was a handicap Titan. I'd have to go back to the backstory, but I think he said like part of the reason he recognized her wasn't just her face. I think he also like was put the pieces together that she was like handicapped or something. I'd have to go back and watch, but I thought he said something like that.
Another random hypothetical. I'm sorry that I'm stalling the video, but I wonder if you like stitched or glued or cemented a Titan's mouth shut, what its behavior would be like. Like, if it's just impossible for it to open its mouth. Like, would it try and just keep trying? Would it not realize and would just, like, jam a body into its lips constantly, just, like, in a never-ending cycle? Like, what would it do?
I think something like that. Like, it would be trying to open its mouth. It'd be, like, jamming its, like, a person up against its face, trying to open its mouth, but it just wasn't working, and it just keeps trying. I think is what would happen.
Like, I think the scary answer is it, like, does the thing that smokers do where they, like, jab their neck or whatever in the surgery to, like, insert it that way or something?
Oh, yeah, like, tries to insert the person through its neck or something.
I think Season 1 Scary Titans would be written that way, but I don't think later on the more consistent, like, unintelligent Titans would do that.
Yeah, the Smiling Titan would be, like, the one to do the most devious thing, probably.
Yeah. Literally
Freaking dying for its dude.
broke her
Evil
in half
Titan.
like a crawfish.
Dude, that is the most evil Titan in this verse. Like, for whatever reason, Diane Fritz is just an evil Titan. Like,
Well, pure Titan, because I still think Annie's yo-yo is by far the worst.
oh yeah, okay. She's the most evil pure Titan. Yeah, Annie is the most brutal Titan. Like, oh my god. Let's say Annie and the Smiling Titan anyway. Like, brutal shit.
Good.
Like, Zeke
Enjoy.
gets his moment with the rocks, but, like, it's not Annie level. Like, in the freaking yo-yoing and picking people to death, like, it's crazy.
I love it. I don't like how Titans are able to be so small. Like, I don't think a Titan should be possible to be around human level. Like the Titan that Reiner fought
like
off in the castle. Like, it
Yeah,
shouldn't
like
be
the
that small.
3-meter Titans.
Yeah. Oh my
Like, yeah,
God.
why are they that small? Why are some of them that small? It's never explained.
Like the one
They just are.
that ate the handicap girl. Like, I feel like it doesn't even have the chance of even converting back, even
that
if they
one was
wanted
the
to.
weirdest one. Yeah, the one from with the Sasha thing. That Titan was the smallest. I think it's the smallest Titan in the entire verse. Like, it was like a person.
Because the
It
thing
was
is,
just a big person.
literally, yeah. The thing is, if it tries to eat someone, well, it's going to do the thing where it throws up after a certain amount of people. It can't even finish one. Like, I don't think it could turn back, because I don't think it can fully consume Titan fluid or whatever, the spinal fluid of a person.
That's good enough.
Too
But
much.
like, yeah, I mean that one is. Yeah, I don't know why that one was so small. Like, it was weird. I was wondering that when I was watching. I was like, why is that one? At first, I thought that was a person. When I first saw it, before she immediately explains, I thought that was just a person who had to resort to cannibalism, like her dad or something, just like going crazy
That'd be
because he was the size of a person.
Yeah.
But of course it was a Titan. But that's what I thought at first, though, because of his size.
Well, I mean, the point of them being called Titans is so on the nose that at this point, we've just forgot. Like, Titan means big, literally. Like Titans are big because they're Titanic.
Yeah, they're big people. Like,
you literally.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I get the creativity, but that one in particular is like, that one could have been like at least like a 5-meter Titan. Okay, like you'd have to be a freaking 1-meter Titan. Like,
I mean, at the very least, I did like that it was strong and resilient, especially with the healing factor and I guess infinite stamina. But other than that, who cares? Like, it's kind of dumb. They're playing Goose Chase with a Titan. I don't like it. Like, I can put a negative spin on all of Attack Titan. I don't think yours. That's the problem.
I mean, I know you can, but except for Levi, just no, I won't allow it.
Okay.
Anyway, back to the video.
With the release of
2
chapter
hours later.
137,
So bright.
the rumbling is officially stopped
flashbang.
before it decimates the rest.
Oh, and black, and back.
But
Go away.
before it stopped, Armin is seen talking to Zeke. You see, Zeke's original plan was to euthanize the entire alien race, and even before he gets sliced by Levi, his final wish
Oh my
is to still
god,
stop
it's
him
such a
from having
flashbang.
babies. Now, even though it seems as if his plan failed because Eren said no, keep in mind, Zeke shared his plan with the most 5-head player in the entire series, Armin. Armin, having his own agendas and not wanting
God,
the
I
world to
hate how
destroy
he's
the
talking
entire
about
world,
this,
but
because I don't want to
understanding
talk
that the
about
world
this
will
right
try
now.
to kill all Eldians, came up with a 5-headed plan
I just
in
want to
order
say
to
that.
stop everything. And his plan? To turn every Eldian in Paradise Island into lemurs.
No, he
His thought
cannot
process was that
show
the world
that.
is too afraid to let Eldians live in their current form, and turning them into
Oh,
Titans would
God.
also pose a great threat to the rest of the world as well. So what he told Ymir to do before
I
sacrificing...
mean, to be fair, these Titans right here are also really small. Like, they're not as small, I don't think. I think just compared to these, like, these Titans are large, they just don't look large.
Yeah, those are like 10, 15-meter Titans. The other ones are like the 5-meter Titans.
I think, again, I think it is just this perspective. I think these are taller Titans than they look like.
Yeah, like they're either Aaron's height or closer to it, like 2/3 the height. Like,
Yeah.
that's why I said 10 or 15 or something. But the other ones, the little ones, are like the 5-meter Titans, like the small
Yeah.
size, apart from the Sasha one.
That said, this Titan right here almost has a baby face. Like, it looks like a baby
That's
Titan.
what I did. I was thinking that too. Like, it's like goofy looking Titan there. Like,
to the world as well. So what he told Ymir to do before sacrificing Zeke was to
Wait, what was this that I just saw? Is this Armin? Is this a meme? This is a meme.
Yeah,
It's not gonna work, Armin.
it's a meme, yeah.
You're fully committed to the rumbling. Plus, your talk no jutsu is nowhere near my level. I love that.
Not everyone is as evil as others. There are innocent peoples out there who are victims of this rumbling even though they didn't do anything. Just because your life 2,000 years ago was terrible doesn't mean you have to end the world.
God. This is at least an interesting argument. I can see him actually saying this. This I can see him saying, but I think it's way less of an interesting argument.
Yeah.
But this right here.
The one that you're hovering over now, yeah, that's something he would say.
Yeah. Not everyone is as evil as others. I think is interesting. But he's also in a way saying
It implies that they're still evil, just not as evil.
yeah. But again, we'll get you all. This is what we've been talking about. We'll get back into this topic as well. So don't worry.
Oh, I know. I know we will.
Oh, God.
to do before sacrificing Zeke was to turn all
I feel like he's going so fast, I can't tell if these are meme or actual panels.
I know, same. That's the real panel.
Yeah. There was one before this as well. Looked like the... is this the same? I don't know.
I'll just go back a few. That's Zeke
to
slicing
do
the head
before
off. I think that was real.
sacrificing Zeke
Okay, alright.
was to turn
Yeah.
all Eldians in Paradise Island into pure beast titans. And in order for the rest of the world to stop fearing them, he told Ymir, make these titans suffer from dwarfism so that they don't
God.
accidentally cause another rumbling. That way, the Eldians can live in endless peace and harmony, away from the horror of the rest of the
I
world.
feel like maybe we should
And so,
watch these
the
videos
people of
beforehand
Paradise
just in
Island were turned
case.
into dwarf beast titans. And these dwarf beast titans are indeed the lemurs of Madagascar. But you may be asking, how can lemurs live in Paradise Island if the entire area is bound for snow and the only real animals they have are horses, cows, and birds? Lemurs obviously need to live in tropical areas, right? Well, that's because Armin had one last wish. He told Ymir Fritz to turn the entire world upside down so that Paradise Island would be able to sustain.
I was not expecting him to go there. That is going so far. Like it's not
Just
that
put it
that
near the
map
equator.
was flipped. No, they flipped the world.
So that just is there.
I love that so much. I love that so much better. Oh my god. Okay. What was the reason for the
Remember, you
tropical
can't prove 'em wrong.
vegetation? But like, isn't
Wow, look at that
Madagascar near
vegetation.
the middle anyway? Like flipping the world doesn't put you closer to the meridian. It puts you on the other side.
Yeah, it's just put you near the equator. Like,
Oh my god.
it's still funny though.
Beast titan population. Now, the isolated Eldian lemurs would prosper in their new tropical nation, away from the horrors of the rest of the world, and live peaceful lives on Paradise Island. But you also may be asking, how do lemurs in Madagascar speak?
I love the Attack
Well,
on Titan
technically
music
they
over
don't.
this.
They can communicate with each other and other animals, but when animals try to talk to humans in Madagascar, all humans hear are moans.
Hello? Get me missing animals! And hurry! We've got a lost zebra, probably on the way to Connecticut by now, and we're gonna need... Hello?
But what has been shown in Madagascar is that these animals actually do
Oh,
have
God.
intelligence, and that's because some of these lemurs are abnormal titans, and abnormal titans usually speak or do abnormal things when they're surrounded by people that are close to them.
Oh,
So if
snap.
an entire nation becomes lemurs all at once, some are bound to speak or do very strange things.
Okay, I mean,
That's good.
you could argue it doesn't have legs because it looks like the rib cage stops, so like maybe there's no flesh. And like obviously the arms and legs are very weak,
Look at it.
but
That's why I was saying. I think they explained it was too weak to stand up.
okay. But also I think
Hey,
I
it's,
just don't remember
Oh,
if he
Cam
says
Cam.
that her mom was that
it
way.
was unexpected.
So,
Hey, Cam. Yeah.
Okay, I was half asleep listening to the stream on YouTube, okay?
Uh-huh.
And then you said something that was a little wrong about Titans. So I had to crawl
Oh.
out of bed, turn on my laptop to clear up. Okay?
Oh,
So, okay.
Of course.
So I don't know if you guys know anything about Greek mythology. Okay, but Titans come from Greek mythology. So
Yeah, like Kronos is the king of the Titans,
yeah.
the time guy.
Yeah. And so Zeus and the original Titans were the ones that ruled and kind of controlled the world, right? And so they were able to shapeshift into different like animals and stuff. And one of the siblings, I think, that was a Titan was able to shapeshift into the size of a normal human. So I think that's maybe where Isayama
Huh.
was kind of going with this, like in the beginning of Attack on Titan, by making like smaller Titans, because you know in the original story they could transform
Maybe
themselves
that
into
that
the
could make
size of
sense.
humans.
Yeah.
So yeah,
So what
It
did
wasn't
I say
until
that was
later-
wrong?
I know, but I'm saying it's background. It's background history
Okay, go
because you
ahead.
said
Continue.
Titans literally means giants, but that's mostly false.
Oh my god. Titans as in Titanic. Titans is big.
Yeah, but we got to look at the history behind it, because that wasn't always the case. The Titans equals giants is a more modern interpretation.
Attack on
Yes,
Titan
'cause
is
I've
a
heard it
more
both
modern
ways, like-
story. What do you mean?
So I'm just saying that he was probably, of course, because Titans comes from Greek mythology. That's maybe what he was pulling from.
I disagree.
I can see at the very least.
I mean, I could see it, but it's more likely that he's drawing from the more modern version, considering most Titans and the concept of Titans alone is to be big.
Well, yeah, I mean, like I said, they could shapeshift into like any size they wanted to. But then later in the stories, if I remember correctly, like one of the sisters unleashed like the gigantic Titans onto Zeus in order to fight Zeus. So these were like giant Titans. So they were like a more monstrous form of Titans, if I'm remembering correctly, which would, I would think, like be equal to like colossal Titans. So yeah.
I mean, when you think Titan, you think the average one of like hovering over the houses in Shigashina, or like big enough to fit your entire body in their hand as they like squeeze you. Like, you're thinking of a Titan that can eat several humans, or like they could eat you in one bite. Like, that's the average Titan, just because they're large. Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would agree. But I would also, you know, say that you could also look at it from a Greek mythology standpoint as well.
I mean, you could argue he got the name from Greek mythology, but like I think the more modern version is definitely the larger Titan. Well, especially considering like the actual inspiration is just drunk people.
Drunk people?
Well, yeah, the Titans are inspired off of drunk people. The author saw drunk people and was like, hey, that'd be a good villain. I should make that. And then he named them Titans. Like, he had the idea, the conception of them before the name.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that makes sense too. But like, I'm saying maybe by making smaller Titans, you know, you pull it from Greek mythology as well, you know. Just because you have the original idea doesn't mean you can't scroll through history and like pull things from history, you know, and add it to your story as you go along the way.
Well, again, I'm saying the original idea wasn't taken from Greek mythology at all. I'm saying...
I know, but I'm saying
No,
later
I'm
down the
saying-
line,
Yeah,
it's
later
a
down the line.
possibility.
It is a possibility down the line. I'm saying the original conception as it's presented to the audience in series, like episode 1, 2, 3, and so on.
Yeah, but if some of the audience is aware of Greek mythology, then that's like not entirely the case, you know?
I mean, to be completely honest, even be like Greek mythology, it literally could just be as simple as he wanted to add variety. Like, so he made some big, some medium, and some tiny ones. Like, it could be as simple as that.
Like, if anything, it's more of a reach to say it's Greek mythology, considering he would have to know that. Like, I don't know if he knows that, but like, he should know the modern version of Titans. There's no way to know if he knows the previous.
I'm sure he
version
knows
of
of the existence of Greek Titans, at least. Like, he knows that, oh, there's Kronos and stuff. Like,
Sure, maybe, yeah, probably. I don't know. I mean, it's much easier to make the connection, like, the more obvious example, though. I don't know. Maybe that's...
I grew up with Greek mythology, so I just know both, but...
It could be a difference in Japanese culture as well. I don't know how significant it is over
yeah,
there.
I don't know what they're taught.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, of course, like, Americans, like, what, like, in middle school, maybe, like, we're taught Greek mythology. You know, we have a course, like, in Greek mythology and stuff, but, like...
I have that. I just read all Percy Jackson-related books and learned my stuff
Really?
that way.
That's funny.
Oh, yeah, dude, I love the Percy Jackson series.
Terrible. I watched, like...
What? Oh, my God, in the podcast.
probably some reading literature class in, like, 5th or 6th grade. Read the guy that held the world on the earth of the shoulder of the rock.
What are you talking about?
And then you get the Zeus.
He's talking. I mean, he's talking about like what's like one of the Titan stories. He's just explaining it
Hades.
very poorly.
No, I explained it perfectly because
And
Aaron
Hades
does it.
did not carry the Earth on
No,
his
I
shoulder.
You talk
didn't
about
say
Atlas.
Hades did.
Yeah. What?
Yeah. Because you said Kronos, and so Atlas is like the same thing almost, kind of.
Different
Anyways.
Titan.
Anyways, so Cam is so what is this biblical reference?
Oh. I would like I said, I do have some biblical references that I did pull from Attack on Titan, but I refuse to answer your question because you were being rude about it in your messages. So like
I was being
no.
rude in our messages? What messages?
What do you mean what messages?
You mean today?
No, the other day.
The other day.
Yeah,
Like
the
not
other day.
not even yesterday. The
so
other
I'm gonna be
day.
petty about it and like
You're gonna
not
be petty
answer,
about.
you know?
You're gonna be petty about the other day more so than today or yesterday, or even the day before yesterday. It has to be 3 days
Yeah.
to say
you
the
know how
other
you know
day.
how they say women's memory is like very long and like we remember things and keep it forever for future purposes. Yeah, like that. Mm-hmm.
I know how they say.
But no,
Cam is a
I
little
was
petty
gonna
little-
save them for the Attack on Titan review, or when Trippy comes. So yeah, I just
God.
wanted to poke at you a little bit.
We couldn't help but talk some stuff, and we are just gonna re-talk about it because it's
Yeah.
been too long. Trippy.
Oh. Ugh.
Yeah, so
Been
I was
wanting to
gonna
talk
I was
Attack on
gonna
Titan for
wait.
too long.
So I was gonna wait to bring some of that stuff up
Okay.
when Trippy comes. So yeah.
So, but this
off the
is
top of
one
your
of the
head,
biblical references that you have that you wrote down that you're gonna talk about, right?
No.
Okay. Do you know if this is a biblical reference then?
No.
No, you don't know, or you're saying it isn't?
I don't think so.
I don't think so. I swear it is. Like,
Why?
because
What? Oh, I need you to explain your line of thinking.
I don't know what it looks like, but this just reminds me of maybe Jesus something. Like this looks
Does it remind you of
familiar,
Jesus on the
and
crucifixes?
this looks
like
similar
in Roman
too.
Catholic churches?
No, maybe. It might be a
It might.
combination of things. Like, it's not just... This is the most obvious glaring thing, because it's in the foreground. But I think this, as well as this, also looks... In fact, it might be, like, a Brutus thing. Like, E2? Brutus? Or whatever.
I don't remember who that is.
Brutus, the guy that, like, got bat-sagged by, like, everyone. In, like, mythology.
No.
Yeah, I recognize the name Brutus.
Yeah.
Googling it because I don't remember.
Cam, the master of Greek mythology over here.
I never said it was a master of Greek mythology. Excuse me. Like, calm down.
You're right. She said she
Take
had a
a
PhD in Greek mythology.
I didn't
Yeah,
even
that's-
say
that's
anything
definitely what it
wrong.
is.
You joined to tell me that you're correcting something wrong immediately. By the way,
Okay, I did not. Okay.
By
Because
the
listen, because you said Titans. You said a declarative statement. Remember how you always tell me I say all or nothing statements? Okay. So that was your all or nothing statement. Okay. So I had to come in and correct your all or nothing statement. Okay. You're welcome. God
Real
bless.
quick, Cam.
10 minutes, by the way.
So Connie's mom,
9 minutes.
Uh-huh.
was
But
she
yeah.
handicapped before becoming a Titan? Do you know, or do we
Glad you
not?
asked, 'cause I wouldn't.
Or
We
do you
don't
have
know.
no idea.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
My
So I
my
couldn't remember
my
if-
thing.
I couldn't remember if he
And if the-
said she was handicapped to explain the
No.
Titan being handicapped, or if we just have to
It's
assume
in the
that. I can't remember if he
manga.
actually said it.
My interpretation, I don't remember if it's said in the manga or anime, but I think I remember Zeke saying that like the spinal fluid like vapor mist thingy like screws up some Titan transformations.
I don't remember
Yeah,
that.
that's what you said here. I don't remember that either.
But I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
Do you think...
I'm not for sure.
We'll just have to go back and watch some of those scenes.
I'll look it up again.
How
but-
mobile do you think Connie's mom could have been? Like, do you think the house is restricting her movement at all? or like her position, like her head could be way down, like her neck can't support her
Yeah,
head in
if
this
her
position to
head,
get up.
it's like a baby, you know, because
Yeah.
like babies' heads are like
That's what
so
I was
heavy and their
thinking.
necks are real wobbly, you know.
Yeah.
I would assume it's like that, and you know they can't pull themselves up. So
Okay, but if like Connie theoretically helped her stand up, do you think she could then walk, or would she just fall back over because her legs are too weak?
ooh, she might just fall back over.
I
Be-
think
That's
because
that's
what I
it.
like
said.
yeah,
Especially saying
yeah,
this
she
with
might just
like
fall
the
back over.
bones. I don't even know she has legs in the first place. I'm sure she does. It probably looks the same as her arms, but if the arms are any indication, I don't think she's standing up very well.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what I said. I think
honestly.
she's
Like
or
handicapped.
I think Zeke says something along the lines of like, "Oops, I messed up." LOL.
I don't know. I think if the house
I-
wasn't here, she could roll over and then crawl pretty easily.
Yeah.
But
Well, on those
Well,
teeny
how
tiny
though?
arms.
She doesn't have the arm strength to do that either.
Yeah. On those teeny tiny arms. I don't
assuming
know.
she has legs, I think her arms and legs together could work.
I'll look it up in the manga.
Maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, see,
and-
maybe he says that in the manga, but I
but
don't
again,
think it was in the anime.
so like 7 minutes, by the way.
I'm so sorry I really interrupted.
No, we just gotta finish it. It's fine.
Zeke
Stay.
very strange things because they
Okay,
travel
How long
have you
together
been
and they recognize
listening?
each other. But remember, the rumbling wasn't fully completed.
We're not.
Zeke died.
Oh,
and the
she was
rumbling cannot be
serious.
continued
Yeah,
unless
I guess
Eren
so.
touches another member of the royal blood. And if the rumbling doesn't
Oh, we gonna
succeed
get into
completely,
this too.
the cycle of hatred continues again.
Oh.
Cam, bye. I thought you were joking.
Eren's pure
Bye.
beast animal titan. You see,
What was that? Was this
Eren-
Beast Titan?
Eren's
Oh my god. Literally pause it on each of the 4 frames where it's not there. Aaron?
God.
Okay.
Aaron.
Really made that one frame.
pure beast animal titan. You see, when Ymir turned all Eldians into lemur titans, there were bound to be Eldians that turned abnormal, and Eren turned into a zebra. I mean, the resemblance is uncanny. Marty
It's
bored of being
uncanny.
trapped between the walls of his zoo and wanted
I love it. Smartly trapped between the walls of the zoo. I really hope he makes a note of like Aaron's like cheek stripes to like the zebra stripes.
Yeah.
to experience the rest of the world, sought out to see the world, and ends up in Madagascar. And what more could he want than to come back to his home island after being separated for so long? Continuing on, the
snap.
penguins also want to be free.
They're
but they're a group
crazy.
led
They're
by
like
a
the pure
ruthless leader
titans.
who will do anything
Oh
to
my
go free.
God.
And Alex the lion, the deranged lion that doesn't know what side to pick. He goes to the island, wreaks havoc, but then befriends its inhabitants. The resemblance is truly uncanny.
Oh my
Right.
He wants
god.
a coward that is really intelligent, who's extremely loyal
Armin.
to his close
We
friends.
gotta guess from
could
now
only
on.
be Armin.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
sometimes when Armin is
Armin.
ticked off,
Who's
he turns
Bertolt?
into a Titan. You see, Madagascar is the beginning of the final timeline of Attack on Titan. Eren in his human form.
Is this a biblical reference? I swear to God, it has to be. Like, the previous one, it's gotta be. This one, I'm less sold on.
I
But
don't
just
know.
the face. Like, it looks like someone who is like being ready to be saved by Jesus, maybe, or something. Like, this would be very zoomed in, but like Jesus would be like top left, looking down on him.
Yeah, you should Photoshop the background out of this and just have his face and say, what do you think is happening? Is he in pain? Is he waiting to be saved by Jesus? Like, what is he doing?
But you already know the bad things people are gonna say, and so I don't want to give them that ammo.
Oh, yeah, true.
Attack on Titan. Eren in his human form failed to end the world, and now in his zebra form is reincarnated into
His
returning to his homeland,
zebra
like Dina
form.
Fritz following
And we know reincarnation is a thing in Attack on Titan now, so...
Wisha in her Titan form. However, since nobody actually is the enemy anymore because nobody's attacking Madagascar, Eren's soul is free to return to his homeland, not knowing the tragedies and horrors he caused the rest of the world. I know this is a hard theory for some of you to grasp because this is
I think, regardless if it's a specific biblical reference, I think it's at least a religious reference. Like, this and the baby. Like, regardless
yeah.
of the Titan foot in the sky, the family, I think. Oh my god, get that out there. Like, it just looks biblical-ish.
I mean, I can see it. I just
Especially
don't
the
know.
baby.
Even that one.
Especially the baby.
The baby throwing one could be. Yeah.
Maybe Isayama just has a way of drawing that looks biblical by nature. I didn't read the mangas.
Yeah, maybe that's just what it is. Because it seems like there's too many at this point.
The rest of the world. I know this is a hard theory for some of you to grasp, because this is not how any of you expected Attack on Titan to end.
How did Eren lose half his teeth here? I never got that.
Exactly, yeah.
Like
Didn't Levi kick him out? Is that when Levi kicked him out?
But it's so weird looking. Like it's, I don't know. I don't. Whatever. It's not even bleeding.
It's also weird how he can. It's also weird how he can regenerate bones like teeth like.
And when Isayama said he'll betray the trust of everyone, I didn't think he would truly mean it in this way.
That's how
Isayama betrayed everyone by writing Madagascar.
Oh my god, if he doesn't call note to the purple flowers like in Attack on Titan, I'm gonna be so...
I would be surprised if there's like a special tree at some point in Madagascar. Like,
there's gotta be, it's Madagascar.
Where someone
like
falls asleep,
jungle.
somebody falls asleep by a tree, like that's the same tree.
Because you all can relive all your garbage theories that were completely wrong on my definitive Attack on Titan iceberg, covering all fan theories and lore, right now in the link in the description below.
Linked in the description below. Oh, it's actually right here. Okay. We'll actually save this for another time because that's actually a really interesting thing to do. An iceberg. We should do a Naruto iceberg. I think it's in that podcast topic, actually.
What is that iceberg again? Like in this context?
It's saying more and more obscure details and just seeing if you know them or recognize them or can explain them. So, like, for example, if I did a Naruto iceberg...
Fuda.
Yeah, like, that's probably, like, middle, if not bottom of the iceberg. But something at the top would be like, oh, Toby is an anagram of Obito. Like, most Naruto fans that are in the community know that, but, like, it's still at the top of the iceberg. Because it's still, like, a thing.
What is Buddha Fuda?
Yeah, that's more towards the bottom.
You don't know what Buddha Fuda is? Oh my god, dude, I just completely forgot, dude. We still haven't done our goofy questions. Then we put spoiler tags on.
I know, but I don't want to do that when Naruto explained here because it's like the worst guest to do that with.
I know.
We'll probably do his thick calves whenever he comes on. Where am I going? Podcast topics.
My favorite is probably the why is Sakani the system of Naruto?
Good. Okay. Oh, perfect timing.
I just wonder if it's funnier if this would take too long. I just remember everything off the top of my head, but like finding the scenes in question to prove my points is just would be funnier, but that takes so long.
And over and out.